Welcome, travelers. Deep within the shifting dunes of the desert, a hidden wonder waits for a soul whose worth is not measured in gold. A humble youth is about to stumble upon an ancient relic that holds the power to reshape destiny itself. But in the heart of the silent sands, light and shadow dance a dangerous game.
The sun dips below the dunes, and the desert wind whispers tales of old. You have arrived at the midnight Oasis.
Chapter 1. The sun was a tyrant over the capital of Sultan Vendon. It hung directly overhead, a blinding white eye that scorched the earth and turned the air into a shimmering curtain of heat. In the lower districts, where the streets were narrow and the buildings huddled together like fearful beasts, the temperature was suffocating. Here, amidst the dust and the decay, life was cheap, and water was worth more than blood. But in the grand design of the city, where the high walls of the palace separated the divine from the desperate, a storm was brewing in the form of a boy whom the world had discarded. They called him a street rat. They called him filth, but as he perched on the precarious edge of a terracotta roof, looking down at the swarming bazaar, he knew himself as Aladdin. He was lean, his skin bronzed by the relentless sun and scarred by the harsh lessons of the slums. His dark hair was swept back, revealing eyes that were too sharp, too calculating for a mere beggar. While other thieves looked for unguarded purses or loose jewelry, Aladdin looked for leverage. He watched the flow of the crowd, the rhythm of the patrols, and the structural weaknesses of the power that held his people down. Below him, the market was a cacophony of shouting merchants, bleating goats, and the clatter of carts. Through the chaotic sea of bodies parted a wedge of fear. The city watch had arrived. At their head marched Captain Jeet, a man of imposing stature and grotesque vanity. Jeet wore armor that gleamed with polished oil, a stark contrast to the rags of the people he shoved aside. His face was a mask of arrogant cruelty, his beard oiled and pointed, his eyes scanning the crowd not for crime, but for profit. Aladdin watched from his high perch, his fingers gripping the hot clay tiles. He saw Jeet stop at a stall selling spices. The captain did not ask for a tithe. He simply knocked a jar of expensive saffron to the ground, shattering it, and then laughed as the merchant fell to his knees in tears. This was the law of Sultan Vendon, enforced by the brute strength of men like Jeet. Aladdin did not feel the hot flush of anger anymore. He had trained himself to feel only the cold clarity of strategy. Anger made you sloppy. Strategy made you survive. His stomach growled, a painful reminder that he had not eaten since the previous sunrise. He needed food, but he also needed to send a message, however small. He spotted a supply wagon behind Jeet's patrol, laden with baskets of bread and salted meats intended for the barracks. Aladdin moved. He did not run, he flowed. He dropped from the roof onto a stack of crates, silent as a shadow, and slipped into the press of the crowd. He navigated the crushing mass of bodies, with an instinct bordering on the supernatural, weaving through gaps that seemed too small for a human form. He reached the edge of the thoroughfare just as Jeet's procession slowed to navigate a muddy rut. The boy picked up a heavy, discarded melon rind and, with the precision of an archer, hurled it. It sailed over the heads of the crowd and struck the helmet of the guard directly to Jeet's right with a wet thud. The guard yelped, spinning around, his spear clattering against Jeet's armor. The crowd gasped. In that singular moment of confusion, while Jeet roared at his incompetent subordinate, Aladdin lunged. He dove under the wagon, slashed the bottom of a low-hanging canvas sack with a jagged shard of metal, and caught the falling loaves of bread in his tunic. Before the first loaf could hit the dirt, he rolled out the other side, springing to his feet and disappearing into the labyrinth of alleyways. "Stop him," Jeet bellowed, his voice cracking like a whip. "The rat! Stop that rat!" Heavy boots pounded against the cobblestones. Aladdin did not look back. He knew the layout of the slums better than he knew the lines of his own palm. He scrambled up a pile of rotting lumber, vaulted onto a low wall, and pulled himself up to the rooftops once more. An arrow whistled past his ear, shattering a clay pot near his foot. He laughed, a breathless, defiant sound, and leaped across a dizzying gap between two buildings. He landed in a roll, coming up sprinting, leaving the shouts of the furious captain far below. Minutes later, safe in the highest reaches of the district, Aladdin sat with his legs dangling over the edge of a minaret that had long since lost its glory. He broke the bread, eating slowly, his eyes fixed on the horizon. From here, he could see the entire city. He pulled a stick of charcoal from his sash and turned to the wall behind him. It was covered in drawings, a sprawling, intricate map of the city's rooftops, the guard rotations, and the secret entrances to the noble district. He added a new mark where Jeet's patrol had faltered, noting the captain's slow reaction time. Aladdin's gaze drifted from his map to the glittering white palace that crowned the city. It stood atop a hill, isolated and pristine, a world away from the squalor. Somewhere inside those walls was Princess Moon, a figure spoken of only in whispers. The rumors said she was brilliant, a prisoner of her father's paranoia and Jeet's ambition. Aladdin wondered if she, too, looked out at the city and saw a board game waiting to be played. He finished his meal and dusted the crumbs from his hands. The sun was setting, painting the sky in bruises of purple and red. The shadows were lengthening. The day belonged to Jeet and his brutes, but the night belonged to the rat. And the rat was planning a revolution. Chapter 2. The twilight in the capital did not bring relief from the heat. It merely draped the city in a suffocating cloak of indigo and charcoal. In the deeper shadows of the bazaar, where the torchlight dared not reach, a figure stood motionless. To the passing beggars and rushing laborers, he was simply an old merchant in robes of expensive, midnight blue silk, perhaps lost or waiting for a clandestine meeting. But Malin was neither lost nor waiting without purpose. He was hunting. For 1,000 years, he had worn faces like masks, shedding them as a snake sheds its skin. This face, with its hooked nose and beard the color of iron filings, was merely his latest vessel. He stood perfectly still, his breath shallow, his ancient eyes scanning the throngs of humanity not for beauty or strength, but for a specific frequency of desperation and brilliance. He needed a thief, but not just a common cut-purse. The cave of ossuaries, a tomb of nightmares that opened only once a century, demanded a soul that was diamond-hard and razor-sharp. He had watched a dozen men die this week alone, testing their mettle against the city's dangers, and all had been found wanting. They were too slow, too greedy, or too principled. Malin's patience, usually as deep as the ocean, was beginning to evaporate like water on the desert sands. Then, a ripple of disturbance tore through the market square. Captain Jeet was on the move again. The brute had escalated his war against the street rats. Tonight, Jeet had not come with a marching column, but with a snare. In the center of the plaza, A crate of silver goblets had been left unattended, spilled as if by accident. It was a clumsy trap, insulting in its obviousness. Hidden behind the spice stalls, Jeet's guards waited with nets and truncheons, their armor muffled by burlap. They breathed heavily, anticipation sweating from their pores. Malin watched with a sneer. He expected some starving fool to lunge for the silver and be beaten into a pulp. High above, perched on the wooden skeleton of a half-built awning, Aladdin looked down at the silver. His stomach twisted with hunger, but his mind was cold ice. He saw the gleam of the goblets, but he also saw the unnatural stillness of the spice merchants, who had been paid to look away. He saw the scuff of a military boot peeking out from behind a curtain of rugs. It was a stage play, and he refused to be the actor who died in the first act. Instead of descending, Aladdin pulled a small, polished mirror from his pocket, a trinket stolen weeks ago. He angled it to catch the light of a nearby brazier, flashing a beam directly into the eyes of a tethered donkey carrying a load of clay pots. The beast, startled by the sudden flare, kicked out wildly. Its hooves connected with the support beam of the rug stall where the guards were hiding. The structure collapsed with a magnificent crash. Rugs, timber, and cursing soldiers tumbled into the open in a cloud of dust. The trap was sprung, but on the trappers. Chaos erupted. The crowd panicked, surging forward. In the confusion, Aladdin did not run away. He dropped into the heart of the storm. He landed lightly amidst the coughing, flailing guards. He did not touch the silver goblets. They were heavy and hard to fence. Instead, his hand darted to the belt of the distraction, the captain of the squad, who was currently trying to untangle himself from a heavy tapestry. Aladdin's fingers were a blur. He unhooked a heavy ring of iron keys and a pouch of coins, then vanished under the legs of the stampeding donkey before anyone realized he had been there. From the shadows, Malin felt a shiver of delight that had nothing to do with the night air. He had found him. The boy moved like smoke. He thought around corners. He was arrogant, reckless, and utterly brilliant. He was the diamond in the rough. Aladdin sprinted until his lungs burned, finally collapsing in a dead-end alleyway miles from the market. He leaned against the rough brick, checking his prize. The keys would open the city gates after dark. The coins would feed him for a month. He allowed himself a grin of triumph. A masterful performance, a voice rasped, dry as parchment. Aladdin spun around, a knife appearing in his hand as if by magic. At the mouth of the alley stood the old merchant in blue silk. The man did not flinch at the blade. He leaned on a staff of polished ebony, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. "Who are you?" Aladdin demanded, keeping his back to the wall. "If you're with Jeet, you're too old to stop me." "Jeet plays checkers with stones," Malin said, stepping closer, the shadows seeming to stretch and follow him. "You, my boy, are playing chess with the wind. I have no love for the city watch. I am but a humble traveler, a merchant seeking to recover a family heirloom." Aladdin lowered the knife an inch, but his eyes remained narrowed. "I'm not a retrieval service. Find a mercenary. Mercenaries have muscles, but they lack finesse." Malin purred. He reached into his robe. Aladdin tensed, ready to strike, but the old man pulled out only a single coin. He flipped it through the air. Aladdin caught it. It was heavy, far heavier than the debased currency of Sultan Vendon. It was gold, ancient and pure, stamped with the face of a king, whose name had been forgotten by history. The heat of it seeped into his palm. "That is merely a retainer," Malin lied smoothly, his voice weaving a spell of greed and promise. "I need a pair of hands that can move without trembling. I need a mind that sees traps before they snap. There's a cave not far from here in the desert. Inside is a simple oil lamp. It is worthless to you, rusted and old, but it holds sentimental value to me. Bring me the lamp, and I will give you enough of those golden coins to buy the palace itself." Aladdin looked at the coin, then at the old man. The offer sounded too good to be true, the classic lure of a fool. But looking at the strange, dark intensity of the merchant, Aladdin felt a pull he couldn't explain. It was the call of destiny, or perhaps the call of the abyss. "One lamp?" Aladdin asked, flipping the coin back to the merchant. "For a fortune?" "One lamp," Malin confirmed, catching the gold with a skeletal hand, "and the chance to prove you are more than just a rat scurrying in the dark." Aladdin sheathed his knife. The hunger in his belly was gone, replaced by a hunger for something greater. "Lead the way, old man." Chapter 3. The city of Sultan Vendon, usually a cacophony of shouting merchants and rattling carts, had finally succumbed to an uneasy silence. The moon, a pale sliver of bone against the black velvet of the sky, cast long, distorted shadows across the cobblestones as Aladdin followed the stranger toward the city gates. The air had grown cold, the heat of the day evaporating into the desert that lay waiting beyond the walls. Aladdin walked with the silent tread of a predator, his hand hovering near the dagger concealed within his sash. He had the gold coin, heavy and warm against his chest, but his mind was a storm of calculation. Why would a man who dressed in silks and spoke with the arrogance of a vizier need a street rat to fetch a rusted lamp? The logic did not hold. It was a puzzle with a missing piece, and Aladdin hated puzzles he could not solve. Just as they reached the shadow of the great archway leading out of the capital, Malin stopped abruptly. The sorcerer turned, his silhouette jagged and imposing against the starlight. He did not look at the boy. Instead, he looked at the darkness of the dunes stretching out before them, as if greeting an old friend. "The desert is a cruel mistress to the unprepared," Malin rasped, his voice sounding like dry leaves skittering over stone. "It strips the flesh from the bone and the hope from the soul. We have a long journey, and the place we go, it has teeth." Aladdin crossed his arms, leaning back against the rough sandstone of the gate. "I have survived the slums of the lower district during the plague years," he said, his voice flat. "I can handle a little sand." Malin chuckled, a sound devoid of humor. "Sand is the least of your worries, boy. The cave of ossuaries does not tolerate intruders. It requires authorization." The old man reached into the deep folds of his midnight blue robe. Aladdin tensed, expecting a weapon, but Malin withdrew a small object that caught no light. It was a ring. Not a band of gold or silver, nor one set with rubies to catch the eye of a thief. It was iron, dull and pitted with the corrosion of centuries. It looked less like jewelry and more like a shackle cut down to the size of a finger. "Take it," Malin commanded, holding it out. Aladdin stared at the object. His instincts, honed by years of dodging the city watch and outsmarting rival gangs, screamed a warning. Gifts were never free. "What is it?" he asked, making no move to touch it. "Insurance," Malin replied, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "A talisman. It will shield you from the ambient curses that linger in the tomb. Without it, you would likely turn to ash before you even crossed the threshold. Consider it a loan." Aladdin hesitated. He looked at the sorcerer's outstretched hand. The skin was pale and tight, the fingernails long and yellowed. He reached out slowly, his fingers brushing the cold metal. The moment his skin made contact with the iron, a shock went through him, not of pain, but of profound, crushing sorrow. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The wind howling through the gate suddenly sounded like a chorus of distant, weeping voices. Aladdin gasped and pulled his hand back, but the ring sat heavy in his palm, anchoring him to the spot. He brought it closer to his face. The iron was cold, unnatural, sucking the heat from his skin. And there was a sound. It was faint, on the very edge of hearing, like the hum of a tuning fork struck in a quiet room. It was a vibration that traveled up his arm and settled in his chest, a low, mournful resonance. It felt like grief. It felt like a prison. "It hums," Aladdin whispered, looking up at the old man with wide eyes. "It is merely the enchantment," Malin dismissed, though a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. He was impatient. "Magic has a frequency, boy. Put it on. We are losing the cover of night." Aladdin turned the ring over. On the inside of the band, faint glyphs were etched into the metal, too worn to read. He felt a strange compulsion, a tug in the back of his mind that was not his own. The ring wanted to be worn. It was lonely. With a frown of suspicion, Aladdin slid the iron band onto the thumb of his right hand. It was too large, but as it passed the knuckle, the metal seemed to contract, tightening until it fit perfectly, gripping his flesh with a possessive chill. The humming grew louder for a split second, a voice trying to speak through a thick wall before fading back into a subliminal thrum. "Good," Malin said, turning his back on the boy and striding out into the open desert. "Do not remove it. If you value your life, keep it close." Aladdin clenched his fist, feeling the hard metal bite into his palm. He felt heavier, older, as if he had just taken on a burden he did not understand. He looked at the back of the sorcerer, his mind racing. Malin claimed the ring was for protection, but to Aladdin, it felt like a leash. "I'm watching you, old man," Aladdin muttered to the wind. He adjusted his tunic, checked his knife one last time, and stepped out from the city walls. He followed the dark figure into the dunes, the iron ring pulsing faintly with the rhythm of a heartbeat that had been waiting 1,000 years to be heard. Chapter 4. The world had dissolved into a monochromatic nightmare of beige and blinding white. For 3 days and 3 nights, Aladdin and the stranger, Malin, had trekked away from the safety of the maps and into the blank spaces of the world. Here, the desert did not behave as nature intended. The dunes did not merely shift with the wind, they seemed to crawl, rearranging themselves to confuse the traveler. The sun was not a celestial body, but a heavy, hateful weight pressing down on their shoulders. Aladdin, accustomed to the stifling alleys of the capital, found his street smarts useless against an enemy that offered no shade and no mercy. They walked in silence, save for the labored breathing of the 2 pack mules that carried their water and supplies. The animals were sturdy beasts, bred for the harsh climes of the borderlands, but even they were faltering. Their heads hung low, their hooves dragging through the deep, powdery sand that felt less like earth and more like the ground bones of giants. Aladdin wiped the grit from his cracked lips and looked at Malin. The old merchant, if he truly was a merchant, moved with an unnatural, gliding gait. He did not sweat. He did not stumble. He moved as if the desert were a carpet unrolled specifically for his feet. "We are off the trade routes," Aladdin croaked, his voice raspy from dehydration. "There is nothing out here but death and scorpions." "Where is this cave?" Malin did not turn around. "We are crossing the threshold of silence," he said, his voice carrying clearly over the wind without him raising it. "The cave of ossuaries does not exist in your world, boy. It exists in the spaces between." as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in violent streaks of bruised purple and blood orange. They reached a ridge. Below them lay a vast, circular depression in the sand, perfectly flat and unnervingly smooth. The air above this basin shimmered, not with heat, but with a crackling, oily energy. It looked like a wall of glass erected in the middle of nowhere, distorting the view of the dunes beyond. The mules stopped dead. They planted their hooves in the sand and bayed, a sound of primal terror. They smelled something that human senses could not detect. Aladdin tugged at their reins, but the beasts refused to budge, their eyes rolling white with panic. "They will go no further," Aladdin said, patting the neck of the lead mule. "They sense a storm." "They sense the barrier," Malin corrected. He turned, and for the first time in days, a smile touched his lips. It was a cold, hungry expression. The ancients sealed this path with a blood ward. It demands a toll, a life given to open the way. Aladdin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the desert night. He took a step back, his hand instinctively going to the iron ring on his thumb. The metal band hummed, a frantic vibration against his skin. "I am not a sacrifice, old man." Malin laughed, a dry, rattling sound. No, you are the key. You are the diamond in the rough, these." He gestured dismissively at the trembling animals. "These are merely the fuel." Before Aladdin could react, the sorcerer moved with a speed that belied his age. He produced a dagger from his sleeve, a twisted blade of obsidian that seemed to absorb the dying light. He did not hesitate. He did not offer a prayer. With a singular, fluid motion, he slashed the throat of the lead mule. The beast collapsed without a sound, its life spilling out onto the thirsty sand. Aladdin shouted, lunging forward, but an invisible force knocked him back. He watched in horror as Malin dispatched the second animal with the same terrifying efficiency. The sorcerer stood over the carcasses, chanting in a language that sounded like stones grinding together. The blood did not pool. It defied gravity, rising into the air as a crimson mist. The shimmering wall in the valley below began to pulse. It drank the red mist, the energy swirling and darkening, until the air tore open with a sound like a thunderclap. The barrier shattered, revealing a dark, jagged path leading down into the earth, a wound in the desert floor. Malin wiped the black blade on his silk pristine robes, leaving a dark stain. He looked at Aladdin, his eyes devoid of any humanity. "Do not look at me with such judgment, boy. Power requires cost. Those beasts were born to carry burdens. Today, they carried us across the threshold. That is a noble end." Aladdin stared at the dead animals, then at the man who had killed them without a flicker of remorse. In the capital, Captain Jeet killed for pleasure and power, but this was different. This was cold transaction. Malin saw living things as numbers in a ledger, assets to be liquidated when necessary. "And when my usefulness ends," Aladdin asked quietly, his hand gripping the hilt of his own small knife, "will I be the fuel for the journey home?" Malin turned and began to descend the path toward the darkness. "Prove your worth, Aladdin, and you will never be the fuel. You will be the one holding the knife. Now, come, the lamp awaits, and I have waited 1,000 years." Aladdin looked back at the vast, empty desert, then at the sorcerer descending into the gloom. He was trapped. The only way out was through. With a heavy heart and a sharpening mind, the street rat followed the monster into the dark. Chapter 5. The wind died the moment the earth tore open. The entrance was not a grand archway, but a jagged rupture in the sandstone, resembling a wound that refused to heal. From the depths rose a scent that Aladdin knew too well from the plague years, the sweet, cloying odor of decay preserved by dry air. This was no cave of wonders. This was a mouth waiting to swallow. Malin stood at the precipice, his silhouette framed against the bruising purple of the twilight sky. The sorcerer did not step closer. He leaned on his staff, his body rigid with a tension that bordered on hunger. "The threshold is open," Malin whispered, his voice trembling with an emotion that might have been fear or ecstasy. "I can go no further. The law of the sands forbids the sorcerer from entering the vault of the innocent. But you are unwritten. You are the blank slate." Aladdin peered into the abyss. Stone steps, worn smooth by the passage of things that were not human, spiraled down into a darkness so absolute it seemed to have weight. "And if I refuse?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. He glanced at the carcasses of the mules, their blood already turning black in the sand. "Then you join them," Malin said simply, gesturing to the dead beasts. "But bring me the lamp, and you shall live like a sultan. Remember the rule, boy. It is absolute. You will see mountains of gold, rivers of gems, and artifacts that could topple empires. Touch none of it. A single coin, a single grain of diamond dust, and the earth will crush you. Retrieve the lamp. Nothing else." Aladdin took a breath, holding the cool air in his lungs as if it might be his last. He adjusted the iron ring on his thumb, which pulsed with a low, rhythmic throb, and stepped onto the first stair. The descent was long. With every step, the heat of the desert faded, replaced by a subterranean chill that seeped into his bones. The silence was deafening, broken only by the grit crunching under his sandals. Down, 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 until the square of violet sky above was nothing more than a distant star. When his foot finally found level ground, the darkness seemed to retreat, pushed back by a soft, eerie bioluminescence. Patches of moss and glowing fungi clung to the cavern walls, casting the vast chamber in a ghostly, sickly green light. Aladdin froze, his breath hitched in his throat. He was standing in a cathedral of greed. To his left and right, towering heaps of gold coins rose like sand dunes. Necklaces of rubies as large as pigeon eggs hung from stalactites. Swords with hilts of ivory and blades of Damascus steel lay in chaotic piles. It was enough wealth to buy the city of Sultan Vendon 1,000 times over. It was enough to raise an army, to bribe the gods, to rewrite history. But as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, the true nature of the cave of ossuaries revealed itself. The treasures were not stacked on tables or chests. They were piled upon bones. Aladdin stepped closer, his heart hammering against his ribs. The mounds of gold were intermixed with the ivory white of human ribs, the hollow stare of skulls, and the disjointed femurs of men who had come before him. Some of the skeletons were ancient, crumbling into dust at the mere vibration of his footsteps. Others looked disturbingly recent, still clad in the tattered rags of thieves and the rusted armor of knights. He realized then why Malin had called it a diamond in the rough. He wasn't the first. He was simply the latest in a long, bloody line of fools. "Touch nothing," he whispered to himself, the words echoing in the vast, silent chamber. He moved forward, weaving a path through the valley of death and riches. The temptation was a physical force. A sapphire ring sat perched on the finger bone of a long-dead adventurer, calling to him. A golden chalice lay tipped on its side, spilling emeralds instead of wine. Every instinct in his street rat soul screamed at him to grab a handful, to fill his pockets. But the sight of the skeletons kept his hands firmly at his sides. The iron ring on his thumb grew warmer, its hum turning into a buzz of warning. It seemed to guide him, pulling his hand slightly to the left, away from a particularly glittering pile of onyx. Aladdin trusted the ring more than he trusted the sorcerer. He followed the sensation, stepping over the ribcage of a man who had died reaching for a pearl necklace. Ahead, in the center of the cavern, a solitary spire of rock rose from the floor. It was surrounded by a moat of still, black water. Atop the spire, bathed in a singular beam of light that had no source, sat the object of Malin's obsession. It was underwhelming. It was a simple oil lamp, battered and tarnished, made of common copper that had turned green with age. It looked like trash amidst the splendor of the tomb. But the silence around it was heavy, pregnant with power. Aladdin approached the edge of the black water. He looked back at the path he had walked, a trail through a graveyard of greed. He looked up at the ceiling, miles of rock hanging over his head like the blade of a guillotine. Just the lamp, he muttered, steeling himself against the crushing weight of the atmosphere. Get the lamp, get the gold, get the girl. In that order, he took a running leap across the black water, aiming for the stone spire. Chapter 6. The landing was hard, jarring the breath from his lungs, but Aladdin kept his footing. He stood now upon the central island of rock, surrounded by the oily black waters of the subterranean lake. From this vantage point, the true horror of the cavern revealed itself, stripping away the initial allure of the gold and the gems. What he had mistaken for mounds of treasure from the distance were, in fact, cairns. He took a cautious step forward, the silence of the tomb pressing against his ears like deep water. The air here was not just stale. It was heavy with the metallic tang of old magic and the dust of pulverized bone. Aladdin looked at the nearest treasure. It was a skeleton, half buried in a drift of gold coins. But the horror lay in the details. The bones had not merely been covered by the hoard, they had become part of it. Vines of solid emerald grew through the ribcage, blooming with flowers made of sapphires. The skull, tilted back in a silent scream, had been filled with diamonds that spilled from the eye sockets like frozen tears. Aladdin felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. This was not a treasury. It was a garden where the soil was made of gold and the fertilizer was human. He walked past another figure, this one smaller, perhaps a child. The bones were encased in silver filigree, turning the corpse into a grotesque statue. Aladdin knelt, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He recognized the remnants of the clothing clinging to the brittle femurs. It was rough-spun cotton, dyed in the cheap indigo of the lower districts. These were not princes or knights who had fallen in battle. These were street rats. He stood up, his fists clenching at his sides. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Malin had not chosen him because he was special. The sorcerer had not seen greatness in him. He had seen expendability. Aladdin was merely the latest in a long, tragic lineage of diamonds in the rough, desperate boys with quick hands and empty bellies, lured into the dark by the promise of a better life, only to be left here to rot when they served their purpose or failed the test. "You monster," Aladdin whispered to the emptiness, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and white-hot rage. "You didn't want a partner. You wanted a sacrifice." The iron ring on his thumb pulsed violently, a throb of sorrow that matched the beating of his own heart. It was a warning, or perhaps a greeting to the dead who surrounded them. Aladdin forced himself to look away from the jewel-encrusted dead and toward the center of the spire. There was no pedestal. There was no beam of holy light. There was only the final skeleton. This one sat upon a throne of rough-hewn rock, its legs drawn up to its chest, in a fetal position of despair. It was the only skeleton that had not been consumed by the parasitic gems. It was stark, white, and unadorned, save for what it clutched in its bony hands. Aladdin approached slowly, feeling like an intruder in a private moment of grief. The skeleton's fingers were locked tight, fused by time and death around a simple, batter object. It was the lamp. It was remarkably ugly. In a room filled with shimmering brilliance, the lamp was a dull, dented thing of copper, green with verdigris and covered in a layer of grime. It looked like something a beggar would trade for a crust of bread. Yet, the air around it distorted, shimmering with a heat that had no source. "I am sorry," Aladdin murmured to the anonymous dead boy. "I am sorry he left you here." He reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the cold bone, a static shock snapped through the air. The iron ring on his thumb flared with a sudden, painful heat, as if reacting to the proximity of the lamp. Aladdin grit his teeth and took hold of the oil lamp. He pulled. The skeletal fingers did not want to let go. They held on with the stubborn grip of the grave. Aladdin braced his foot against the rock throne and pulled harder, sweat stinging his eyes. With a dry crack that echoed like a gunshot in the silence, the finger bones gave way. The lamp came free. Aladdin stumbled back, clutching the heavy copper vessel to his chest. The moment the lamp was separated from its guardian, the cavern groaned. A deep, tectonic rumble vibrated through the floor, shaking the piles of gold and sending cascades of coins skittering into the dark water. The green bioluminescence on the walls began to flicker and die, plunging the edges of the room into shadow. "Touch nothing but the lamp," Malin had said. But Aladdin knew now that the rules were a lie. The game was rigged from the start. He looked at the prize in his hands, then at the path back up the spiraling stairs. The sorcerer was waiting up there, expecting a naive boy to hand over phenomenal cosmic power in exchange for a pat on the head. Aladdin wiped the dust from the lamp with his thumb, his eyes narrowing in the gloom. He was not going to be another statue in this garden of bones. He was Aladdin, the rat who ruled the rooftops, and he was going to survive. He shoved the lamp into his sash, feeling the cold metal bite into his skin, and began to run. The earth shook beneath him, the ancient trap waking up to claim its newest victim. But the boy was already moving, fueled by the one thing the dead lacked: the desperate, burning will to live. Chapter 7. The lungs of the earth were collapsing. What had begun as a deep, tectonic rumble had escalated into a violent seizure of the stone itself. The spiral staircase, carved from the living rock of the desert floor, was disintegrating under Aladdin's feet. Steps that had held firm for centuries turned to sand the moment his weight pressed upon them, sending him scrambling on hands and knees to keep from sliding back into the abyss. Below him, the garden of bones was being swallowed by the rising black water, the jeweled skeletons of the fallen boys sinking beneath the oily surface to be forgotten once more. Aladdin did not look back. He focused entirely on the patch of violet sky above, a shrinking square of freedom that seemed miles away. His breath came in ragged gasps, his fingernails torn and bleeding as he clawed at the walls. The copper lamp was shoved tight against his ribs, wrapped in his sash, a hard lump that felt heavier with every step. It was not just metal, it was a burden, a curse that had woken the cave from its slumber. "Faster, boy, faster." The voice drifted down from the surface, thin and frantic. Aladdin gritted his teeth, forcing his exhausted muscles to propel him upward. The heat of the desert night hit him first, a dry blast contrasting with the damp chill of the tomb. He lunged for the final ledge, his chest heaving, and threw an arm over the lip of the cave entrance. He looked up. Malin stood over him, magnified by the angle, looming like a vulture waiting for the carrion to cool. The sorcerer's face was twisted, his eyes wide with a manic desperation that bordered on madness. He did not reach out a hand to help. He did not offer a rope. He simply extended a trembling, skeletal claw. The lamp. Malin shrieked, the wind whipping his midnight blue robes around him like restless shadows. "Give me the lamp." Aladdin hung there, his legs dangling over the void, his grip on the sandstone precarious. He looked at the old man's face, and then he looked at the hand outstretched toward him. It was not the hand of a savior. It was the hand of a collector. In that split second, the image of the small skeleton in the cavern below, the child wearing the indigo rags, flashed through Aladdin's mind. He realized with a sickening clarity that the rope would never come. Once the lamp was in Malin's grasp, the only thing that would follow was a boot to the face. "Help me up," Aladdin gasped, clutching the rock with white knuckles. "Pull me up and I will give it to you." "First the lamp," Malin roared, spittle flying from his lips. He fell to his knees, leaning over the edge, his face inches from Aladdin's. "Do not bargain with me, you street rat. I am the architect of dynasties. Hand it over before the earth swallows you whole." "I saw them," Aladdin shouted back, the defiance rising in him like bile. "I saw the others. I saw the garden. You never let them out." Malin froze. The mask of the benevolent merchant vanished completely, revealing the ancient, hollow thing beneath. His eyes narrowed into slits of pure malice. He looked at the horizon, where the sun had just dipped below the dunes, leaving only a blood-red stain on the sky. The time was running out. The alignment of the stars that allowed the cave to open was breaking. "You are clever," Malin hissed, his voice dropping to a dangerous, vibrating whisper. "Too clever for your own good. It is a pity. You were the best of them." The sorcerer stood up abruptly. He raised his staff of polished ebony high above his head. The wood began to glow with a sickly, bruised light. "No," Aladdin screamed, trying to heave himself up, but the rock beneath his fingers began to turn soft, melting like wax. "From dust you came, and to dust you shall return," Malin intoned, slamming the staff into the sand. "I deny you the light. I deny you the air. I seal this tomb until the stars turn again." The desert roared. The jagged mouth of the cave did not just close, it slammed shut. The rocks ground together with the sound of breaking bones. The square of violet sky vanished in an instant, replaced by the crushing weight of solid stone. Aladdin's scream was cut short as the ledge dissolved. He fell backward into the suffocating dark. The wind rushed past his ears, a howling void, as he tumbled down, back toward the black water and the waiting dead. The entrance was gone. The exit was gone. There was only the silence of the grave. And the boy who had flown too close to the sun was now buried beneath the sands of time. Chapter 8. The darkness was not merely an absence of light. It was a physical weight, a suffocating blanket of wool that pressed against Aladdin's eyes and filled his mouth with the taste of ancient dust. He lay on his back, the breath driven from his lungs by the impact of his fall. He had landed on a slope of loose scree, sliding down into the crushing silence of the abyss. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, but the pain was distant, eclipsed by the terrifying realization of his reality. He was buried alive. Aladdin sat up, his hands scrabbling blindly in the dark. His fingers brushed against cold stone, and something that felt disturbingly like a dry, brittle ribcage. He recoiled, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The silence was absolute. The wind that had howled through the entrance was gone. The tectonic groans of the earth had settled into a tomb-like stillness. He was alone with the dead, another skeleton waiting to be decorated with jewels for a sorcerer who would never return. Malin, he hissed, the name tasting like bile. You treacherous snake. Panic, cold and sharp, began to rise in his chest. He reached into his sash, his trembling fingers closing around the cold metal of the lamp. It was still there, the cause of all his misery. He considered hurling it into the darkness, but instinct stayed his hand. It was the only solid thing he possessed, a worthless piece of copper that had cost him the sun. As he shifted, his hand scraped against the rough stone floor, and a spark of pain shot up his arm. He winced, clutching his right hand. The iron ring on his thumb was vibrating. It was not the subtle hum from before. It was a frantic, oscillating throb, as if the metal were shivering from the cold. Aladdin rubbed the ring, trying to soothe the stinging sensation, or perhaps simply to twist it off his swollen finger. Get off, he muttered, frustration tearing at his voice. Get off, you cursed thing. He rubbed the band of iron briskly with his palm. The vibration stopped instantly. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then a sound emerged from the vacuum, a long, drawn-out sigh, like the wind weeping through a canyon. The air in front of him dropped 20 degrees in an instant. A faint, gray luminosity began to bleed into the darkness. It was not the warm glow of fire, but the pale, sickly light of a moon viewed through thick fog. Aladdin scrambled backward, his heels digging into the loose gravel. The light coalesced, swirling and thickening, twisting into a pillar of smoke that smelled of ozone and old tears. From the mist, a form took shape. It was a figure, tall and impossibly slender, hovering a few inches above the ground. It appeared to be a woman, though her features were indistinct, constantly shifting like oil on water. Her skin was the color of ash, and her robes were woven from shadows that trailed into nothingness. She did not look powerful, she looked exhausted. Her eyes were two pools of sorrow, glowing with a dim, white light. She looked down at Aladdin, her expression one of infinite pity. I am summoned, she whispered. Her voice was not loud, yet it echoed inside his skull, a melancholic melody. I am Ishra, the keeper of the iron band. Why do you wake me from the gray sleep, little thief? Aladdin stared, his mouth agape. He had heard the legends of the jinn, beings of fire and smokeless flame who could level cities, but this creature seemed fragile, made of memory and regret. Are you a genie? Aladdin stammered, clutching the lamp tight. Can you get me out? I command you to get me out. Ishra tilted her head, a sad smile touching her lips. Command. You speak with the arrogance of a king, but you wear the rags of a prisoner. I am not the slave of the lamp, boy. I am the spirit of the ring. My power is not the roaring fire that consumes. It is the smoke that drifts through the cracks. She floated closer, her form undulating. I cannot build you a palace. I cannot bring you mountains of gold. I cannot slay your enemies with lightning. I am the guide for the lost. I am the whisper in the dark. Aladdin slumped against the cave wall, the adrenaline fading into despair. So you're useless, he said bitterly. Just my luck. I find a magic spirit, and she can't do magic. I did not say I was powerless, Ishra corrected gently. She reached out a smoky hand and brushed his cheek. Her touch was as cold as winter mist. I said I cannot move the mountain, but I can move you. Aladdin looked up, hope kindling in his chest. You can get me to the surface. I can shift us, Ishra said, her eyes drifting to the ceiling of rock miles above. I can walk the paths between spaces. It is a small magic, a quiet magic, but it is enough to leave this grave. She looked at the copper vessel in his lap. You hold the great one, she noted, a flicker of fear crossing her face. The Marid sleeps within that copper shell. Be warned, Aladdin. I offer guidance. He offers only power. And power is a heavy drink for a thirsty man. Aladdin looked at the lamp, then back at the sorrowful spirit. Just get me out of here, Ishra. Please, take me home. Home is far, Ishra whispered, her form beginning to expand, wrapping around him like a cloak of fog. But I can take you to the light. Close your eyes, little thief. The space between here and there is unsettling. Aladdin squeezed his eyes shut. He felt the cold smoke envelop him, seeping into his clothes, into his skin. The ground beneath him seemed to dissolve. The world twisted, a sensation of being pulled through the eye of a needle. The heavy silence of the tomb was replaced by a rushing wind, and the smell of ancient dust was washed away by the scent of ozone and the terrifying freedom of the open sky. Chapter 9. The sensation of travel through the smoke was not like flight. It was like being unraveled, thread by thread, and then violently knitted back together in a different dark. Aladdin hit the ground hard, the air knocked from his chest, his hands scraping against cold, wet slate. He scrambled to his feet, the copper lamp clutched to his stomach like a second heart, his eyes darting frantically for the crushing weight of the sorcerer's magic. But the ceiling here was low and arched, dripping with condensation, and the air smelled not of dry death, but of ancient, stagnant water. We are not out, Aladdin whispered, the panic rising in his throat. You said you would take me to the light. I said I would take you to the path, Ishra replied, her voice drifting from the shadows like a cold draft. The spirit hung in the air, her form less distinct now, a wisp of gray vapor barely holding the shape of a woman. She pointed a translucent finger down the twisting corridor. My power wanes, little thief. I am bound to the ring, and the ring has slept for an age. This is the undercroft, the veins of the mountain. It leads to the surface, but the way is barred by the paranoia of the dead. Aladdin wiped the slime from his face and looked down the tunnel. It was absolute blackness, save for the faint, ghostly luminescence emanating from Ishra. He was miles beneath the desert, trapped in the intestines of the earth. But he was alive, and where there was life, there was a hustle. Stay close, he commanded, his voice shaking only slightly. He adjusted the iron ring on his thumb. And shine as bright as you can. They moved forward. The tunnel was treacherous, the floor uneven and slick with moss that had never seen the sun. Aladdin did not walk like a soldier, he walked like a rat. He kept his center of gravity low, his feet testing every stone before committing his weight. In the capital, a loose roof tile meant a broken leg. Here, a loose stone meant a fall into the center of the earth. After what felt like hours of winding ascent, the corridor widened into a circular chamber. 3 archways stood before them, identical in size and shape. Above them, carved into the rock in a dialect Aladdin barely recognized, was a warning. To the right, the path of the warrior, brave and brief. To the left, the path of the scholar, long and lost. In the center, the path of the king, paid in blood. It is a riddle, Ishra murmured, her light flickering. The architects of the tomb loved their games. Aladdin scoffed, stepping closer to the archways. It's not a riddle. It's a con. In the bazaar, if a merchant offers you 3 melons and tells you one is poisoned, you don't pick a melon. You look at the merchant's hands. He ignored the inscriptions and knelt on the floor. He closed his eyes, blocking out the ghostly light of the djinn, and focused on his other senses. He licked his finger and held it up. The air in the chamber was dead still. But there was a faint, almost imperceptible draft. It didn't come from the warrior's path, nor the king's. It came from the cracks in the floor near the scholar's archway, but not through it. He crawled to the center arch, the king's path. He ran his hand along the frame. It was smooth, too smooth. Oil. This gate had been maintained. He looked at the floor. Scratches in the stone, deep gouges where heavy things had been dragged. The warrior's path is a deadfall, Aladdin deduced, his voice echoing in the chamber. The ceiling creates a seal. The scholar's path is a labyrinth. The air is stale, meaning it doesn't vent. That leaves the king. Paid in blood, Ishra warned. Kings don't pay, Aladdin said with a grim smile, remembering the cruelty of Sultan Vendan and Captain Jeet. Kings take. He looked at the threshold of the center arch. There was a pressure plate, broad and obvious, designed to trigger under the weight of a man. A novice thief would try to jump it. But Aladdin saw the second trigger, a tripwire of fine copper wire glistening in the gloom at chest height, waiting for someone to leap. It catches you high and low, he muttered. Brutal. Aladdin unwound his sash, tying one end to a heavy loose stone and the other to the rusted iron sconce on the wall. He lay flat on his belly, slithering across the floor like a snake, sliding under the tripwire, and distributing his weight so evenly that the pressure plate never fully depressed. It was a move he had perfected sliding under the locked gates of the noble district pantries. He cleared the trap and stood up on the other side. Come on, spirit. Ishra drifted through the trap, her eyes widening in what might have been impressed surprise. You navigate the dark as if you were born to it. I was, Aladdin replied. The tunnel climbed sharply now, turning into a rough chimney. Aladdin climbed until his fingers bled, jamming his boots into cracks, hauling his weight up inch by agonizing inch. The air grew thinner, but then sweeter. The smell of stagnation faded, replaced by the scent of dry heat and sage. With one final, desperate heave, Aladdin pushed aside a heavy slab of sandstone that covered the exit. He pulled himself up and rolled onto his back, gasping for air. He was out. The desert night stretched above him, a vast canopy of stars that looked nothing like the ceiling of the tomb. The air was cool and crisp, filling his burning lungs. He lay there for a long moment, the sand gritty against his skin, his heart pounding a rhythm of pure survival. He was alive. The sorcerer was gone. The tomb was sealed. He sat up slowly, wincing as his bruised muscles protested. He looked at his hand. The iron ring was dull and lifeless now, Ishra having retreated into the metal to rest. In his lap sat the copper lamp. It looked innocuous, a piece of junk fit for the scrap heap. But Aladdin looked at it with new eyes. He had been thrown into hell for this object. He had been betrayed and buried for it. You better be worth it, he whispered to the lamp. He tucked the vessel into his tunic, stood up on shaky legs, and looked toward the distant lights of the capital city. Captain Jeet was there. Princess Moon was there. And now Aladdin was coming back, but he was not the same rat who had left. He was something else entirely. He began the long walk home, leaving the nightmare of the cave behind him in the shifting sands. Chapter 10. The return to the capital had been a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. Aladdin had slipped through the city gates just before dawn, blending in with a caravan of farmers bringing vegetables to the market. Now, safe within the crumbling remains of the abandoned watchtower he called home, The adrenaline finally began to ebb, leaving him shaking and cold. He sat on his pile of stolen rugs, the morning sun slicing through the cracks in the masonry, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. In his lap sat the object of all his misery. The lamp. It was hideous. In the harsh light of day, it looked even more like junk than it had in the cave. The copper was pitted and stained with centuries of oxidation, and it smelled faintly of ozone and sulfur. Aladdin turned it over in his hands, tracing the dents. He had almost died for this. He had been buried alive, betrayed by a sorcerer, and forced to crawl through the bowels of the earth. And for what? A paperweight. You had better be worth more than your weight in scrap, Aladdin muttered, his voice raspy. He grabbed a ragged corner of his tunic and spat on the metal, intending to scrub away a particularly stubborn patch of grime to see if there were any markings underneath. He rubbed the copper surface hard. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. There was no buildup, no gentle humming like the iron ring. The air in the room simply ceased to exist, sucked into a vacuum that popped Aladdin's ears. The heavy oak door of the tower slammed shut of its own accord. The sunlight streaming through the cracks turned a blood-red hue. The lamp became searing hot, burning Aladdin's palm, and he dropped it with a yelp. It did not hit the floor. It hung suspended in midair, spinning slowly. From the spout, a torrent of energy erupted. It was not smoke, it was liquid fire. It poured out in a geyser of blue and violet plasma, expanding rapidly, filling the room with a pressure that cracked the stone walls. Aladdin scrambled backward, pressing himself into the furthest corner, shielding his face from the blinding radiance. The energy coalesced, twisting and hardening until it formed a shape. It was a torso of impossible proportions, muscles carved from blue granite and veins glowing with white-hot lightning. A head formed, bald and severe, with eyes that burned like dying stars. This was not a spirit of guidance like Ishra. This was a god of destruction. The being grew until it hunched against the ceiling, its presence sucking the oxygen from the room. It looked down at the cowering street rat, its expression one of bored, terrifying power. "I am the Marid," the entity boomed. Its voice was not a sound. It was a vibration that rattled Aladdin's teeth and shook the dust from the rafters. "I am the breaker of chains. I am the fire without smoke. Who summons the storm?" Aladdin tried to speak, but his voice failed him. He swallowed hard, forcing his courage to the surface. He stood up, though his knees trembled. "I am Aladdin," he managed to say. I hold the lamp." The Marid narrowed its eyes. It floated closer, inspecting the boy like a wolf inspecting a particularly scrawny rabbit. "You are small," the genie rumbled. "Frail. Your life is a flicker of a candle in a hurricane. And yet, you hold the anchor. The cosmic law binds me to the metal, and the metal is in your possession. Speak, master, but speak carefully." The genie crossed its massive arms, the movement causing the air to crackle with static. "I grant wishes 3. But know this, boy, I am not a nursery rhyme. I am literal. If you wish for a mountain of gold, I will drop a mountain on this city and crush it. If you wish for love, I will bind a soul to you until it screams for release. I am a weapon. Aim me." Aladdin stared at the being. The warning was clear. This was not a game. But as the fear subsided, the strategist in Aladdin awoke. He thought of Captain Jeet, the man who trampled saffron jars and laughed at misery. He thought of the Sultan, isolated and blind. He thought of Princess Moon, trapped in her tower. He didn't need a mountain of gold. He needed access. He needed to be someone they would listen to. "I have a plan," Aladdin said, his voice gaining strength. To defeat the monsters in the palace, I cannot be a rat. They will just step on me. I need to be a player in their game. He looked the Marid in the eye. I wish to become a prince, not just a man in fine clothes, but a prince of such wealth and lineage that even the Sultan cannot ignore me. I want the entourage, the history, the power. Make me a rival. The Marid grinned. It was a shark's grin, full of sharp edges. A prince, the genie mused. A lie wrapped in silk. A dangerous wish. The clothes do not make the man, Aladdin. I can rewrite reality to give you the title. I can conjure the parade. I can forge the documents of a kingdom that never existed. But the mind inside, that will still be the mind of a thief. Are you ready to wear the mask until it eats your face? I have been wearing masks my whole life, Aladdin replied coldly. Do it. As you command, the Marid roared. The genie clapped his massive hands together. The sound was like a thunderclap inside the small room. A vortex of magic swirled around Aladdin. He felt his rags disintegrating, replaced by the heavy weight of velvet and brocade. He felt gold bands materialize on his wrists, heavy and cool. The smell of the slums, rotting fruit, and open sewage was scrubbed from his skin, replaced by the scent of expensive sandalwood and rose water. The room dissolved into a kaleidoscope of light. Aladdin closed his eyes as the power of the cosmos rewrote his existence. When he opened them again, he would no longer be the rat. He would be the trap. Chapter 11. The sun had barely crested the eastern walls of the capital when the trembling began. It was not the rumble of an earthquake, nor the thunder of a desert storm. It was a rhythmic, resonating boom that vibrated through the cobblestones of the lower districts, shaking the dust from the thatched roofs of the slums. The starving citizens of Sultan Vendan, usually roused only by the shouts of Captain Jeet's brutal tax collectors, spilled out of their hovels, eyes wide with fear and confusion. They looked to the main gates, expecting an invading army. Instead, they witnessed a miracle born of smoke and lies. The great iron gates, usually barred tight against the world, groaned open, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Through the archway poured a river of gold and silk that seemed endless. At the head of the column marched 100 guards, but these were not men of flesh and blood. They were towering constructs of bronze and obsidian, their faces masked in expressionless metal, their movements perfectly synchronized. They did not speak. They only marched, their heavy boots striking the earth in a unison that sounded like the heartbeat of a war god. Behind them came the musicians, a phalanx of horns and drums played by beings that shimmered like mirages. They played a melody that was both triumphant and terrifying, a song that commanded the blood to race. And then came the wealth. Elephants, massive beasts draped in nets of woven silver, lumbered through the narrow streets, their tusks capped with gold. Servants, manifestations of the Marid's cosmic humor, tossed handfuls of coins into the crowd. It was chaos. The people, starved and desperate, scrambled for the gold. Aladdin, perched high atop the lead elephant in a howdah of purple velvet, watched the scene below with a heart that felt like lead. He saw the faces of the street rats, boys he had run with only days ago, fighting over the coins his magic servants threw like feed to chickens. He saw the desperation he had just escaped, and the guilt tasted like ash in his mouth. He was no longer a lad in the rat. The Marid had sculpted him into something new. His skin was scrubbed and oiled, his hair trimmed and scented with jasmine. He wore robes of white silk embroidered with pearls, and a turban pinned with a ruby the size of a fist. He looked every inch the Prince Ali, a royal scion from a kingdom that did not exist. But beneath the finery, his muscles were still tense, ready to run, ready to fight. "Smile, master," the Marid's voice rumbled in his ear, though no one else could hear it. The genie was invisible, riding the wind beside him. "You asked for a spectacle. Do not look like a mourner at your own funeral. You are the bait. Act delicious." Aladdin forced a haughty, imperious expression onto his face. He waved a hand lazily at the screaming crowds. Ahead, the white walls of the palace loomed. The city watch, usually so arrogant, were pushed back by the sheer mass of the procession. At the top of the grand staircase leading to the palace gates, a figure stood flanked by armed guards. It was Captain Jeet. The captain looked small against the backdrop of the conjured parade, but his malice was undiminished. He wore his polished armor like a second skin, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. His eyes, sharp and greedy, scanned the spectacle, calculating the value of every beast and bauble. As the elephant knelt at the base of the stairs, allowing Aladdin to descend, Jeet stepped forward. "Halt!" Jeet barked, though his voice was nearly drowned out by the cheering mob. "Who dares disrupt the peace of Sultan Vendon's city with this?" Circus, Aladdin stepped onto the red carpet that his magical servants had unrolled. He walked with a practiced arrogance, ignoring the captain entirely. He stopped 2 steps above Jeet, forcing the larger man to look up. "Disrupt?" Aladdin asked, his voice smooth and cultured, carrying the accent of a distant, wealthy land. "I bring gifts, Captain. I bring prosperity. I am Prince Ali of Ababwa. I have traveled across the burning sands to seek an audience with your sultan. Surely a man of your station knows better than to block the path of a royal suitor." Jeet's eyes narrowed. He was a predator, and he smelled a challenge. He looked at the bronze guards, at the overflowing chests of jewels, and then at the prince's face. He did not recognize the street rat he had hunted for years. The glamour was too perfect, the transformation too complete. But Jeet sensed a threat. This prince was too rich, too confident, and his arrival was too timely. "The Sultan sees no one without appointment," Jeet sneered, stepping into Aladdin's path. "And the tax for entering the royal district is heavy for foreigners." Aladdin laughed. It was a cold, dismissive sound that silenced the nearby guards. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, one of the bronze constructs stepped forward and dropped a heavy sack of gold coins at Jeet's feet. The bag split open, spilling a fortune onto the marble steps. "Keep the change," Aladdin said, stepping around the stunned captain. "And tell your master that the future has arrived." He swept past the guards, his heart hammering against his ribs, and entered the cool shadows of the palace. He was inside. The first wall had been breached. But as he walked down the corridor toward the throne room, Aladdin knew the hardest part was yet to come. He had to look the Sultan in the eye and lie, and he had to look Princess Moon in the eye and hope she saw the man beneath the mask. The game of shadows had begun. Chapter 12. The great doors of the throne room did not open. They groaned, heavy with the weight of gold leaf and the darker, unseen weight of a kingdom in decline. Aladdin, now draped in the ivory silks of Prince Ali, stepped across the threshold into a chamber that smelled of incense and stagnation. The room was a cavern of opulence, designed to dwarf any man who entered. But to Aladdin's sharp eyes, it looked less like a seat of power and more like a gilded cage. At the far end, raised upon a dais of lapis lazuli, sat Sultan Vendon. The ruler of the sands was a rotund man, his face soft and unlined, swaddled in layers of velvet that seemed to swallow him whole. He wore a turban that looked too heavy for his neck, tipping slightly to the left. In his hands, he did not hold a scepter or a decree, but a small, mechanical bird made of tin, which he wound obsessively with a golden key. The Sultan giggled as the toy chirped, a sound that echoed hollowly in the vast silence of the court. He was a child grown old, a man who had retreated into toys while his city starved outside the walls. But Aladdin did not look at the Sultan for long. His gaze shifted instantly to the shadow standing just behind the throne. Captain Jeet stood like a jagged shard of obsidian against the colorful backdrop of the court. He was not in uniform today, but in the dark leathers of a royal advisor, a sword hanging ominously at his hip. His hand rested on the back of the Sultan's throne, not in support, but in possession. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto Aladdin the moment he entered. There was no wonder in Jeet's gaze, only the sharp, dissecting look of a butcher eyeing a new carcass. Announcing Prince Ali of Ababwa, the herald cried, his voice trembling slightly as he glanced at Jeet. Aladdin strode forward, the heels of his boots clicking rhythmically on the marble. He stopped at the foot of the dais and bowed, a gesture of perfect, practiced grace that the Marid had drilled into his mind only moments before. "Greetings, great Sultan," Aladdin said, his voice projecting with the confidence of a man who owned the very air he breathed. "I come from the north, seeking the light of your wisdom and the warmth of your alliance." Sultan Vendon looked up from his toy, his eyes wide and watery. He blinked, as if waking from a long nap. "Ababwa," the Sultan mumbled, a smile spreading across his face. "I do not know this place. Do they have elephants? I heard there were elephants." 75, Your Highness," Aladdin replied with a charming smile, "and peacocks of purple and gold, all for you." Vendon clapped his hands, the mechanical bird forgotten. "Splendid, splendid, we must see them." "We must, sire." Jeet's voice cut through the joy like a razor. He stepped forward, his body blocking the Sultan's view of the prince. "We have no maps of an Ababwa. The world is full of charlatans and magicians who weave illusions to steal from the treasury. This man brings a circus, but does he bring credentials?" Aladdin straightened, locking eyes with the captain. He saw the game immediately. Jeet was the gatekeeper. The Sultan was the door, but Jeet held the key. "My credentials are parked in your courtyard, Captain," Aladdin said, his tone icy. "Gold that would pay your army for a decade. Jewels that would feed this city for a century. Do you call generosity a crime?" Jeet descended the stairs of the dais, moving with the predatory grace of a desert cat. He stopped inches from Aladdin, invading his space, smelling of oiled leather and blood. "Generosity is often a bribe in a pretty wrapper," Jeet whispered, low enough that the Sultan could not hear. "I know a rat when I see one, Prince. Your clothes are new, but your eyes are old. They watch the exits. They count the guards." Aladdin did not flinch. He leaned in, matching Jeet's intensity. A wise man watches the exits because he knows that fire can start anywhere, especially in a room full of paper tigers. Jeet recoiled slightly, his hand twitching toward his sword hilt. For a second, the mask of the courtier slipped, revealing the brute beneath. He had expected the prince to cower or bluster. He had not expected a threat. "Oh, stop it, Jeet," Sultan Vendon called out, oblivious to the tension that crackled like lightning between the two men. "Let the boy speak. He is charming and rich. We like rich, don't we?" Jeet turned back to the Sultan, his face smoothing instantly into a mask of obsequious concern. "Of course, sire, but we must be careful. The princess is your most precious treasure. If this stranger seeks her hand, He must prove he is more than just a merchant with a fancy parade. Aladdin felt a cold spike in his chest at the mention of Moon. So that was Jeet's angle. The captain wasn't just protecting the Sultan. He was hoarding the princess, likely for himself or for a political play of his own making. I seek only to serve, Aladdin lied smoothly, stepping around Jeet to address the Sultan again. But if there are customs to satisfy, Prince Ali does not shy away from a challenge. Jeet turned back to Aladdin, a cruel, thin smile slicing across his face. Excellent, the captain purred. We have had many suitors, Prince. Most leave in shame. Some do not leave at all. Since you are so confident, perhaps we shall skip the pleasantries and move straight to the assessment of your worth. Aladdin saw the trap snapping shut. He had walked into the lion's den wearing a stake as a necktie. But he was Aladdin. He had escaped the cave of ossuaries. He had outsmarted a 1,000-year-old sorcerer. He could handle a captain of the guard. Assess away, Captain, Aladdin said, spreading his arms. I have nothing to hide. Jeet's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp for a human. We shall see, the captain murmured. We shall see what spills out when we squeeze. Chapter 13. The audience with the Sultan had been a farce of toys and hollow pleasantries, but the summons that followed was a trial by fire. Aladdin, his heart beating a frantic rhythm beneath his borrowed silks, was escorted not to a boudoir or a banquet hall, but to the high balcony of the astronomy tower. Here, the air was thin and cold, far removed from the stench of the streets below. The wind whipped around the stone spire, carrying the scent of impending rain. Princess Moon stood at the edge of the parapet, her back to the door. She did not turn when the heavy iron latch clicked shut, leaving Aladdin alone with her. She was studying the city through a heavy brass telescope, her posture rigid, her hands gripping the instrument with white-knuckled intensity. She wore no veil, and her hair was bound back in a severe, practical braid that suggested a woman ready for work, not for courtship. Aladdin adjusted his turban, summoning the Marid's confidence. He cleared his throat, a sound meant to be commanding, but which was swallowed instantly by the wind. Princess Moon, I present myself as Prince Ali, he began, stepping forward with a flourish. I have crossed deserts to save the poetry for my father. The princess cut him off. Her voice was not the melodic chime of a damsel. It was low, husky, and sharp as a skinning knife. She turned slowly, and Aladdin felt the breath catch in his throat. She was beautiful, yes, with eyes dark as the midnight sky, but it was a terrifying beauty. It was the beauty of a storm front. She stepped away from the telescope and walked toward him, her gaze dissecting him. She looked at his pearl-embroidered boots, his pristine hands, and the ruby on his turban. She did not look impressed. She looked suspicious. You bring 75 golden camels and 50 peacocks into a city that is starving, she stated, circling him like a shark. You throw coins to the crowd, causing a riot that injured 3 laborers. Is this your strategy for governance, Prince Ali? Bread and circuses? Or do you simply enjoy watching the poor dance for your amusement? Aladdin froze. The script in his head, filled with compliments and boasts, evaporated. This was not the conversation he had prepared for. He had expected a recluse, a flower trapped in a tower. He had found a wolf. I intended to show generosity, Aladdin stammered, the street rat peeking through the prince's facade. Wealth must flow to be useful. Standing water goes stagnant. A pretty metaphor, Moon countered, stopping directly in front of him, but economically unsound. Dumping foreign gold into a closed market devalues the local currency. You have not fed the people. You have inflated the price of grain for the next month. My father sees shiny metal and claps his hands. I see a logistical nightmare and a destabilized economy. Tell me, Prince, in your kingdom of Ababwa, how do you handle the agrarian tax disputes during a drought? Aladdin blinked. The Marid had given him clothes, elephants, and a title. He had not given him a degree in economics. He looked into Moon's eyes and saw a challenge burning there. She was testing him. She didn't want a husband. She wanted an intellectual equal. He dropped the haughty posture of Prince Ali. He let his shoulders slump slightly, adopting the loose, ready stance of Aladdin. He decided to tell the truth, disguised as philosophy. We do not tax the farmers when the rain fails, Aladdin said quietly, drawing on his knowledge of how the crime lords of the lower districts managed their territories. If you bleed the producers dry, you have no harvest next year. Instead, we shift the burden to the luxury trade. We tax the silk, the spices, the things men buy when they have too much. You squeeze the fat, not the bone. Moon paused. Her eyes narrowed, but the hostility softened into intrigue. That is pragmatic, she admitted. Most royals would simply demand their tithe and let the peasants starve. You speak of the luxury trade with a certain disdain for a man wearing enough silk to sail a ship. I wear the costume the game requires, Aladdin said, meeting her gaze evenly. Just as you wear the face of the dutiful daughter while you watch the city through a telescope, mapping the rot. Moon stiffened. She took a step closer, invading his personal space. The scent of jasmine and old paper surrounded her. You are observant, she whispered. That is dangerous here. Captain Jeet prefers guests who are blind and deaf. Jeet is a butcher, Aladdin said, letting the venom seep into his voice. He confuses fear with respect. A ruler who rules by the sword eventually falls on it. Moon studied him for a long, silent moment. She reached out and touched the fabric of his sleeve, not affectionately, but testing the quality. You are a puzzle, Prince Ali. You walk with the swagger of a conqueror, but you think like a survivor. Your accent slips when you talk about Jeet. You sound less like a royal heir and more like someone who has had to fight for every meal. Aladdin's heart hammered against his ribs. She was too sharp. She was seeing through the layers of magic and lies. But instead of fear, he felt a rush of exhilaration. For the first time in his life, someone saw him. Not the rat, not the fake prince, but the mind behind the eyes. Perhaps the best rulers are the ones who know what it is to be hungry, Aladdin suggested, holding her gaze. Moon smiled then. It was a small, guarded thing, but it reached her eyes. It was a smile of conspiracy. Perhaps, she agreed, or perhaps they are just the best liars. She turned back to the telescope, gesturing for him to join her. Come here, Prince. If you are to court me, you should know what you are really bargaining for. Look through the lens. Look at the barracks. Look at the shadows where the torches do not reach. Tell me what you see, and tell me how you would fix it. Aladdin stepped up to the brass instrument. He looked through the glass, seeing the city magnified, the patrols of Jeet's men, the dark corners where the resistance gathered, the very rooftops he used to run. I see a powder keg, Aladdin murmured. And I am holding the match, Moon whispered beside him. If you are here to play house, go back to Ababwa. But if you are here to change the world, then we have much to discuss. Aladdin looked away from the city and back at the princess. The attraction he felt was no longer about her beauty or her status. It was magnetic, the pull of one strategist recognizing another. I am not going anywhere, princess, Aladdin said. Then let us begin, Moon replied, pulling a roll of parchment from her sleeve. Jeet moves his troops at midnight. We need to be ready. Chapter 14. The morning court of Sultan Vendon was a theater of shadows, where every whisper was a weapon and every smile concealed a dagger. The air was thick with the scent of rosewater and treachery. Aladdin, maintaining the impeccable posture of Prince Ali, stood before the dais, his white silks rustling softly in the stagnant air. He could feel the eyes of the court upon him, the envious glares of the viziers, the hungry stares of the courtiers, and the cold, dissecting gaze of Captain Jeet. Jeet stood at the right hand of the Sultan, his gloved hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. He leaned down, whispering into the ear of the rotund ruler. Vendon, who was busy trying to balance a peacock feather on his nose, listened with the rapt attention of a child being told a ghost story. "Great Sultan," Jeet said, straightening up and addressing the room, his voice smooth as oil sliding over a blade. "We must consider the security of the realm. This stranger comes with elephants and promises, but words are cheap, are they not? Even a beggar can dream of being a king. If Prince Ali is truly a suitor worthy of the incomparable Princess Moon, his resources must be infinite." Aladdin narrowed his eyes. He saw the trap being laid, brick by brick. Jeet did not want a dowry. He wanted an excuse to execute a fraud. Vendon blinked, the feather fluttering to the floor. "Infinite? That sounds like a lot, Jeet. Do we have room for infinite?" "It is a metaphor, sire," Jeet purred, stepping down from the dais to circle Aladdin. "A test of capacity. If the prince's love is boundless, surely his wealth is too. I propose a simple trial, a tribute. Let the prince present a caravan of gold, but not just a wagon or two. A caravan that begins at noon and does not end until the sun touches the horizon. An unbroken river of wealth." The court gasped. It was an impossible demand. No kingdom on earth, not even the fabled empires of the East, could sustain a continuous flow of gold for 6 hours. It was designed to bankrupt a nation or expose a liar. Aladdin felt a cold bead of sweat trickle down his spine beneath his heavy brocade robes. He calculated the volume. It would require tons of gold. It would require magic. He pressed his arm against his side, feeling the hard, comforting shape of the lamp hidden in his sash. "An endless caravan?" Aladdin asked, his voice steady, though his heart hammered against his ribs. "That is a heavy request, Captain. One might think you are trying to fill your own pockets rather than the Sultan's treasury." Jeet smiled, a shark sensing blood in the water. "If you cannot provide it, simply admit that Ababwa is a mirage, and we can discuss the terms of your imprisonment." Aladdin looked at the Sultan, who was clapping his hands in anticipation of the shiny metal. He looked at the balcony, where he knew Princess Moon was watching from behind a screen. He could not fail, not now. "Very well," Aladdin announced, his voice ringing through the hall. "If it is gold you wish, it is gold you shall have. But be warned, Captain. Greed is a cup with a hole in the bottom. It can never be filled." He turned toward the great double doors of the palace. Under his breath, barely moving his lips, he whispered to the copper vessel against his skin. "Marid, we have a problem. I need a parade that doesn't stop. Make it loop if you have to. Just don't let the line break." The air in the room grew heavy with ozone. The hairs on Jeet's arms stood up. A low hum, felt rather than heard, vibrated through the floor. "Let the tribute begin," Aladdin commanded. The doors groaned open. The sunlight poured in, blindingly bright, and with it came the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps. The first camel entered, a beast formed of shimmering golden light that solidified into flesh as it crossed the threshold. On its back were panniers overflowing with coins. The camel marched to the center of the room, knelt, and dumped its load. A cascade of gold coins clattered onto the marble floor, a sound like heavy rain. The beast then stood and marched out the side door leading to the gardens. Then came another, and another, and another. The procession was relentless. Great constructs of bronze and light, shaped like servants, marched in pairs, carrying chests of bullion. They dumped the gold and exited. The pile in the center of the room began to grow, spreading outward like a metallic flood. Jeet watched, his mouth slightly ajar. He rushed to the pile, picking up a handful of coins. He bit one. It was soft, pure gold. His eyes widened, reflecting the glittering mound. More, he whispered, the avarice overtaking his suspicion. Keep them coming. Aladdin stood with his arms crossed, watching the captain lose himself in the glare. But Aladdin knew the trick. Marid was not creating infinite matter that would shatter the world. The genie was bending space. As the camels and servants exited the side door, they were instantly transported back to the main entrance, their panniers refilled by the very pile they had just dumped, which was being siphoned from the bottom by a portal. It was a perfect, magical circle, a snake eating its own tail. The pile grew higher, threatening to spill over the dais. The Sultan was laughing, tossing coins into the air. Jeet was knee-deep in wealth, his face flushed with a terrifying ecstasy. Is it enough, Captain? Aladdin called out over the din of clattering metal. The sun is high. We have hours left. Shall I bury you in it? Jeet looked up, realizing for the first time that the gold was rising past his waist. The weight of it was crushing. The endless nature of the wish was turning the throne room into a tomb. Stop, Jeet choked out, wading through the shifting coins. It is enough. We accept. The trial is past. Aladdin raised his hand. Halt. The line of servants froze instantly, then dissolved into motes of blue light that drifted away on the breeze. The gold on the floor remained, a mountain of leverage that Aladdin had bought with a trick. Aladdin stepped forward, his boots crunching on the coins. He looked down at Jeet, who was struggling to pull his legs free from the hoard. The first trial is finished, Aladdin said coldly. Do not ask for more than you can carry, Captain. It is unbecoming. Jeet glared up at the prince, humiliation warring with greed in his eyes. He had been beaten at his own game. But as he looked at the confident sneer on Prince Ali's face, Jeet's suspicion did not die. It only deepened. No mortal commanded wealth like this. This was not commerce. This was sorcery. And Jeet intended to find the source. Chapter 15. The command had been given, whispered into the cold copper of the lamp, hidden beneath the sash of the false prince. The air in the throne room of Sultan Vendan did not shimmer, it fractured. For a heartbeat, the light from the high windows seemed to bend, the shadows stretching into impossible geometries. Aladdin stood with his arms folded, a statue of regal defiance, while the Marid, the cosmic engine of creation and destruction, went to work on the fabric of reality. Outside the palace walls, a silent calamity was unfolding, unseen by the nobles who feasted within. In the winding, filth-strewn alleys of the lower districts, the very ground began to tremble. The cobblestones, those ancient, gray stones that had been worn smooth by the bare feet of beggars, and the wheels of apple carts, began to loosen. They did not crack, they floated, thousands of stones lifted from the mud, hovering for a split second in the humid air before the jinn's magic took hold. The gray matter seized, the molecular structure screamed, and in a flash of silent violet light, the stone became gold. It was not the refined, stamped gold of the treasury. It was raw, textured, and heavy with the history of the city. The great doors of the throne room swung open with a boom that rattled the teeth of the viziers. Through the archway marched the endless caravan. But there were no animals this time, no conjured elephants or phantom camels. The gold itself marched. It flowed like a river of solid light, a tumbling, clattering landslide of wealth that defied gravity. It surged into the hall, piling up around the pillars, burying the expensive rugs, and rising like a tide against the dais. The court erupted into hysteria. Dignitaries who had moments ago been sneering at the upstart prince now dove into the rising sea of metal, stuffing their pockets, their turbans, and their mouths with the loot. Sultan Vendon clapped his pudgy hands, squealing with delight as he kicked a pile of bullion, watching it scatter like autumn leaves. Magnificent? The Sultan cried, his voice shrill. Look, Jeet, it is infinite. We are richer than the stars. Captain Jeet was not cheering. He was waiting. The captain of the guard stood waist-deep in the golden flood, his face a mask of conflict. His greed screamed at him to drown in this splendor, to seize it all and buy an army that would conquer the world. But his paranoia, the soldier's instinct that had kept him alive in the viper's nest of the palace, screamed a warning. This was too much. It was too fast. Jeet picked up a heavy brick of gold, bringing it close to his face. He bit it. His teeth sank into the soft metal. It was real, pure, 24-karat reality. He looked at Aladdin with a mixture of hatred and awe. It is. Acceptable, Jeet snarled, tossing the brick back into the hoard. Aladdin watched them with a cold, sardonic smile. They were swimming in the streets. They were rolling in the very filth they despised, transmuted by a wish into the only thing they loved. It was a joke of cosmic proportions, a slap in the face that they were too blinded by avarice to feel. He had literally paved the palace with the foundation of the slums. But there was one pair of eyes that was not blinded by the glare. High above the chaos, on the secluded balcony of the astronomy tower that overlooked the throne room's skylight, Princess Moon watched through her brass telescope. She did not look at the quantity. She looked at the texture. She focused her lens on a single slab of gold that had come to rest near the foot of the throne. It was not a smooth ingot. The surface was pitted and worn. And there, etched clearly into the soft gold, was a mark. It was not the royal seal of Ababwa. It was the distinct, crescent-shaped groove of a cracked horseshoe, the kind used by the water sellers in the market square. Moon lowered the telescope, her breath catching in her throat. She looked down at the prince standing amidst the madness. She saw the way he looked at the nobles, not with pride, but with a simmering, righteous anger. He didn't conjure it from the ether, she whispered to the empty air, a smile touching her lips. He stole the streets right out from under us. He is feeding the aristocracy their own city. The audacity of it took her breath away. It was not just a magic trick. It was a political statement. It was a protest written in the language of the oppressor. Below, Aladdin raised his hand, and the flow of gold stopped instantly. The room was now filled to the window ledges with the transmuted cobblestones. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the panting of the greedy courtiers. "The caravan rests," Aladdin announced, his voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "The tribute is paid, Captain Jeet. Unless you wish for more, I can pave the entire palace if you like. I can turn the walls to diamond and the air to perfume until you choke on your own opulence." Jeet struggled to pull his boots free from the heavy metal. He looked small, trapped in the wealth he had demanded. "The trial is met," Jeet spat, the words tasting like ash. "But gold is heavy, Prince. Be careful it does not crush you." Aladdin bowed, a sharp, mocking gesture. I am accustomed to heavy burdens, Captain. It is those who have never carried their own weight who should be afraid. He turned and walked out of the throne room, leaving the court to wallow in their golden mud. As he exited, he glanced up toward the balcony. He couldn't see her in the shadows, but he felt her gaze. He hoped she understood the joke, because the next trial would require more than just a sense of humor. It would require blood. Chapter 16. The gold still shimmered on the floor of the throne room, a silent testament to Aladdin's victory, but the atmosphere had soured. Captain Jeet paced the length of the dais, his boots crunching on the transformed cobblestones with a rhythm that sounded like grinding teeth. The Sultan sat atop his throne, playing idly with a stack of bullion, but his eyes darted nervously between his captain and the strange prince. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and wounded pride. Jeet stopped abruptly, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. He turned to face Aladdin, a smile stretching across his face that did not reach his cold, dead eyes. "Wealth is a fine thing, Prince," Jeet began, his voice smooth as a viper's scales. "But gold cannot defend a kingdom. A sultan needs a warrior, not a banker. If you are to wed the jewel of the desert, you must prove you can protect her." Aladdin stood his ground, his arms crossed over his silk-clad chest. He felt the heavy warmth of the lamp against his ribs, but he knew he couldn't simply wish his problems away in front of the entire court. Magic was a tool, but discretion was a shield. "I have guards for that, Captain, an army of them. Mercenaries can be bought," Jeet countered, stepping down from the dais. "True strength lies in the arm of the ruler. There is a beast, a blight upon our northern borders, the chimera of the wastes. It has devoured caravans, burned villages, and made a mockery of my patrols. Bring me its head, Prince Ali. Do this, and the second trial is yours." The court gasped. The chimera was not merely a lion or a bear. It was a legend made of nightmares. It was said to have the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a tail that was a living, venomous serpent. To face it was suicide. "A hunting trip?" Aladdin asked, raising an eyebrow. "Is that the best you can do?" "It is a death sentence," Jeet whispered, low enough that only Aladdin could hear as he passed. "The beast is real. Your magic tricks won't work on something that breathes fire." Aladdin looked at the captain, then at the Sultan, and finally up toward the shadowed balcony where he knew Princess Moon was listening. He could refuse, but that would be an admission of weakness. Jeet was trying to separate him from his power base, to send him into the wilderness where an accident could easily happen. "Very well," Aladdin announced, his voice ringing with a confidence he didn't feel. "I shall bring you a rug made of its hide. Prepare a horse." The journey to the northern wastes took 3 days of hard riding. Aladdin left his magical entourage behind, traveling light to maintain the illusion of a warrior prince. But he was not alone. As soon as the city walls were a smudge on the horizon, he rubbed the lamp. The Marid exploded from the spout in a swirl of blue plasma, coalescing into a giant form that floated alongside the galloping horse. "A chimera," the genie boomed, looking bored. "Really? That's so. Classical, why not a hydra? Or a tax auditor? Those are much scarier. Can you kill it?" Aladdin asked, shouting over the wind. "I can turn it into a potted plant," Marid replied with a shrug. "I can launch it into the sun. But Jeet will be watching. He sent spies, Aladdin, shadows in the rocks. If I vaporize the monster with a snap of my fingers, the jig is up. You have to look like a hero, not a wizard." Aladdin cursed under his breath. The Marid was right. He had to win, but he had to win dirty. They found the beast's lair in a canyon of black basalt. The air smelled of sulfur and charred meat. The chimera emerged from a cave mouth, a monstrosity of muscle and hate. The lion's head roared, a sound that shook the stones, while the goat's head bleated a maddening, discordant harmony. The snake tail hissed, dripping venom that sizzled on the rocks. It was massive, the size of a siege engine. Plan B, Aladdin whispered to the genie. I can't fight that. Plan B it is, Marid grinned. Illusion and leverage. Aladdin dismounted and drew his scimitar, a beautiful, useless ceremonial blade. He walked into the open, shouting a challenge. The chimera charged, a terrifying avalanche of fur and scales. Just as the beast leaped, Marid, invisible to the naked eye, acted. He didn't strike the beast, he struck the environment. With a flick of his wrist, he transmuted the patch of ground beneath the chimera's paws into a sheet of frictionless ice. The monster's claws scrambled for purchase, finding none. Its momentum carried it forward in a clumsy, sliding crash. It slammed headfirst into a towering rock formation. While the beast was dazed, Aladdin acted. Now, the reflection. Marid conjured a massive, mirror-polished shield in Aladdin's hand. Aladdin caught the blinding rays of the desert sun and angled the beam directly into the lion's eyes. The creature roared in pain, blinded. The tail. Aladdin shouted. Using the distraction, he sprinted forward, not to the head, but to the rear. The snake tail lunged at him, fangs dripping. Aladdin didn't block. He dodged and grabbed a heavy iron chain from his saddlebag, a chain Marid had quietly heated to a searing temperature. He wrapped it around the snake's neck. The serpent hissed in shock and pain, biting, not Aladdin, but the goat's neck in a frenzy of confusion. The chimera howled as its own venom coursed through its veins. It thrashed, fighting itself, the three heads warring for dominance as the poison took hold. It was a brutal, ugly end, brought about not by strength, but by turning the monster's own weapons against it. Aladdin stood over the twitching carcass, chest heaving. He hadn't struck a single blow. Messy, Marid commented, reappearing in a puff of smoke. But effective. You fight like a rat, boss. I fight to win, Aladdin replied, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked at the dead beast, then at the horizon where Jeet's spies were undoubtedly watching. Now, help me cut off this head. It's going to be a heavy ride back. He had survived the second trial. But as he looked south toward the capital, Aladdin knew that the real monster was still waiting on the throne. And Jeet would not be so easily tricked into biting himself. Chapter 17. The wind in the northern wastes did not howl. It shrieked, tearing across the jagged landscape of obsidian and ice like the screams of the damned. Aladdin crouched low upon a ridge of black basalt, his white silks replaced by heavy furs, the cold biting at his exposed face. He had ridden hard for 3 days to reach the borders of the kingdom, tracking the legend of the chimera, a beast said to be a scourge upon the innocent. But as he peered down into the canyon below, the narrative of the hero slaying the monster dissolved into the murky reality of politics. The chimera was there, true enough. It was a monstrosity of nature, a towering fusion of lion, goat, and serpent, pacing nervously in a box canyon. But it was not hunting. It was being hunted. Surrounding the beast were a dozen men clad not in the rags of bandits, but in the burnished armor of the city watch. They held long pikes tipped with burning pitch, jabbing at the creature's flanks, driving it toward the narrow pass that led directly to the sleeping village of Oran. Aladdin watched, his blood running cold. Captain Jeet had not sent him to kill a monster, Jeet had sent him to clean up a loose end. The captain was manufacturing the terror, using his own soldiers to goad the beast into attacking settlements, creating a need for protection that only Jeet could provide. It was a racket, a protection scheme writ large in blood and fire. "You are not a guardian, Jeet," Aladdin whispered into the freezing wind. "You are the disease. To kill the beast now would be to play Jeet's game. It would silence the victim and leave the perpetrators free to find another monster." Aladdin needed a different kind of victory. He needed the truth. He pulled his hand from his glove, the iron ring on his thumb dark and cold against his skin. He rubbed it gently, not with the demand of a master, but with the touch of a conspirator. The air around him grew heavy and gray. A sigh echoed through the canyon, drowning out the wind, and Ishra materialized from the shadows of the rocks. She was faint here, far from the deep earth, her form swirling like mist in the moonlight. "The world is cold, little thief," Ishra murmured, her voice vibrating in his bones. "Why do you call me to this place of anger?" "I need a trap, Ishra," Aladdin said, keeping his eyes on the soldiers below. "Not of iron bars, but of fear. Those men are driving the beast to slaughter. I want to turn them around." Ishra looked down at the soldiers, her hollow eyes narrowing. "They smell of cruelty," she observed. "I cannot fight them with fire like the Great One, but I can make them lose their way. I can make the shadows bite." "Do it," Aladdin commanded. "Separate them, confuse them, drive them into the box canyon with the beast, but keep the beast calm." Ishra drifted down the slope, dissolving into a fog that rolled unnaturally against the wind. Aladdin watched as the mist swallowed the canyon floor. The soldiers, intent on their torture, did not notice the temperature dropping until their breath bloomed white in the air. The first scream came from the rear guard. "Who goes there?" a soldier shouted, spinning around as a shadow detached itself from the wall and whispered in his ear. Ishra moved through their ranks like a bad memory. She extinguished their torches with a touch of her damp hand. She whispered the names of their dead mothers in the dark. Panic, primal and contagious, swept through the squad. They forgot the beast. They forgot their orders. They dropped their pikes and backed away from the creeping fog, huddling together as the canyon seemed to stretch and twist around them. Aladdin seized the moment. He slid down the scree slope, moving silently in the chaos. He reached the heavy iron gate the soldiers had erected to block the beast's retreat. With a grunt of effort, he slammed the locking mechanism home, sealing the exit. The sound of the falling bar snapped the soldiers out of their trance, but it was too late. They turned to see a figure standing atop the gate, silhouetted against the moon. "The show is over," Aladdin announced, his voice amplified by the canyon walls. The squad leader, a scarred brute named Kal, stepped forward, squinting into the dark. "Who are you?" "This is a military operation, by order of Captain Jeet." "I know," Aladdin replied coldly. "That is why you are under arrest." "Arrest?" Kal laughed, drawing his sword. "By whose authority? You are one man in the dark." "I am Prince Ali," Aladdin said, and he snapped his fingers. Ishra dropped the veil. The fog lifted instantly, revealing the chimera standing not 10 feet behind the soldiers. But the beast was not attacking. It was cowering, confused by the smoke, and looking for an escape. The soldiers, however, were now trapped between the monster they had tormented and the prince they had planned to kill. "The beast is not your enemy," Aladdin called down. "You are. You have agitated a wild animal to murder innocents. That is treason against the Sultan's peace." The chimera, sensing the fear of its tormentors, let out a low, rumbling growl. The soldiers dropped their weapons, falling to their knees. their bravado shattered by the realization that they were locked in a cage of their own making. Aladdin jumped down, landing softly. He walked past the trembling men and approached the chimera. The beast tensed, its snake-tail hissing, but Aladdin held up his hands, showing he held no spear, no fire. He looked the lion head in the eye. "Go," he whispered. "Go deep into the wastes. If you return, I will not be so kind." He unbarred the far side of the canyon, a path leading into the uninhabited wilds. The chimera hesitated, then turned and bounded away into the night, a silhouette of nightmare fleeing the cruelty of men. Aladdin turned back to the soldiers. Kal was pale, looking at the prince as if he were a demon. "You let the trophy go," Kal stammered. "Jeet will have our heads." "Jeet will not touch you," Aladdin said, pulling a length of rope from a discarded pack. "Because you are my trophies now. You are going to march back to the capital, and you are going to tell the court exactly what you were doing here." He bound their hands, checking the knots with the precision of a former thief. He didn't need a monster's head to win the second trial. He had something far more dangerous: witnesses. As he led the line of prisoners out of the canyon, Ishra faded back into the ring, her mournful hum a quiet song of victory in the frozen silence. Chapter 18. The return of Prince Ali to the capital was not marked by the somber beat of funeral drums, as Captain Jeet had hoped, but by the earth-shaking rhythm of a monstrosity held in check. The city gates, manned by guards who had already been bribed to report Aladdin's death, swung open in terrified confusion. The crowd that gathered was not cheering at first. They were screaming. Looming over the prince's white stallion was the chimera. The beast was a nightmare made flesh, a lion's mane matted with the dust of the wastes, a goat's head bleeding with eerie dissonance, and a serpent tail that hissed at the shadows. But the creature did not rampage. It walked with a heavy, subdued gait, a thick chain of golden links connecting its collar to Aladdin's saddle. Aladdin rode with his back straight, his face a mask of serene authority. He had not killed the beast. He had broken its will, or so it appeared. In truth, the taming was a delicate illusion woven by the Marid, a spell of calmness that suppressed the creature's rage as long as the prince held the chain. But the people didn't see the magic. They saw a man who had walked into the jaws of death and come back holding the leash. "Behold," Aladdin's voice rang out, amplified by the acoustics of the square. "The beast of the north, no longer a scourge, but a servant." The screaming stopped. A hushed awe swept through the bazaar. The street rats, peering from the rooftops, looked down with wide eyes. They knew power when they saw it, and this was power beyond the truncheons of the city watch. Captain Jeet stood on the palace steps, his knuckles white as he gripped the marble railing. His plan had been perfect. The beast was wild, uncontrollable, a killing machine. It should have torn the prince to shreds. Yet here it was, bowing its hideous heads as Aladdin dismounted. Jeet descended the stairs, his face a rictus of suppressed fury. He stopped a safe distance from the chimera, his hand hovering near his sword. "You were sent to slay the monster, Prince," Jeet spat, his voice tight. "Not to bring it home as a pet. This is reckless endangerment of the Sultan's city." Aladdin patted the lion head of the chimera, which rumbled with a purr that vibrated in the cobblestones. "A dead beast is just meat, Captain. A living beast is a weapon. I bring this creature not as a pet, but as a guardian. It will patrol the outer walls. It will hunt the bandits that your men struggle to catch." The crowd murmured their approval. They were tired of bandits. They were tired of Jeet's ineffective protection. The trial was to slay the beast, Jeet insisted, stepping closer, his eyes burning with a murderous light. "You have failed the terms. The trial was to end the threat," Aladdin corrected, his voice hard. "The threat is ended. Unless you wish to test its loyalty yourself, I can release the chain." The chimera's snake tail reared up, locking its unblinking gaze on Jeet. The captain flinched, taking a hasty step back. Laughter rippled through the crowd, a dangerous sound. They were laughing at the captain of the guard. Fear was Jeet's currency, and the prince had just devalued it. "This is not over," Jeet hissed, turning on his heel. "The sultan will hear of this mockery." "Let him hear," Aladdin called after him. "Let him see that Prince Ali brings solutions, not excuses." As Jeet stormed back into the palace, Aladdin felt a gaze burning into him from above. He looked up to the high balcony of the astronomy tower. Princess Moon was there, watching. She did not wave. She simply nodded, a slow, deliberate gesture of respect. She saw the game. She saw that he hadn't just won a trial, he had won the crowd. Aladdin handed the golden chain to a terrified stable master. "Feed him sheep," he ordered, "and keep him away from the cats." He walked up the palace steps, the cheers of the people washing over him. But beneath the triumph, a cold knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He had humiliated Jeet twice now. The captain was no longer playing a political game. He was hunting. The next move would not be a trial, it would be an assassination. Aladdin touched the lamp hidden in his sash. He had one wish left, or so he told himself. He needed to make it count. The end game was approaching, and the board was set in blood. Chapter 19. The palace slept, but it was a restless, feverish slumber. Aladdin stood on the balcony of the guest quarters, looking out over the sleeping city of Sultan Vendon. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky, casting long, jagged shadows across the gardens below. The triumph of the day, the taming of the chimera, the humiliation of Captain Jeet, felt distant now, replaced by the gnawing anxiety of the impostor. He was walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers, and the wind was picking up. A soft click behind him made him spin around, his hand instinctively going to the dagger hidden in his sash. But it was not an assassin who stepped from the shadows of his room. It was Princess Moon. She wore no royal finery tonight, only a simple robe of dark blue silk that blended with the gloom. Her feet were bare on the cold marble floor. She did not look like a prize to be won. She looked like a conspirator. "Princess," Aladdin whispered, bowing low, the habit of the fake prince hard to break. "You honor me with stop it." Moon cut him off, her voice a sharp whisper. She closed the balcony doors behind her, locking out the world. "Drop the act. The performance is over for the night." Aladdin straightened, his guard going up. "I do not know what you mean." "You don't." Moon walked past him to the railing, looking down at the city. Prince Ali of Ababwa, a kingdom that appears on no map in the royal library. A prince who speaks the high court dialect with a perfect accent, yet uses street slang when he gets angry. A man who paves the throne room with gold that bears the distinct wear patterns of the lower district cobblestones. She turned to face him, her eyes dark and intense. "You are not a prince. You are a fraud, a thief with a very powerful trick up his sleeve." Aladdin felt the blood drain from his face. The Marid's magic could change reality, but it couldn't change the keen intellect of a woman who had spent her life watching from the shadows. He opened his mouth to deny it, to spin another lie, but something in her expression stopped him. There was no judgment in her eyes. There was calculation. "Who are you really?" she asked. "I am Aladdin," he admitted, the name feeling strange on his tongue after days of being Ali. "I am a rat from the slums. I steal bread to survive. Aladdin, she tested the name. A rat who tamed a chimera and made Jeet look like a fool. My father is blind, Aladdin. He sees the world through the toys Jeet gives him. But I see the rot. Jeet is a cancer. He drains the treasury, he starves the people, and he isolates the sultan. I have been fighting a war of whispers against him for years, but I am losing. I am a prisoner in my own home. She stepped closer, the moonlight illuminating the fierce determination in her face. I don't care about your pedigree. I don't care where you stole your gold. I care that you are the first person in a decade who has made Jeet afraid. Aladdin looked at her, stunned. He had expected exposure, execution. Instead, he was being offered an alliance. You want me to help you? I want to save my father, Moon said, her voice trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. And I want to save my city. Jeet plans to marry me, Aladdin. Once he is the Sultan's son-in-law, my father will suffer a tragic accident, and Jeet will take the throne. The third trial, the palace he demands. It is the final nail in the coffin. He expects you to fail. He expects to kill you tomorrow. He won't kill me, Aladdin said, a newfound resolve hardening his voice. I have resources. Good, Moon said, because I need you to win. I need you to build that palace. I need you to humiliate him so thoroughly that his own men turn on him. But understand this. If we do this, if we enter this pact, you are not doing it for a crown. You are doing it for the people you left behind in the mud. She held out her hand. It was a gesture of equals. Aladdin looked at her hand, then at the city below. He thought of the hungry children, the brutal guards, the fear that ruled the streets. He wasn't playing a game anymore. This was a revolution. For the people, Aladdin agreed, taking her hand. Her grip was strong, calloused from hours of writing secret missives and gripping the telescope. Then tomorrow, Moon whispered, we build a monument to their freedom, and we bury Jeet underneath it. Chapter 20. The dawn broke over the capital like a bruise, purple and swollen with heat. In the royal courtyard, the air was already thick with tension. Sultan Vendan sat upon a temporary throne of cushions, fanning himself with a palm frond, while the court gathered in a hushed, nervous circle. They had seen the gold flow like water. They had seen the monster tamed. Now they waited for the impossible. Captain Jeet stood in the center of the square, his shadow stretching long and sharp across the dust. He looked tired. The circles under his eyes were dark, and his hand twitched near his sword hilt. He was a man running out of options, and that made him dangerous. When Aladdin arrived, dressed in fresh robes of azure silk, but with the weary eyes of a man who had not slept, Jeet smiled. It was a broken, jagged thing, that smile. You have amused us, Prince, Jeet announced, his voice raspy. You have filled our coffers and leashed our nightmares. But a husband must provide a home. The Sultan's daughter cannot live in a guest wing. She requires a sanctuary worthy of her celestial name. Jeet gestured to the vast, empty expanse of the hill opposite the palace, a barren plot of scorched earth where nothing grew. Build her a palace, Jeet commanded, but not of brick and mortar. Any peasant can stack mud. Build it of diamond and glass, clearer than the truth and harder than your ambition. And do it by sunrise tomorrow. The courtiers gasped. It was madness. Even with 10,000 slaves and 100 years, such a structure could not be built. To demand it in a single night was not a trial. It was a public execution of the prince's credibility. Jeet leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper only Aladdin could hear. You are a fraud, boy. I know it. Magic has limits. To build on this scale requires energy you do not possess. Try it, and you will drain the life from this city. You will kill them all to save your pride. Or refuse, and I will take your head before the sun sets." Aladdin looked at the barren hill. He felt the weight of the lamp against his ribs, heavy and cold. He looked at Princess Moon, standing by her father's side. Her face was pale, her hands clasped tightly before her. She gave him a microscopic nod. "Do it." By sunrise, Aladdin repeated, his voice calm. "Very well. Prepare the bridal suite, Captain. You will be sleeping in the stables." Aladdin turned and walked away, not toward the hill, but toward the privacy of his chambers. He needed the Marid, and he needed a plan that didn't involve leveling the city to pay the magical toll. Inside his room, with the doors bolted, Aladdin summoned the genie. The Marid exploded from the spout, filling the room with the smell of ozone and the crackle of cosmic power, a palace of diamond and glass. The genie roared, laughing until the walls shook. "Overnight, he wants an architectural miracle. Fine, I'll build it, but boss, the energy exchange, to create that much matter, I'd have to pull the heat from the air. The city will freeze, people will die." "No," Aladdin said, pacing the room, "we don't create, we repurpose. Jeet thinks in terms of brute force. We think like thieves." He stopped, a dangerous glint in his eye. "The desert is full of sand, marid, silica, glass waiting to happen. And deep below the crust, carbon, pressure, diamonds. You want me to strip mine the desert?" Marid asked, raising a glowing eyebrow. "I want you to pull the raw materials from the uninhabited wastes," Aladdin corrected. "And I want you to build it structurally sound, but hollow." Jeet asked for diamond and glass. He didn't ask for furniture. He didn't ask for plumbing. He wants a symbol, we give him a symbol. A shell, Marid grinned, a glorious, glittering, empty shell, just like the court itself. "Exactly," Aladdin said, "do it. And Marid, make the foundation deep. I have a feeling we're going to need to hold onto this rock." That night, the city of Sultan Vendon did not sleep. The sky above the barren hill turned a violent, swirling violet. Lightning that made no sound arced from the clouds to the earth, fusing sand into glass in blinding flashes. The ground rumbled as carbon was pulled from the deep strata, compressed in milliseconds into sheets of diamond. It was terrifying. It was beautiful. When the sun rose, the silence that fell over the capital was absolute. Where there had been a dusty hill, there now stood a monstrosity of light. A palace of transparent towers spiraled into the sky, catching the dawn and scattering rainbows across the slums. It looked like a city made of frozen water. It was perfect, pristine, and utterly impossible. Sultan Vendon wept openly at the sight. Jeet stood on the balcony, his face gray as ash. He gripped the railing until the stone cracked. He had set an impossible bar, and the street rat had vaulted over it. Aladdin stood beside the captain, watching the light play off the diamond walls. "The lease is signed, Captain," Aladdin whispered. "Now, get off my property." Chapter 21. The velvet darkness of the night was not silent. It hummed with the anticipation of the impossible. Aladdin stood upon the balcony of his guest chambers, looking out at the barren hill that Captain Jeet had designated as the graveyard of his ambition. The air was still, heavy with the oppressive heat of the day that refused to dissipate. But inside Aladdin's chest, a cold storm was raging. He held the copper lamp in hands that trembled, not with fear, but with the adrenaline of a gambler placing his final chip on the table. "It is time," he whispered to the silence. He rubbed the tarnished metal. The reaction was immediate. The air pressure in the courtyard dropped, popping ears for miles. A vortex of blue fire erupted from the spout, spiraling upwards to blot out the stars. The Marid materialized, his massive form illuminating the city like a second, angry moon. He crossed his arms, muscles carved from starlight and granite rippling with cosmic potential. "You wake me for architecture," the Marid boomed, his voice a low rumble of thunder that shook the dust from the palace eaves. "I was dreaming of supernovas, little thief." "This better be good. We need a fortress," Aladdin said, his voice steady despite the awe that always gripped him in the genie's presence. "Diamond and glass, by sunrise, and it must be distinct. Jeet wants a monument. Give him a miracle that will blind him." The genie grinned, an expression of terrifying delight. Diamond and glass, carbon and silica, the bones of the earth. He cracked his knuckles, the sound like glaciers calving into the sea. "Step back, boss. I'm going to need some raw materials." The Marid did not wave a wand. He reached down. His massive, spectral hands sank into the desert floor surrounding the capital. The ground groaned in agony. Deep beneath the shifting sands, the ancient geological strata screamed as they were ripped apart. The genie pulled, and the earth yielded. From the dunes, vast ribbons of liquid sand rose into the air, superheated by the genie's will, until they turned into flowing rivers of molten glass. From the bedrock miles below, carbon was extracted, compressed in the blink of an eye into sheets of diamond the size of city blocks. The sky turned a violent violet as the raw magic tore at the fabric of reality. Aladdin watched, shielded by a barrier of wind, as the palace began to assemble itself. It was not built brick by brick, it was woven. The molten glass cooled into spiraling towers that defied gravity. The diamond sheets locked together with the precision of a jeweler's loop, forming walls that were impenetrable yet invisible. It was violent work. The air smelled of ozone and crushed rock. Lightning arced from the genie's fingertips, welding the structure together. The structure did not sit upon the hill. It hovered inches above it, held aloft by a humming field of anti-gravity, a floating fortress of transparency and light. It was a terrifying display of power, a brutal assertion of dominance over the physical world. As the first gray light of dawn began to bleed over the horizon, the Marid placed the final spire, a minaret of pure, uncut diamond that caught the sun, and scattered it into a million rainbows across the sleeping city. Done, the Marid sighed, shrinking back down to float beside Aladdin. Structurally sound, aesthetically aggressive, and completely ostentatious, it fits you. Aladdin looked at the creation. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also cold. It was a cage of light. "It is perfect," he said softly. When the sun fully crested the dunes, the city of Sultan Vendon awoke to a new world. The people spilled into the streets, shielding their eyes from the blinding brilliance of the new palace. It hung in the air like a dream, casting a prism of colors over the slums, turning the mud into a kaleidoscope. Sultan Vendon rushed onto his balcony, weeping with joy, his mechanical toys forgotten. He saw a playground. Captain Jeet saw a fortress that he could not breach, a weapon he could not counter. For the first time, the captain looked small. But there was a consequence to such a flagrant abuse of nature. The magic required to build the palace sent a shockwave through the ether, a ripple of power that traveled faster than light, crossing oceans and deserts in a heartbeat. Far away, in the desolate wastes of the Maghreb, a figure sat in meditation amidst a circle of black stones. Malin's eyes snapped open. The ancient sorcerer felt the pulse against his skin, a vibration that tasted of copper and blue fire. It was the signature of the Marid. A slow, cruel smile spread across Malin's face, cracking the dry skin of his lips. He stood up, dusting the sand from his midnight blue robes. He looked toward the east, toward the rising sun and the distant signal flare of his stolen power. "You have lit the beacon, boy," Malin whispered, his voice dry as a tomb. "You have built a cage, and you have locked yourself inside. Now, I simply have to come and collect the key." Aladdin stood on the balcony of his new palace, looking down at the cheering crowds and the defeated captain. He felt a chill wind blow through the diamond halls, a draft that carried the scent of dry sand and ancient malice. He gripped the railing, knowing that the hardest part of the game had just begun. He had built a monument to his victory, but he feared he had just marked his location on the map of every monster in the world. Chapter 22. The Altar of Maghreb was not a place found on any map drawn by the hands of men. It sat in the desolate, forgotten corner of the western wastes, a place where the wind did not blow, and the sun seemed to drain the color from the very stones. Here, the silence was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket that had rested undisturbed for centuries. In the center of this crater of white ash sat Malin. The ancient sorcerer was motionless, his legs folded beneath him, his breathing so shallow it would have been imperceptible to a physician. He looked less like a man and more like a withered tree, his skin the texture of cracked parchment, his midnight blue robes dusted with the powder of 1,000 years. He was meditating, casting his consciousness into the void, searching for the faint, rhythmic pulse of the artifacts he coveted. For a millennium, he had played this game, planting seeds, waiting for them to grow, and then harvesting the power before it could consume the world. But today, the silence was not broken by a whisper. It was shattered by a scream. It was not a sound that traveled through the air. It was a tectonic shift in the magical ether. A shockwave of raw, unadulterated power rippled through the ley lines of the earth, traveling faster than light, tearing through the veil of Malin's meditation with the violence of a physical blow. Malin's eyes snapped open. They were not human eyes. They were pools of milky white, rimmed with red, devoid of pity or warmth. He gasped, clutching his chest as the aftershocks of the disturbance rattled his old bones. He tasted copper on his tongue. He smelled the sharp, unmistakable scent of ozone and ionization. "The Marid," Malin hissed, his voice dry as the desert wind. "Someone has pulled the pin on the grenade." He scrambled to his feet, leaning heavily on his ebony staff. He turned his gaze toward the east, toward the distant capital he had left weeks ago. He closed his eyes again, this time focusing his inner sight on the source of the disruption. He felt it clearly now, a pillar of energy rising into the heavens, a monument of diamond and glass that defied the laws of physics. It was a creation of such vulgar magnitude, of such brute force, that it could only be the work of the great Jinn. A low, rattling growl built in Malin's throat. "The rat," he spat. The street rat survived. He had underestimated Aladdin. He had seen the boy as a disposable tool, a soft-fleshed thief who would serve his purpose and then rot in the dark with the others. Malin had left him sealed in the cave of ossuaries, buried under tons of rock. By all rights, the boy should be a skeleton by now, another jewel-encrusted warning to the curious. But the signal was undeniable. The lamp was not lost in the dark. It was in the open. It was being used. And it was being used with a reckless abandon that made Malin's skin crawl. "He builds palaces," Malin muttered, pacing the circle of ash. "He plays at being a god. He does not understand the cost. Every brick of diamond draws heat from the core. Every pane of glass thins the barrier between worlds. He is a child playing with a supernova. Malin gripped his staff until his knuckles turned white. A cold fury settled over him, replacing the initial shock. He felt a grudging respect mix with his hatred. The boy had escaped the inescapable trap. He had tamed the Marid, a spirit that crushed stronger men for sport. Aladdin was not just a diamond in the rough. He was a flaw in Malin's grand design, a variable that refused to be solved. The sorcerer walked to the edge of the altar, where a solitary pack mule waited, frozen in a magical stasis. Malin snapped his fingers, and the beast shook itself awake, blinking in the harsh light. We returned to the capital. Malin told the animal, his voice vibrating with menace. The harvest is not finished. The fruit has simply ripened. He mounted the beast, his gaze locked on the eastern horizon. The journey would be long, but Malin had time. He had nothing but time. He would travel across the burning sands, fueled by the promise of retribution. He would find this Prince Ali. He would strip away his diamond walls and his stolen finery. And he would take the lamp from his dying hands. "Enjoy your sunrise, thief," Malin whispered to the wind as he began his descent from the high wastes. "Build your towers high. It only means you have further to fall." The sorcerer rode into the glare of the sun, a dark silhouette against the blinding light, bringing with him a storm that no magic palace could withstand. The architect of the dawn had awakened the master of the dusk. Chapter 23. The sun did not merely rise over the capital of Sultan Vendon. It shattered against the diamond spires of the floating palace, scattering into 1,000,000,000 shards of prismatic light that danced across the waking city. The wedding of the century was not held in a temple or a mosque, but suspended in the air, 1,000 feet above the dust and the desperation of the streets. The structure, woven from the bones of the earth by the Marid, hummed with a low, resonant vibration, a constant reminder that this miracle was held aloft by brute force and stolen magic. Aladdin stood at the altar, a platform of transparent glass that offered a dizzying view of the ground below. He wore robes of white silk, heavy with gold thread, and a turban that felt like a crown of lead. Beside him stood Princess Moon. She was a vision in silver and lapis lazuli, her face framed by a veil of gossamer thinness. To the cheering crowds below, they were a fairy tale come to life, the foreign prince and the jewel of the desert, united in a bond of love. But up here, in the thin, cold air, the reality was starker. As Aladdin took Moon's hand, he felt the calluses on her fingers, the rough skin of a woman who spent her nights writing seditious pamphlets and gripping telescope brass. Her squeeze was not a romantic flutter. It was a firm, tactical grip. It was the handshake of a co-conspirator. "Do not look down," she whispered, her lips barely moving behind her veil. "Look at the horizon. That is where we are going." Sultan Vendon stood before them, weeping openly into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. He was beside himself with joy, oblivious to the tension that coiled like a viper around the altar. "My children," the Sultan sobbed, "today we unite the kingdom of the sands with where was it again? Ababwa, yes, a glorious union." Aladdin forced a smile, but his eyes drifted past the Sultan to the man standing in the shadows of a diamond pillar. Captain Jeet. The captain was dressed in his finest dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, but his face was a mask of gray ash. He had been beaten. His trials had been crushed, his authority usurped, and now his prize was marrying a stranger. Jeet did not look at the bride. He looked at Aladdin with a gaze of such concentrated hatred that it felt like a physical weight. It was the look of a predator that had been wounded, not killed. Jeet was waiting. He was watching for the crack in the diamond, the flaw in the glass. "I take thee," Aladdin said, his voice echoing through the crystalline acoustics of the hall. The words tasted like lies. He was marrying a princess under a false name, wearing a face that wasn't his, in a palace that shouldn't exist. The imposter syndrome clawed at his throat. He wasn't Prince Ali. He was Aladdin, the rat who stole melons. If the magic failed, if the Marid blinked, this whole floating fantasy would crash into the mud, and him with it. "And I take thee," Moon replied, her voice steady and sharp. She turned to face the court, her chin lifted in defiance. "Let this union be the shield of our people." The ceremony concluded with a roar of applause that drifted up from the city like the sound of a distant ocean. The feasting began, a chaotic affair of exotic foods and magical entertainments provided by the Marid's unseen servants. But Aladdin could not eat. The wine turned to vinegar in his mouth. Every time a courtier bowed to him, calling him Highness, he expected them to look up and see the dirt under his fingernails. As the moon rose, replacing the sun, and turning the diamond palace into a ghost of blue ice, Aladdin slipped away from the festivities. He needed to secure his liability. He walked through the silent, echoing corridors of the floating fortress, moving deeper into the heart of the structure. He reached the central sanctum, a room with no doors, accessible only by a hidden pressure plate that Aladdin had designed himself. Inside, the room was bare, save for a single pedestal of obsidian. Aladdin reached into his sash and pulled out the lamp. The copper vessel was warm, pulsing with the slumbering energy of the Marid. It was the most powerful object in the world, and it was the ugliest thing in the room. Aladdin looked at it with a mixture of awe and revulsion. It had given him everything: the clothes, the palace, the girl. But it was also a leash. As long as he held it, he was the master. But if he lost it, he was nothing. "You stay here," Aladdin whispered to the lamp, placing it gently on the pedestal. "Deep in the sky, where no thief can reach you." He stepped back, looking at the object. It seemed small and insignificant against the grandeur of the diamond walls. He felt a sudden urge to throw it off the balcony, to let it fall back to the earth and be lost in the sands forever. But he couldn't. He was addicted to the safety it provided. "I am safe," he told himself, though the words rang hollow in the empty room. "Jeet is defeated. The Sultan is charmed. Moon is my ally." He turned and walked away, the glass doors sliding shut behind him, sealing the lamp in its transparent tomb. But as he walked back toward the bridal suite, Aladdin could not shake the feeling that he had just locked his heart in a box, and that somewhere, out in the dark desert night, someone was already forging a key. He was a prince of the air, but gravity was a patient law, and it was waiting to pull him down. Chapter 24. The dungeons beneath the old palace of Sultan Vendon were a place where hope went to die of thirst. Far removed from the floating diamond splendor of Prince Ali's new fortress, these stone intestines smelled of wet straw, ancient mold, and the sour sweat of men who had been forgotten by the sun. In the deepest, dampest cell, a man paced with the restless, frantic energy of a caged tiger. It was Captain Jeet. Or rather, the man who had been captain. His uniform was torn, the epaulets ripped away by the Sultan's own hand in a fit of childish petulance. His sword, the extension of his cruel soul, was gone. Jeet kicked a rat that skittered too close to his boot, sending it squealing into the darkness. He roared his frustration at the damp walls, a sound of pure, impotent rage. He had been the true power behind the throne. He had controlled the army, the taxes, the fear. And now he was nothing, cast aside because a foreigner with a magic trick had built a glass house in the sky. "I will kill him," Jeet muttered, his hands clenching into fists until the knuckles cracked. "I will shatter his windows. I will bleed him dry." Anger is a potent fuel, a voice rasped from the shadows outside the iron bars, but it burns quickly without an engine to direct it. Jeet spun around, pressing his face against the cold metal of the cell door. The corridor should have been empty. The guards had long since gone to gamble in the upper levels, but there, standing in a pool of darkness that the torchlight refused to penetrate, was a figure. He was draped in robes of midnight blue that seemed to swallow the dim light, and he leaned upon a staff of black ebony. "Who are you?" Jeet demanded, though his voice lacked its usual bark of authority. "How did you get past the sentries?" "Sentries watch for men," the stranger replied, stepping closer. His face was a landscape of wrinkles, ancient and withered, with eyes that glowed with a milky, unnatural light. "I am something else. I am Malin, and I am the man who knows the true name of your enemy." Jeet narrowed his eyes. "My enemy is Prince Ali of Ababwa, a sorcerer, a fraud." "He is a fraud, yes," Malin agreed, a cruel smile stretching his thin lips. "But he is no prince, and he is certainly no sorcerer. He is a thief named Aladdin, a street rat who stole a power he does not understand. And that power belongs to me." Jeet recoiled slightly. The name sounded familiar, one of the thousands of faceless beggars he had trampled over the years. "A rat," Jeet whispered, the humiliation washing over him like a wave of ice water. "I was beaten by a rat." "You were beaten by a tool," Malin corrected. "A tool that I forged. But tools can be broken. And stolen property can be recovered." The ancient sorcerer reached through the bars. His hand did not look like flesh. It looked like a dried claw. He touched the heavy iron lock of the cell door. There was a sound like a dry twig snapping, and the mechanism disintegrated into rust and dust. The door creaked open. Jeet stared at the open door, then at the old man. The power radiating from Malin was palpable, a cold, electric static that made the hair on Jeet's arms stand up. "What do you want?" Jeet asked, stepping out of the cell, rubbing his wrists where the manacles had been. "I want what is mine," Malin hissed. "The boy has a lamp, a simple, battered copper oil lamp. He keeps it hidden in his floating monstrosity. I cannot enter that place uninvited. The magic he used to build it is volatile. It recognizes foreign intent. But you are a creature of the palace. You know the rhythms of the court. You know how to whisper in the ears of the greedy." Malin circled Jeet, looking him up and down with dissecting eyes. "I need an agent. Someone who can distract the boy. Someone who can open the door from the inside. Help me retrieve the lamp, Captain, and I will give you what you desire most." "And what is that?" Jeet asked, his ambition stirring in the ashes of his defeat. "The throne," Malin said simply. "When I have the lamp, the boy's magic will fail. His palace will fall. The Sultan will be removed, and you, my loyal friend, will be the savior who picks up the crown from the rubble. You will be Sultan Jeet, ruler of the sands." Jeet looked at the sorcerer. He saw the malice in the old man's eyes, the utter lack of humanity. He knew, deep down, that making a deal with this creature was akin to shaking hands with a scorpion. But the hatred in Jeet's heart was louder than his survival instinct. He wanted to see Prince Ali fall. He wanted to see the light go out in Princess Moon's eyes. "A copper lamp," Jeet mused, a dark grin spreading across his face. "That is a small price for a kingdom." "Then we are agreed," Malin said, turning toward the stairs that led up to the moonlight. "Come, Captain. The night is young, and we have a wedding to crash." Chapter 25. The afternoon sun beat down upon the floating palace of diamond and glass, turning its spires into blinding shards of light that pierced the hazy sky. Far below, the city sweltered in the heat, but up here in the rarefied air of the stolen miracle, a cool breeze always blew, a testament to the magical whims of its creator. But the creator was not home. Aladdin, playing the role of the dutiful son-in-law, had ridden out hours ago with Sultan Vendon on a royal hunt. It was a charade, of course. The Sultan hunted gazelles with blunted arrows from the comfort of a cushioned palanquin, while Aladdin scanned the horizon for threats that he knew were coming. But the threat was not on the horizon. It was already at the gate. A peddler walked the streets beneath the hovering fortress. He was a hunched figure, wrapped in robes of faded indigo, pushing a cart that rattled with the sound of cheap tin and polished brass. He rang a small silver bell, its chime cutting through the afternoon drowsiness of the servants' quarters. "New lamps for old," the peddler cried, his voice a melodic, scratchy tenor that seemed to vibrate in the teeth of anyone who heard it. Bright, shiny, new lamps for dirty old ones. Why live in the shadow of the past? Trade your rust for gold. It was a ridiculous offer, a madman's bargain. Who would trade a brand new vessel for junk? The servants, bored and curious, gathered at the edge of the palace's lower landing platform, peering down at the strange man below. "Is he serious?" whispered a young maid named Zara. She was new to the palace, dazzled by the wealth, but tasked with cleaning the endless rooms of glass. "He's touched by the sun," laughed a guard. "Ignore him." But the peddler looked up, his eyes hidden beneath the cowl of his robe. He wasn't looking at the guard. He was looking at Zara. He raised a hand, and in it sat a lamp of exquisite craftsmanship, gold filigree over silver, studded with garnets. "For you, sweet child," the peddler called, his voice hooking into her mind like a barb. A lamp fit for a princess. Surely, in this palace of wonders, there is an old, ugly thing collecting dust, a piece of trash that mars the perfection of the prince's home. "Bring it to me. I will give you this treasure in exchange." Zara hesitated. She thought of the master's private study. She had been dusting there just that morning. On a pedestal of black obsidian in the center of the room sat a hideous copper lamp. It was green with verdigris, dented and grimy. It looked like garbage. She had wondered why Prince Ali, a man who built walls of diamond, would keep such a thing. Perhaps he had forgotten it. Perhaps he was too busy to throw it away. It would be a favor, she thought, to replace that eyesore with something beautiful. Driven by a compulsion she couldn't explain, Zara turned and ran back into the palace. She moved through the silent corridors, her footsteps echoing on the glass floors. She reached the study. The heavy doors were unlocked. Aladdin had grown complacent in his victory. She walked to the pedestal. The copper lamp felt cold to the touch, almost slimy. She picked it up, wrinkling her nose at the smell of old oil and ozone. It was heavy, heavier than it looked. "Ugly thing," she whispered, tucking it into her apron. She ran back to the landing platform. The peddler was waiting, his smile widening beneath the hood. It was a smile of too many teeth. "Here," Zara called, holding out the battered object. "Will you take this?" Malin's heart hammered against his ribs. It was there, the anchor of the cosmos, the prison of the Marid. After 1,000 years, it was within his reach. He snatched the lamp from the girl's hand with a speed that belied his age. Done, Malin hissed. He tossed the gold filigreed lamp to her. It was a cheap illusion that would turn to sand in an hour, and clutched the copper vessel to his chest. He felt the hum of the magic inside. It recognized him. It remembered him. Malin threw back his hood, revealing his ancient, withered face and eyes that burned with milky white fire. The servants gasped, stepping back in horror. "Fools!" Malin roared, his voice amplifying into a thunderclap. "You trade power for trinkets. You sell the sun for a candle." He rubbed the lamp, not with a tentative stroke, but with a violent, possessive caress. The sky turned black instantly. The wind died. A vortex of blue fire erupted from the spout, coalescing into the massive form of the Marid. The genie looked down, his expression shifting from boredom to abject terror as he saw who held his leash. "You," the Marid rumbled, shrinking back. "The sorcerer." "I have returned," Malin intoned, raising the lamp high. "The cycle is complete. I am the master now, and I have a wish." He pointed a skeletal finger at the Diamond Palace, at the city, at the world. "Take this fortress," Malin commanded. "Rip it from the foundations of this cursed land. Transport it, and everything inside it, to the heart of the Maghreb. Leave the rat with nothing but the sand." "As you wish," the Marid whispered, his voice full of sorrow. The world screamed. The Diamond Palace shuddered as the anti-gravity field inverted. The ground beneath the capital cracked. With a sound like the end of days, the floating fortress tore itself from the sky and vanished in a flash of violet light, taking Princess Moon and the hope of the kingdom with it. All that remained was the empty hill, the terrified servants, and the silence of a city that had just lost its soul. Chapter 26. The copper vessel was warm, not with the heat of the sun, but with the feverish thrum of contained omnipotence. Malin stood amidst the terrified servants who had just witnessed the foolish trade, but he saw none of them. His world had narrowed to the object in his withered grip. For 1,000 years, he had chased this specific frequency of power, a vibration that sang of creation and destruction in the same breath. He did not caress the lamp as a lover might. He gripped it as a jailer grips the keys to the dungeon. With a thumb calloused by centuries of dark rituals, he dragged a harsh stroke across the tarnished metal. The reaction was not the playful swirl of smoke that Aladdin had known. The air screamed. The sky above the capital, already bruised by the heat, turned the color of a fresh hematite bruise. A vacuum formed around the sorcerer, sucking the breath from the lungs of the onlookers, before exploding outward in a shockwave of freezing cold. From the spout of the lamp, the Marid emerged. But he did not billow forth like a cloud. He poured out like liquid mercury, heavy and toxic. The genie coalesced into his titanic form, towering over the palace courtyard, but his usual blue radiance was dimmed, veined with streaks of sickly gray. He looked down at the figure holding his prison, and the cosmic indifference in his eyes was replaced by a look of ancient, weary horror. The sorcerer, Marid, rumbled, his voice sounding like stones grinding together deep beneath the earth. "The circle closes. I felt your poison in the ether, Malin. I hoped the boy had ended you." "The boy is a fleeting shadow," Malin spat, his voice amplified by the magic until it rattled the diamond windows of the palace. "I am the eclipse. I am the night that never ends. You know the law, spirit. You feel the chains. I hold the copper, I hold the command." The Marid bowed his head, the muscles of his back bunching as he fought the compulsion, but it was useless. The laws of the lamp were written into the fabric of the universe, older than stars, immutable as gravity. "I am the slave of the lamp," The genie recited, the words tasting of ash. I hear and I obey. Malin stepped forward, his eyes burning with a milky, fanatical light. He swept his arm across the horizon, encompassing the floating fortress of diamond and glass, the architectural miracle that Aladdin had built to secure his future. This city is not worthy of such splendor, Malin declared. This monument to a street rat's vanity offends me. I wish for this palace, and all the living souls within its walls, to be torn from this place. He pointed a skeletal finger toward the west, toward the setting sun and the desolate lands beyond the civilized world. Transport it to the high Atlas Mountains. Set it down upon the peaks above the altar of Maghreb. Let it be my fortress, and let the princess inside be my guest. The Marid closed his eyes. A single tear, large as a melon and sizzling with lightning, rolled down his granite cheek. It will be done, he whispered. The magic did not happen gently. It was a violation of nature. The Marid raised his hands, and the sky tore open. A rift of absolute darkness appeared above the palace, a hole in reality that swallowed the light. The anti-gravity field that held the diamond structure aloft groaned and inverted. The wind began to howl, a hurricane force that ripped palm trees from the gardens below and sent the servants on the ground scrambling for cover. Inside the palace, Princess Moon was thrown from her feet as the floor lurched violently. She grabbed a silk tapestry to steady herself, looking out the window just in time to see the familiar skyline of the capital dissolve into a blur of motion. She did not scream. She watched, her mind racing, calculating, realizing that the game had shifted. The board had been flipped, and the pieces were falling into a new, terrifying configuration. With a sound like the cracking of the world's spine, the palace vanished. One moment, the massive, glittering structure hung in the air, casting a rainbow shadow over the slums. The next, there was only empty sky and the rushing of air filling the vacuum where a castle had been. The ground below, stripped of the magical pressure, buckled and cracked. In the sudden, deafening silence that followed, Malin stood alone on the patch of scorched earth where the peddler's cart had been. He looked at the empty space above him, a cruel smile stretching his withered lips. He clutched the lamp to his chest, feeling the Marid's presence fading as the genie followed the palace to the other side of the world. The king is checkmated, Malin whispered to the dust. Now, the pawn must cross the board alone. He pulled a handful of black powder from his pocket and threw it onto the ground. Green flames erupted, consuming him in a spiral of fire. When the flames died, the sorcerer was gone, leaving behind only the echo of his laughter and a city that had lost its heart. Chapter 27. The royal hunt had been a tedious affair of blunted arrows and driven game, designed more for the Sultan's ego than for any true sport. But as the sun began to dip toward the western dunes, painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold, a strange unease settled over the party. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had died. Even the horses seemed skittish, their ears pinned back against an unseen threat. Aladdin, riding a few paces behind the Sultan's palanquin, felt the disturbance first. It wasn't a sound, but an absence of pressure, a sudden hollowness in the air, like the drop in a room when a heavy door is slammed shut. He looked back toward the capital, miles away across the scrubland. Something is wrong, he muttered, spurring his stallion forward. Nonsense, Prince, Sultan Vendon called out, waving a chicken leg. It is just the heat. Or perhaps the gazelles are plotting a rebellion. Ha! But then the shockwave hit. It was a wall of displaced air. carrying with it a sound so deep it was felt in the bones before it was heard by the ears, a thrum that vibrated the fillings in their teeth. The horses screamed and reared. The Sultan's bearers stumbled, dropping the royal litter into the dust. Aladdin fought to control his mount, his eyes locked on the horizon. There, rising above the city walls, was a void. The glittering diamond spire of his palace, usually a beacon reflecting the sunset, was gone. "No," he whispered, the blood draining from his face. No, no, no. He didn't wait for the Sultan. He didn't wait for the guards. He kicked his horse into a gallop, tearing across the desert floor with a desperation that bordered on madness. The ride back was a blur of terror. As he neared the city gates, the devastation became clear. The people of the capital were not cheering. They were wailing. They poured out of the gates like ants from a kicked hill, their faces turned toward the sky in collective horror. Aladdin forced his way through the crowd, ignoring their cries, ignoring the hands that reached out to him. He rode straight for the royal district, straight for the hill where his future had stood only hours before. He crested the final rise and pulled his horse to a sliding halt. There was nothing there. Where the floating palace of diamond and glass had hovered, there was now only a crater of scorched earth. The hill itself had been scoured clean, the rock fused into black glass by the violent discharge of magical energy. The air smelled of ozone and the terrifying scent of a vacuum recently filled. Aladdin slid from his saddle, his legs numb. He stumbled to the edge of the burn mark. It was gone. All of it. The wealth, the power, the symbol of his victory. But those were just things. Those were just tricks of the light. Moon, he choked out, the name tearing from his throat. She was inside. She was gone. He fell to his knees in the dust, his hands clawing at the blackened ground as if he could dig her back. The silence in his head was deafening. The connection to the Marid, that hum of limitless potential he had grown so used to, was severed. The lamp was gone, and with it, the genie who had built his life. Well, well, a voice sneered from behind him. The architect returns to inspect his empty lot. Aladdin spun around, his hand going to his sword, but he stopped. Surrounding him were 50 of the Sultan's elite guards, their pikes leveled at his chest. And standing in front of them, wearing the triumphant grin of a man who has waited a lifetime for this moment, was Captain Jeet. Jeet looked pristine, his uniform pressed, his medals shining. He did not look surprised. He looked satisfied. "I told you, rat," Jeet hissed, stepping closer, his boots crunching on the glass-fused earth. "Magic has a price. You built a castle in the clouds, and now the wind has blown it away. And look what it took with it. The Sultan's daughter, the jewel of the realm. Where is she?" Aladdin demanded, rising to his feet, his eyes wild. "What have you done, me?" Jeet laughed, spreading his hands innocently. "I have done nothing but watch a sorcerer kidnap our princess. You are the one who brought this curse upon us. You are the one who trafficked with demons. And now, you are the one who will pay." Jeet snapped his fingers. "Seize him. The Sultan will want to have a word with the man who lost his daughter." As the guards closed in, pinning his arms, Aladdin did not fight. He stared at the empty sky where his wife had been. He realized with a sickening clarity that he had been outplayed. Malin had returned. The ancient monster had flipped the board. Aladdin was no longer a prince. He was just a boy in the dirt, surrounded by enemies, with nothing left but the ring on his finger and the rage in his heart. Chapter 28. The crater where the palace had stood was still radiating heat, turning the evening air into a shimmering mirage of despair. But the real fire was burning in the heart of the city. Aladdin, his arms bound behind his back with rough hemp, was dragged not to the dungeons, but to the central plaza. The same square where he had once tamed a chimera and rained gold was now a theater for his destruction. Captain Jeet wasted no time. He knew that momentum was a fickle thing, and fear had a short shelf life. He stood atop a raised wooden platform, his voice booming over the gathered crowd. The citizens, confused and terrified by the disappearance of the floating castle, looked to the captain for answers. And Jeet gave them a villain. "Behold the architect of your misery." Jeet roared, pointing a gloved finger at the kneeling Aladdin. "This man, this Prince Ali, he is no royal heir, he is a warlock, a trafficker in dark arts who seduced our sultan and stole our princess." The crowd murmured, the sound like a rising storm. They looked at Aladdin, stripped of his fine silks, his face bruised and dirty. He didn't look like a prince anymore. He looked like what he was, a boy caught in a game too big for him. He built a palace of lies. Jeet continued, pacing the stage like a predatory cat. And when his pact with the demons expired, the demons came to collect. They took the palace, they took the princess, and they would have taken you had I not intervened. It was a masterful lie. Jeet wove his own complicity into a narrative of heroism. He wasn't the man who had opened the door for Malin. He was the savior who had slammed it shut just in time. "Where is the Sultan?" a voice cried out from the crowd. It was a brave question, likely from one of the few loyalists left. Jeet stopped pacing. He looked down at the crowd with cold, dead eyes. The Sultan is indisposed. The grief of losing his daughter has shattered his mind. He is unfit to rule. For his own safety, he has been placed in protective custody within the Red Tower. Protective custody. It was a polite way of saying the Sultan was locked in a padded cell while Jeet tried on the crown. It was a coup, swift and brutal. Aladdin struggled against his bonds, spitting blood onto the wooden planks. "Liar," he shouted, his voice hoarse. "You sold us out, Jeet. You let the sorcerer in. You want the throne for yourself." Jeet walked over to Aladdin. He didn't shout. He leaned down, close enough that Aladdin could smell the mint on his breath. "Of course I want the throne," Jeet whispered, "and I'm going to take it. But first, I'm going to watch you swing." Jeet straightened up and addressed the executioner, a hulking man in a black hood who was testing the edge of a massive scimitar. Treason against the crown, sorcery against the state. The sentence is death, immediate. The executioner stepped forward. He forced Aladdin's head down onto the block. The wood smelled of old blood and iron. Aladdin stared at the grain of the wood, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He thought of Moon, trapped in a palace flying across the world. He thought of the Marid, enslaved by a monster. He thought of the Sultan, weeping in the dark. He had failed them all. "Any final words, Rat?" Jeet asked, drawing his own sword to signal the strike. Aladdin closed his eyes. He didn't pray to the gods. He didn't beg for mercy. He focused on the one thing Jeet had forgotten. The one thing Malin had deemed too insignificant to steal. The iron ring on his thumb. He couldn't rub it, his hands were bound. But he could press it. He ground the metal band against the rough wood of the executioner's block. He poured every ounce of his desperation, every shred of his fear into the cold iron. "Ishra," he screamed in his mind. "If you're there, if you ever cared, now would be a good time." The executioner raised the blade. The steel caught the last light of the dying sun, flashing red. The crowd held its breath. Jeet grinned, raising his hand to give the command. "Strike," Jeet yelled. The blade descended. But just as the steel kissed the skin of Aladdin's neck, the world turned gray. The roar of the crowd vanished, replaced by the sound of weeping wind. The heat of the evening evaporated into a chill mist. Time stuttered. Aladdin felt a cold, smoky hand grab the back of his tunic. The sensation of falling not down, but sideways seized him. The scimitar slammed into the wooden block with a thud that echoed across the square. But there was no blood. There was no head rolling in the dust. The block was empty. Jeet stared at the wood, his grin freezing into a mask of confusion. He looked around wildly. "Where is he?" he screamed. "Where is the rat?" But Aladdin was gone, vanished into the smoke, leaving behind only an empty space and a captain who realized, with a dawn of true terror, that the game was far from over. Chapter 29. The executioner was a professional. He did not hate the man on the block. He merely understood the physics of severing bone and sinew. Aladdin could smell the man, sweat, old leather, and the iron tang of dried blood that never quite washed off. The rough grain of the wooden block pressed against Aladdin's cheek, splinters digging into his skin like tiny reminders of his mortality. Above him, the sky was a heavy, suffocating blanket of heat, indifferent to the life about to be extinguished. "Do it," Captain Jeet screamed, his voice cracking with the strain of his own triumph. The command hung in the humid air, a final sentence that brooked no appeal. Aladdin squeezed his eyes shut. His hands were bound tight behind his back, the hemp rope biting into his wrists. He had no lamp. He had no marid to catch the falling steel with a hand of blue granite. He had only the cold, hard lump of the iron ring against his thumb. It was a small magic, a quiet magic, easily forgotten amidst the diamond towers and golden caravans. But now, in the silence before the end, it was the only thing that mattered. "Ishra," he whispered, not with his voice, but with the desperate scream of his soul. "I am not done. I am not done." He ground the ring against the executioner's block, a frantic, scraping motion. The heavy scimitar began its descent. It whistled as it cut the air, a song of finality. But the air answered back. From the point where iron touched wood, a plume of gray smoke erupted. It did not billow softly. It exploded with the force of a geyser, dense and cold as the grave. It smelled of wet ash and ancient sorrow. In a heartbeat, the execution platform was swallowed by an unnatural fog that blotted out the sun. The crowd gasped, their cheers turning to coughs and confused murmurs. The executioner's blade slammed down. It struck the wood with a dull, heavy thud that vibrated through the platform. "Did you get him?" Jeet's voice cut through the smog, sounding frantic. "Show me the head." But there was no head. In the gray blindness, Aladdin felt a touch. It was not a hand exactly. It felt like a drift of mist that hardened into a grip, cold and firm. Ishra was there. She did not speak. There was no time for riddles or rhymes. She simply acted. The smoke swirled around Aladdin's wrists. The fibers of the hemp rope withered and grayed, aging 100 years in a second, until they crumbled into dust. Aladdin was free. He rolled off the block, hitting the wooden planks with a grunt. He couldn't see more than a foot in front of his face, but he didn't need to see. He knew the layout of the plaza. He knew that 10 paces to his left was a drainage grate, a narrow maw that swallowed the city's filth. "He's loose," the executioner bellowed, swinging his sword blindly into the smoke. The blade whizzed inches above Aladdin's head. "Seal the gates," Jeet roared, somewhere to the right. "Kill anything that moves in the smoke." Aladdin scrambled on hands and knees, keeping low. The fog clung to him, masking his heat, masking his sound. It was Ishra's embrace, protecting her charge with the only weapon she had, obscurity. He found the iron grate. It was heavy, rusted shut by years of neglect. He hooked his fingers into the bars. "Come on," he gritted out, straining his back. "Open, you stubborn piece of," the grate groaned. It gave an inch, then two. It was enough. Aladdin squeezed his body through the gap, scraping his ribs, tearing the last of his fine, princely tunic. He tumbled into the darkness below. The fall was short, but brutal. He splashed into a river of sludge that smelled of rot and despair. The sewage of the capital. He gasped, spitting the foul taste from his mouth, and looked up. Above him, the grate clanged shut, slicing off the chaos of the surface world. The gray smoke of Ishra drifted down through the bars for a moment, then dissipated, leaving him in the pitch black. He was alone. Aladdin sat in the muck, his chest heaving. He touched his neck. It was whole. He touched his thumb. The iron ring was there, silent and cold. "Thank you," he whispered to the dark. There was no answer, only the drip of condensation and the scuttling of rats in the tunnels. He stood up, wiping the filth from his face. The prince was dead. Prince Ali, with his diamond palace and his golden camels, had died on the chopping block. What remained was the boy who had started this journey. The boy who knew how to survive when the world wanted him dead. Aladdin looked down the tunnel. It stretched away into the gloom, a labyrinth of waste that ran beneath the entire city. It was disgusting. It was dangerous. It was home. "Jeet thinks he won," Aladdin muttered, his voice echoing softly against the damp bricks. "He thinks the game ends when the king falls." He began to walk, wading through the sludge. His stride was not the regal march of a noble, but the prowling gait of a predator. He had lost the lamp. He had lost the girl. He had lost the sun. But he still had his wits. He still had the shadows, and he had a score to settle that would burn the city to the ground. The street rat was back, and he was hungry. Chapter 30. Aladdin emerged from the mouth of the sewage pipe, gagging as the fresh night air hit his lungs. He collapsed into the reedy mud of the riverbank, his body shaking uncontrollably. The stench of the capital's waste clung to him, a vile perfume that marked the lowest point of his existence. He crawled to the water's edge, scrubbing the filth from his skin with frantic, angry motions, until he was raw and shivering. When he finally stood, dripping and ragged, he looked back at the city walls. Torches flared along the battlements where Captain Jeet's guards were undoubtedly searching for his corpse. The prince was dead. The silk robes, the golden turban, the adoration of the crowd, it had all been a fever dream. All that remained was the rat. He turned his back on the city of Sultan Vendan. He turned his face to the west, toward the vast, terrifying silence of the desert, and beyond that, the unknown continent where the sorcerer had taken his heart. The journey that followed was a descent into a hell of solitude. Aladdin walked until the soles of his boots disintegrated, binding his feet with strips of cloth torn from his ruined tunic. He moved through the borderlands like a ghost, avoiding the roads, stealing dried meat from shepherds' huts, and drinking from cattle troughs. The sun beat down on him with the malice of a hammer, peeling the skin from his nose and shoulders. But he did not stop. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, the image of Princess Moon screaming as the palace vanished would catch up to him. Weeks bled into a month. The landscape shifted from dunes to scrubland, and then to the rocky coast where the great sea crashed against the continent. Aladdin had no coin for passage. He had no goods to trade. He had only the iron ring on his thumb and the desperation in his eyes. In a port city teeming with rough-tongued sailors and merchants, Aladdin prowled the docks. He spotted a heavy cog, the gilded serpent, its hull encrusted with barnacles, destined for the iron coast of the Maghreb. Under the cover of a moonless night, he climbed the anchor chain, his muscles screaming, and slipped into the cargo hold. For 20 days, he lived in the dark belly of the ship, nestled between crates of salted fish and barrels of oil. He fought rats for scraps of hardtack dropped by the crew. He drank condensation that dripped from the rusted iron beams. In the crushing blackness, when the ship heaved in the storms and his spirit threatened to fracture, he would press the cold iron ring to his forehead. "Which way, Ishra?" he would whisper to the dark. "Am I walking to my death?" The answer would come not as a voice, but as a subtle, mournful vibration in the bone of his skull. Ishra was his compass of sorrow. She pulled his attention like a magnet, always pointing toward the source of the lamp's magic. The bond stretches, but it does not break. The spirit's whisper echoed in his mind, sounding like wind through dry grass. He sits upon the high peaks, little thief. He drinks the starlight and waits for the world to forget you. "Let him wait," Aladdin rasped, his throat parched. "Let him get comfortable." When the gilded serpent finally docked on the foreign shore, Aladdin slipped away before the gangplank touched the wood. He stepped onto the soil of the Maghreb. The earth here was red and dusty, the air thin and sharp. Looming on the horizon were the high Atlas Mountains, a jagged row of teeth biting into the sky. Aladdin shielded his eyes against the glare. Far up, near the snow line, glinting like a dropped diamond on a pile of coal, was a spark of unnatural light. It was the palace. Malin had placed it on the highest precipice, a trophy case for his victory. "I see you," Aladdin breathed. He began the climb. It was a trek that would have killed a lesser man, and perhaps it was killing him. He scaled scree slopes where one slip meant 1,000-foot fall. He slept in caves carved by the wind, huddled against the freezing cold of the altitude. He ate lizards and roots. He became lean, hard, and weathered, stripped of all softness. The street rat had been forced to become a mountain wolf. As he ascended, the air grew thinner, making every breath a battle. But with every step closer to that glittering speck in the clouds, the iron ring on his thumb hummed louder, a war drum beating in time with his heart. He was no longer Aladdin the boy who stole to eat. He was Aladdin the man who would tear down the sky to get back what was his. The long walk was ending. The war was about to begin. Chapter 31. The high Atlas Mountains did not welcome the intruder. They tolerated it like a splinter in the flesh. Perched precariously atop a spire of jagged granite, thousands of feet above the tree line, sat the floating palace of diamond and glass. It was a monstrosity of light in a landscape of gray stone and white snow. The anti-gravity field that held it aloft hummed with a sickly, straining vibration, fighting the thin air and the brutal winds that whipped around the peaks. Inside, the climate-controlled paradise that Aladdin had built was failing. Frost crept across the diamond floors in intricate, fern-like patterns. The fountains had frozen into sculptures of silence. In the central atrium, under the great domed skylight that looked out into the infinite black of the cosmos, Malin was busy. The ancient sorcerer moved with a renewed, frantic energy. His midnight blue robes trailing over the glyphs, he was painting on the floor. He used a mixture of crushed rubies and ash, drawing a complex web of containment circles around the central pedestal. Princess Moon sat in the center of the web. She was not bound by ropes or chains, but by a heavy, crushing pressure that pinned her to the obsidian chair. She could not move her arms, She could barely turn her head. Her breath plumed white in the freezing air, but her eyes were dry and sharp. She watched the sorcerer with the cold detachment of a scientist observing a specimen. "You are not a merchant," Moon said, her voice steady despite the cold. "And you are not a general. You are a parasite." Malin paused in his work. He straightened, his spine cracking audibly. He turned his milky, dead eyes toward her. "A parasite needs a host to survive, child. I do not need you. I simply require your essence. There is a difference. I am a harvester." He walked to the edge of the circle, where the copper lamp sat on a velvet cushion. He stroked it possessively. "Every 100 years, the stars align," Malin rasped, his voice sounding like wind scraping over dead leaves. "Every century, my stolen time runs out. My flesh begins to fail. To wind the clock again, I need two things. I need the cosmic anchor of the Marid to hold the door open, and I need a soul of sufficient brightness to fuel the engine." He smiled, a hideous stretching of skin. "Royal blood is potent. It is thick with the belief of your people, heavy with the destiny of your ancestors. You are a very high-grade fuel, princess." Moon's mind raced. This was the ritual. This was the endgame. He wasn't going to ransom her. He was going to drink her life to buy himself another century of misery. "And Aladdin?" she asked, testing him. "Was he fuel too, the boy?" Malin scoffed, resuming his painting. "No, the cave of ossuaries rejects those with dark hearts. I could not enter to retrieve the lamp. I needed a fool with a pure spirit, a diamond in the rough to fetch it for me. He was merely the delivery boy. You are the meal." Malin finished the final glyph. He stood back and rubbed the lamp. "Marid," he barked, "attend me." Blue fire sputtered from the spout, weak and flickering. The genie emerged, but he was not the titan who had built the palace. He was diminished, his blue skin pale, his granite muscles sagging. The transport across the world had drained him, and Malin's dark magic was poisoning him. He floated in the air, his eyes filled with a profound, cosmic exhaustion. "I am here, sorcerer," the Marid rumbled, his voice hollow. "The alignment approaches," Malin commanded, pointing to the moon, which was visible through the glass dome. "Prepare the extraction. When the moon reaches its zenith, you will rip the anima from this girl and channel it into me. Do not fail, or I will wish you into a thimble for 1,000 years." The Marid looked at Princess Moon. There was an apology in his gaze, a deep sorrow that transcended words. He raised a trembling hand, and the glyphs on the floor began to glow with a sickly green light. "I have no choice, little princess," the genie whispered, the sound vibrating in her skull. "The laws bind me. I am sorry." Moon struggled against the invisible weight, her heart hammering against her ribs. She looked at the sorcerer, who was now stripping off his outer robes, revealing a chest scarred by centuries of dark rituals. He looked like a corpse that refused to lie down. "You speak of cycles, Malin," Moon said, her voice rising. "You speak of harvesting, but harvests fail. Blight strikes. You have dragged a monument of hubris to the top of the world, but you forgot one thing: glass breaks." Malin laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "This is diamond, girl. It does not break. It endures, like me." He stepped into the circle, directly opposite her. The green light intensified, making his skin look translucent. He raised his arms, and the air in the chamber grew heavy with static. "Let the feast begin," he hissed. Moon closed her eyes, not in prayer, but in concentration. She thought of the boy with the crooked smile and the fake name. She thought of the rat who had walked out of the desert. She knew he was coming. She didn't know how, and she didn't know when. But she knew that a diamond in the rough was the one thing hard enough to scratch this glass prison. She just hoped he arrived before the clock ran out. Chapter 32. The ritual was not an immediate execution. It was a slow, agonizing drain, like watching an hourglass bleed sand grain by grain. Malin, arrogant in his centuries of dominance, had left the princess secured in the central atrium, while he retired to the upper sanctum to meditate and align his chakras for the final consumption. He believed the crushing weight of the magical suppression field was enough to keep her docile. He believed that royalty was soft, pampered, and helpless without a retinue. He was wrong. Princess Moon waited until the sorcerer's footsteps faded into the echo of the diamond halls. She tested the invisible weight pressing down on her shoulders. It was immense, a gravity that wanted to flatten her against the obsidian chair. But Moon had spent her life under the crushing weight of expectation, of silence, of being a decorative object in her father's court. She knew how to breathe under pressure. She focused on her breathing, slowing her heart rate, forcing the panic into a small, tight box in the back of her mind. She looked at the glyphs painted on the floor in crushed ruby and ash. They pulsed with a rhythmic, sickly light. Magic has logic, she whispered to herself, her breath misting in the freezing air. It has a syntax. If you break the sentence, the spell fails. She couldn't move her arms to wipe the glyphs away, but she could move her feet. She shifted her weight, sliding her silk slipper across the polished floor. It was agonizingly slow. The friction burned her skin. She extended her toe, reaching for the nearest line of the containment circle. It was a simple arc, a conduit connecting the outer ring to the inner sanctum. With a grunt of effort, she scuffed her heel across the line. The ruby dust smeared. The light in that section of the circle flickered and died. Instantly, the pressure on her left side lessened. It was a fraction of a release, but it was enough. She gasped, sucking in a lungful of cold air. She wiggled her fingers. The blood began to flow again. One down, she muttered. She worked systematically, for hours, while the wind howled outside the glass walls. Princess Moon dismantled the sorcerer's cage from the inside. She used her feet, her hem, even spilling a goblet of water she managed to knock over with her elbow to disrupt the ash. With every broken line, the suppression field weakened. When she finally stood up, her legs trembling and numb, she was free. She didn't run for the doors. There was nowhere to go. Outside was a sheer drop into the frozen abyss of the High Atlas. Instead, she ran deeper into the palace. The diamond fortress had changed. What had once been a warm, light-filled testament to Aladdin's love was now a cold, gray tomb. The Marid's presence was weak here, poisoned by Malin's control. The walls seemed to weep condensation that froze into rime ice. Moon moved through the corridors like a ghost. She found the subrelay crystals, the magical nodes Aladdin had installed to regulate the palace's climate and stability. Malin had corrupted them, turning them into batteries for his ritual. She pulled a heavy hairpin from her braid, a sharp stiletto of silver. She didn't smash the crystals. That would alert him. She scratched them. She etched tiny, hairline fractures into the smooth surfaces of the gems. It was a subtle sabotage. The energy would still flow, but it would leak. It would bleed out into the ether, weakening the ritual, destabilizing the entire structure. As she worked, she left signs. She tied a strip of her blue silk sash to the railing of the grand staircase. She scrawled a symbol in the frost on the window of the astronomy tower. A crescent moon intersected by a rat's tail. It was a message for the one person she refused to believe was dead. "Find me," she whispered, touching the cold glass that looked out over the jagged peaks. "I am breaking the lock. You just need to kick down the door." She heard a noise, a distant, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat returning to a dead body. Malin was descending. The meditation was over. Moon slipped back into the central atrium. She sat in the obsidian chair, arranging her robes to hide her muddy slippers. She assumed the posture of the defeated victim, head bowed, hands limp in her lap. But under her lashes, her eyes were burning. She wasn't waiting to die. She was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When the sorcerer returned, he would find his cage was open, and the bird inside had grown talons. Chapter 33. The ascent to the peak was a brutal test of endurance, but just below the tree line, where the gnarled roots of ancient cedars clung to the rock face, Aladdin stumbled upon something that stopped him cold. It was not a natural cave, but a structure hewn from the living mountain, hidden behind a curtain of icy waterfalls. It was old, far older than the diamond monstrosity perched above. The stone entrance was flanked by statues whose faces had been chiseled away, leaving only blank stares to guard the darkness. Aladdin, shivering in his rags, pushed through the freezing water and entered. The air inside was dry and smelled of old parchment and lavender. Torches flared to life as he stepped across the threshold, their blue flames casting long, dancing shadows against the walls. But the shadows did not stay on the walls. They peeled away. One by one, silhouettes of darkness detached themselves from the stone, forming a circle around him. They were not menacing, they were tragic. Some wore the tattered robes of desert princes, others the armor of forgotten knights, and some the simple tunics of street thieves like himself. They were translucent, made of smoke and memory, bound to this place by a grief that transcended death. "Welcome, brother," a voice echoed. It came from a figure directly in front of him, a tall man with a spectral crown resting on his brow. "We have watched your climb. We have felt the resonance of the iron ring." Aladdin clutched the ring on his thumb, feeling Ishra hum in recognition. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice rasping from disuse. "Are you ghosts?" "We are the discarded," the figure replied. "The Shadow Council. Once, like you, we were chosen. We were the diamonds in the rough. We found the lamp. We served the sorcerer's purpose. And when he was done with us, when he had drained our luck and our vitality, he cast us aside like broken tools." The spirits drifted closer, their hollow eyes filled with a collective rage that had simmered for centuries. Aladdin realized with a jolt that these were the men whose skeletons he had seen in the cave of ossuaries. Or rather, their souls, trapped in the orbit of the man who had murdered them. "You survived," a woman's spirit whispered, floating near his shoulder. She wore the garb of a nomadic hunter. "You are the first in a millennium to escape the cave with breath in your lungs. You are the anomaly." "I am just a rat who refuses to die," Aladdin said, his jaw set. "And I am here to kill him." A ripple of dark laughter went through the council. "Kill him?" The crowned spirit scoffed. "You cannot kill Malin with steel. He has tethered his life to the lamp itself. As long as the Marid is bound, the sorcerer is immortal. He draws his years from the genie's infinite existence." Aladdin felt a cold pit open in his stomach. "So he is invincible." "No," the spirit corrected. "He is vulnerable, but the price is high." The council parted, revealing a mural carved into the back wall of the chamber. It depicted a man holding a lamp, and then the same man shattering it. The final image showed the man turning to dust, but the genie rising free. "The bond is a two-way street," the spirit explained. "Malin's life is woven into the copper of the lamp. If you destroy the vessel, you destroy the anchor. The genie will be freed, his power unleashed into the cosmos. And Malin, his borrowed time will expire in an instant. He will turn to dust before he hits the floor. But the Marid, Aladdin whispered, "If I break the lamp, do I kill the genie?" "You free him," the woman said softly. "But you lose him. You lose the wishes. You lose the palace. You lose the power to ever be a prince again. You will be nothing but a man in the desert." Aladdin looked at the mural. He thought of the diamond walls, the golden camels, the feeling of being a god. Breaking the lamp meant giving all of that up. It meant going back to the gutter. It meant being Aladdin, the nobody. But then he thought of Moon. He thought of the Marid, enslaved and weeping. He thought of the skeletons in the garden below. "I never wanted to be a prince," Aladdin lied, though the truth of it was starting to take root in his heart. "I just wanted to be free." He turned to the council. "How do I get close enough? He has the high ground. He has the magic. We will help you," the crowned spirit declared. "We cannot leave this shrine, but we can project our shadows. We can be a distraction. We can be an army of ghosts for one night. Lead us to the gates, brother, and we will clear the path." Aladdin nodded, a grim smile touching his lips. He raised his fist, the iron ring glinting in the torchlight. "Then let's go," he said. "It's time for the dead to have their say." Chapter 34. The revelation hung in the damp air of the cavern like the echo of a dropped stone. The mural on the wall, carved by hands that had been dust for centuries, depicted the truth in stark, unforgiving lines. Aladdin stared at the image of the shattered lamp, his mind racing through the implications. The Shadow Council, those wraiths of forgotten potential, watched him with eyes that held no pity, only a grim expectation. "It is the only way," the crowned spirit said, his voice a dry rustle. "Malin is not merely a user of the magic. He is a parasite attached to it. He has woven his heartbeat into the copper. He drinks the Marid's immortality sip by sip. As long as that vessel remains whole, he will walk the earth, and he will continue to feed." Aladdin looked down at his own hands. They were calloused, scarred, and dirty, the hands of a survivor. For weeks, he had dreamed of reclaiming the lamp. He had fantasized about taking it back, wishing Jeet into a toad, wishing the palace back to the capital, wishing for a life of ease where he and Moon could rule in peace. He had convinced himself that the power was his to control. But now, looking at the mural, he saw the lie. The power was never his. It was a loan with a terrible interest rate. "If I break it," Aladdin whispered, tracing the jagged crack in the stone carving, "the magic dies. The palace falls. The gold turns back to stone. And I go back to being nothing." "You go back to being free," the woman's spirit corrected gently. "Is that nothing?" "It feels like nothing when you've tasted everything," Aladdin admitted, his voice thick with bitterness. He thought of the way the court had looked at him, the way Moon had looked at him when he commanded the impossible. Could she love a man who had nothing but a story? "The sorcerer relies on your greed," the crowned spirit warned. "He believes no mortal would willingly destroy a god-making machine. That is his shield. He thinks you will come to steal the lamp, not to break it. Use that arrogance. It is the only weapon you have." Aladdin closed his eyes. He imagined the scene. Malin atop his tower, draining the life from the princess, secure in the knowledge that his enemies coveted his power. If Aladdin fought to possess the lamp, he would lose. Malin had centuries of experience in hoarding, but if he fought to destroy it, a strange calm settled over him. It was the calm of the gambler who pushes all his chips into the center of the table, knowing he has the losing hand, but betting on the bluff. "I will do it," Aladdin said, opening his eyes. The hesitation was gone. "I will shatter the lamp. I will free the genie. And I will send that old vulture back to the hell he crawled out of." The shadows in the room seemed to sigh in relief. The blue flames of the torches flared brighter. "Then prepare yourself, brother," the council chorused. "The climb is steep, and the night is short. We will be your shadow army. We will be the distraction you need to reach the pedestal. But the final strike, the blow that ends the age of magic, must come from your hand." Aladdin turned away from the mural and looked toward the tunnel exit, where the wind of the high Atlas howled. He adjusted the iron ring on his thumb. Ishra was silent, but he felt her approval, a warm pulse against his skin. "Let's go break some crockery," Aladdin muttered. He stepped out into the freezing night, leaving the safety of the ruin behind. Above him, the diamond palace glittered like a star, a beautiful, deadly trap waiting to be sprung. He began the final ascent, not as a prince coming to claim his throne, but as a vandal coming to smash the crown. Chapter 35. The wind atop the high Atlas was a knife made of ice, but it was not the only thing cutting through the silence of the night. Far below the jagged peak, where the diamond palace perched, the valley floor was alive with the clatter of steel and the tramp of heavy boots. Aladdin, crouched on a ledge overlooking the only path up the mountain, watched in horror as the flickering lights of torches spilled into the ravine like a river of fire. He had expected guards. He had expected magical wards. He had not expected an invasion. Leading the column was a figure Aladdin knew too well. Even from this distance, the arrogant tilt of the head and the gleaming, polished armor were unmistakable. It was Captain Jeet, the man who had been humiliated in the court of Sultan Vendan, had not crawled into a hole to die. Instead, he had let his hatred fester into an obsession. He had emptied his personal coffers, called in every favor, and hired a legion of the bloodiest mercenaries the Shadow Coast had to offer. Jeet rode a black charger that foamed at the mouth, driving his men upward with shouts that echoed off the canyon walls. He didn't look like a soldier anymore. He looked like a madman. His eyes were fixed on the glittering speck of the palace above, burning with a greed that rivaled Malin's own. "He followed me," Aladdin whispered, the realization tasting of ash. "He tracked the ring, or he tracked the hate." This changed everything. Aladdin's plan relied on stealth, on slipping past Malin's defenses while the sorcerer was distracted by the ritual. But Jeet was not subtle. Jeet was a hammer. He would smash against the mountain, drawing every ounce of Malin's attention and wrath. "Forward, you dogs," Jeet bellowed, his voice carrying on the wind. "The prize is up there. A mountain of diamond, a valley of gold, and the head of the rat who stole it all. Kill the sorcerer, kill the boy, and you can pave your homes with the rubble." The mercenaries roared, a guttural sound of bloodlust that shook the loose stones on the slope. They surged forward, beginning the treacherous climb. Aladdin pressed himself against the rock face, his mind racing. This was a disaster. But then a thought struck him, a twisted, dangerous thought born of the strategist he had become. Jeet wanted the lamp. Malin wanted the princess. They were two monsters fighting over the same bone. "Let them fight," Aladdin muttered. "If Jeet attacks the front door, Malin will have to defend it. He'll use the Marid. He'll use the magic." It was a chaos he could use. A three-way war where he was the only one who knew the rules of the game. He looked back at the entrance to the Shadow Council's ruin. The spirits of the discarded were waiting. "Change of plans," he called into the darkness. "We don't need a distraction. We have an army." He turned back to the valley, watching the torchlight snake its way up the mountain. Jeet was coming to kill him, but in doing so, the captain might just save the world. Or burn it down. Aladdin adjusted the iron ring on his thumb, feeling the cold metal bite into his skin. "Come on, Captain," he whispered, a grim smile touching his lips. "Come and see what happens when you try to rob a wizard." He began to climb again, moving parallel to the invading force. A shadow amidst shadows, racing to reach the summit before the war below turned the mountain into a grave. Chapter 36. The air atop the spire was so thin it felt like breathing glass shards. The Diamond Palace, once a pristine monument to ambition, now shuddered under the strain of dark magic. Its transparent walls vibrated, emitting a low, discordant hum that set teeth on edge. In the central atrium, the scene was set for a tragedy 1,000 years in the making. Malin did not walk, he prowled. His midnight blue robes whipped around him in a wind that came from nowhere, smelling of sulfur and ancient dust. He dragged Princess Moon by her arm, his grip like iron, toward the center of the room. She stumbled, her silk slippers sliding on the frosted floor, but she did not scream. Her face was pale, set in a mask of grim determination. She had sabotaged the crystals. She had disrupted the glyphs. But the sorcerer's power was a brute force that plowed through her subtle traps. "The time is now," Malin hissed, shoving her onto the obsidian pedestal. "The moon is black. The stars are blind. The universe is holding its breath." He turned to the copper lamp, which sat on a tripod of bones. It pulsed with a feverish heat, glowing with a sickly, bruised light. Malin raised his hands, his skeletal fingers hooked like talons. "Marid," he screamed, his voice cracking with manic ecstasy. "Open the gate, tear the veil. I demand the essence." From the spout of the lamp, the genie erupted. But this was not the proud, granite-muscled titan Aladdin had known. The Marid was a creature in agony. His blue skin was gray and translucent, his eyes weeping tears of liquid fire. He was bound by the immutable laws of the object, a slave to a master who sought to consume the world. "I obey," the genie choked out, the words tearing from his throat. The Marid raised his massive hands, and the sky above the glass dome changed. It did not darken, it bled. A deep crimson stain spread across the heavens, blotting out the stars. Lightning, red and jagged, arced from the clouds, striking the diamond spires of the palace. The building groaned, a sound of structural torture. Malin began to chant. It was a language of guttural clicks and harsh consonants, a tongue spoken before humans had crawled out of the mud. With every syllable, a visible wave of distortion rippled through the room. The air grew heavy, pressing down on Moon's chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. She felt it then, a pulling sensation deep in her core. It was as if a hook had been sunk into her soul and was being slowly, inexorably reeled in. Her vision blurred. The edges of the room began to dissolve into gray static. "Fight it," she whispered to herself, gripping the cold stone of the pedestal. "Aladdin, where are you?" Malin's eyes rolled back in his head, showing only the whites. He was feeding on the ambient energy, growing younger by the second. His wrinkles smoothed, his posture straightened. He was drinking the chaos, preparing for the main course. "Yes," he roared, throwing his head back. "I feel it, the eternity, the power. It is mine." The Marid let out a scream of sorrow that shattered the smaller glass panes of the atrium. He was being used as a funnel, a conduit for a violation of nature, so profound it made the mountains weep. He looked down at the princess, his eyes pleading for forgiveness he knew he didn't deserve. The red light intensified, bathing the room in the color of fresh blood. The ritual had reached its zenith. The transfer was beginning, and in the center of the storm, Malin laughed, a sound that echoed like the cracking of bones. Chapter 37. The storm atop the mountain was not merely weather, it was a war of elements. While the sky bled crimson above the altar of Maghreb, the slopes below were engulfed in the orange fury of man-made fire. Captain Jeet's mercenaries had reached the perimeter of the Diamond Palace, and they were dying in droves. Malin had not left his fortress undefended. As the first soldiers breached the outer walls, the statues of the garden, grotesque gargoyles carved from black basalt, awoke. Their stone eyes flared with green witchlight, and they descended upon the invaders with claws that could shear through plate armor like parchment. The air was filled with the screams of men and the grinding of stone. Jeet, his face smeared with soot and blood, rallied his troops with the desperation of a man who knows there is no retreat. "Push forward," he bellowed, hacking the wing off a gargoyle with his enchanted blade. "The treasure is inside. Do not let these rocks stop you." It was a massacre, a chaotic, bloody distraction. And it was exactly what Aladdin needed. While the battle raged at the front gates, drawing every ounce of the palace's automated defenses, a silent figure scaled the sheer glass wall of the rear tower. Aladdin moved with the grace of a spider, his fingers finding purchase in the microscopic imperfections of the diamond's surface. He was invisible to the naked eye, wrapped in a cloak of gray smoke provided by Ishra. The climb was grueling. The wind threatened to tear him from the wall, and the cold seeped into his bones, numbing his grip. But the iron ring on his thumb pulsed with a steady, warm rhythm, a lifeline that kept him anchored to the world. "Hold on, little thief," Ishra whispered in his mind. "We are almost to the eye of the storm." Aladdin reached the balcony of the upper sanctum. He pulled himself over the railing, collapsing onto the frosted floor, his chest heaving. He didn't have time to rest. Through the glass doors, he could see the red glow of the ritual. He could see Princess Moon slumped on the pedestal, her life force being siphoned away like smoke. And he could see Malin, the architect of all his pain, standing over the lamp with a look of ecstatic madness. Aladdin stood up, shedding the invisibility. The time for hiding was over. He needed Malin to see him. He needed to provoke the arrogance that was the sorcerer's only weakness. He drew his scimitar, a rusted blade he had scavenged from the battlefield below, and kicked the glass doors. They shattered inward with a crash that cut through the chanting. "Malin," Aladdin shouted, stepping into the red light. "I hear you're looking for a replacement, but I think your warranty just expired." Malin spun around, his chanting interrupted. His eyes, now fully black, widened in disbelief. "You?" he hissed. "The rat, you should be dead in a gutter." "I'm hard to kill," Aladdin said, walking forward, his eyes locked on the lamp, like a cockroach or a bad memory. Malin laughed, a sound that shook the room. "You come here with a piece of scrap metal to challenge a god. Look around you, boy. I am rewriting the cosmos. I am eternal." "You're just an old man with a stolen battery," Aladdin countered, tightening his grip on his sword. "And I'm here to unplug you." Below them, the sounds of Jeet's army breaking through the main doors echoed up the stairwell. The gargoyles were overwhelmed. The chaos was ascending. Malin looked from the intruder to the door, his concentration fracturing. "Marid," Malin screamed, "kill him! Kill the boy!" The genie turned, his face a mask of torture. He raised a massive hand, blue fire gathering in his palm. "Run, Aladdin," the Marid begged, his voice breaking. "I cannot stop it." "Don't stop it," Aladdin whispered, bracing himself. Just aim high. As the bolt of magical fire leaped from the genie's hand, Aladdin didn't dodge. He threw himself forward, sliding across the floor, right between the sorcerer's legs. He wasn't aiming for Malin. He was aiming for the pedestal. He was aiming for the lamp. Chapter 38. The bolt of blue fire seared the air inches above Aladdin's spine as he slid across the polished obsidian floor. It slammed into the far wall, vaporizing a section of the diamond latticework and sending a shower of molten glass raining down on the battlefield below. Aladdin scrambled to his feet, putting the heavy stone altar between himself and the sorcerer. He was close, but not close enough. Malin stood over the lamp, one hand crackling with necrotic energy, the other raised to command the Marid. "You are a gnat?" Malin shrieked, his composure fracturing. "You are dust." Below, the sounds of battle were intensifying. Captain Jeet's mercenaries had breached the main hall, their boots thundering on the stairs. But they were not alone. Aladdin pressed the iron ring to the cold stone of the altar. "Now, Ishra," he whispered, his voice trembling with adrenaline. "Open the gates of the dead. Give them a war they'll never forget." From the ring, a pulse of gray light rippled outward, passing through the walls of the palace as if they were mist. It swept down the mountain, washing over the ruins where the Shadow Council waited. And then the illusions began. To Jeet's soldiers, the shadows of the hallway suddenly elongated and stood up. They formed ranks of silent, spectral warriors, the ghosts of the discarded. They wielded swords of smoke and shields of memory. They did not shout. They did not bleed. They simply advanced. "Ambush!" A mercenary screamed, swinging his axe at a phantom knight. The blade passed harmlessly through the gray form, but the soldier's mind, tricked by the magic of the ring, registered the impact as a jarring blow against steel. He stumbled back, convinced he was fighting for his life. Jeet, leading the charge, found himself face to face with a spectral figure wearing a crown, the leader of the Shadow Council. Jeet thrust his enchanted blade, screaming in fury, but the king simply walked through him, leaving a chill that froze the marrow of Jeet's bones. "Sorcery!" Jeet yelled, his eyes wild. "They are everywhere. Hold the line." Up in the atrium, Malin heard the change in the battle's rhythm. He looked down through the shattered floor and saw an army that shouldn't exist. Thousands of gray warriors swarming up the mountain, flanking Jeet's forces, surrounding the palace. "Impossible," Malin breathed, his grip on the lamp faltering. "The boy has no army. He has no allies." "I have the ones you threw away," Aladdin called out, stepping from behind the altar. "Every life you spent to get here, Malin. Every diamond you buried. They're all here, and they want a word." Malin's arrogance wavered. For the first time in a century, fear flickered in his dead eyes. He looked at the phantom army, then at the struggling Marid, and finally at Aladdin. The distraction was working. The sorcerer's focus was split. "Marid," Malin commanded, his voice shrill. "Destroy the army outside. Burn the mountain." The genie roared in frustration, torn between the order and the ritual binding moon. He turned his massive head toward the glass walls, preparing to unleash a wave of destruction upon the illusions. It was the moment Aladdin had gambled everything on. The Marid's back was turned. Malin was looking at the window. The lamp was unguarded. Aladdin lunged. He didn't run for the lamp to grab it. He ran with his rusted scimitar raised high, holding it with both hands like an executioner's axe. "For the rats!" he screamed. Malin turned at the last second, sensing the movement. His eyes widened as he realized the boy's intent. He wasn't trying to steal the power. He was trying to end it. No, Malin shrieked, throwing up a hand to cast a shield spell. But he was too slow. The rusted blade descended. It didn't hit the sorcerer. It hit the copper lamp with a sound that was not metallic, but the sound of a bell tolling the end of the world. Crack. The lamp didn't just break, it exploded. Shards of copper flew outward like shrapnel. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated magic blasted through the room, knocking everyone off their feet. The red light of the ritual vanished instantly. The gray illusions of the army evaporated into mist. The silence that followed was absolute. And then the screaming started. But it wasn't the princess. It was the sorcerer. Malin clutched his chest, his mouth opening in a silent howl as the years rushed back to claim him. Chapter 39. The chaos outside the diamond walls was a cacophony of screaming men and clashing steel, a symphony of distraction orchestrated by the dead. But inside the floating fortress, the silence was heavy, broken only by the frantic, wet rasp of Aladdin's breathing as he sprinted through the crystalline corridors. The invisibility cloak of the iron ring had faded, leaving him exposed, a ragged figure of mud and blood amidst the pristine splendor he had once wished into existence. He wasn't running toward the exit. He was running toward the heart of the storm. He rounded a corner leading to the antechamber of the central sanctum and skidded to a halt. The way forward was blocked. Two of Malin's personal guard, constructs of animated obsidian and bound shadow, stood before the great glass doors. But they were not facing Aladdin. They were facing the corner of the room, where a figure in torn silk robes was fighting for her life. It was Princess Moon. She was not the damsel tied to the tracks. She was a whirlwind of desperate, calculated violence. She held a shard of diamond glass, improvised from a broken vase, and she was moving with the fluid, lethal grace of a woman who had studied the geometry of combat as thoroughly as she studied the stars. She ducked under a swinging stone fist, slashing at the knee joint of the construct, searching for the magical seal that animated it. Moon, Aladdin shouted, his voice cracking. The princess spun, her eyes wide. For a second, the mask of the strategist slipped, revealing sheer, unadulterated relief. "You're alive," she breathed. The obsidian guards turned, their faceless heads locking onto the new threat. Aladdin didn't hesitate. He launched himself off a pillar, tackling the nearest construct. He didn't have the strength to break stone, but he had the street smarts to know that everything had a center of gravity. He jammed his rusted scimitar into the gap between the construct's neck and shoulder, using it as a lever. With a grunt of exertion, he twisted. The stone groaned and popped. The head of the guard tumbled free, dissipating into black smoke. Moon seized the distraction. She vaulted over the fallen debris, driving her glass shard into the chest of the second guard. There was a flash of green light, and the construct crumbled into a pile of harmless rocks. They stood there for a heartbeat, chests heaving, surrounded by rubble. Aladdin reached out, and Moon gripped his forearm, a warrior's greeting. "I knew you were too stubborn to die," Moon said, wiping a smear of soot from her cheek. "I had a motivation," Aladdin replied, looking at her. "You look terrible, princess." "You look like a sewer rat," she countered, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. Then her expression hardened. She pulled him toward the heavy doors of the sanctum. "Listen to me. Malin is in there. He started the transfer, but I've poisoned the well." "Poisoned?" Aladdin asked, confused. "The geometry," Moon explained rapidly, her mind working faster than the situation allowed. "The altar of Maghreb relies on perfect symmetry to channel the cosmic energy. While he was meditating, I etched fractures into the subrelay crystals. I shifted the conductive lines by a fraction of an inch. When he tries to pull the energy through the Marid, the flow will be turbulent. So it won't work. Aladdin asked, hope rising. It will work, Moon said grimly. But the feedback loop will be catastrophic. It won't just take my life, it will tear the palace apart. It will shatter the mountain. If the ritual completes, we all turn to dust. Aladdin looked at the doors. Through the semi-transparent material, he could see the sickly red glow of the ritual already consuming the room beyond. How do we stop it? He asked. The lamp, Moon said, her eyes intense. The lamp is the valve. It controls the flow. As long as Malin holds it, he can force the energy through the broken system. We have to take it from him. Take it? Aladdin shook his head, remembering the mural in the cave of the Shadow Council. No, taking it isn't enough. He's bound his life to it. He is the lamp now. He gripped the hilt of his rusted scimitar. We don't need to steal it, Moon. We need to break it. Moon stared at him. She understood the cost immediately. Breaking the lamp meant ending the magic. It meant the palace would fall. It meant the Prince Ali would cease to exist. Are you sure? She whispered. I'm done with wishes, Aladdin said, his voice quiet and firm. I'm ready to be real. He kicked the doors open. A blast of hot, metallic wind hit them, carrying the sound of Malin's chanting and the Marid's screams. They stepped into the red nightmare of the sanctum, side by side, the rat and the strategist, walking into the fire to burn down the god. Chapter 40. The sanctum vibrated with a sound that was less a noise and more a geological complaint. The red light of the corrupted ritual bathed the diamond walls in the color of old blood, casting long, frantic shadows. Aladdin and Princess Moon stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the dais where Malin was trying to force the universe into submission. The sorcerer's back was arched in a rictus of concentration, his hands hovering over the lamp, as if playing an invisible, dissonant instrument. The Marid, tethered by chains of green lightning, writhed in the air, his cosmic form flickering in and out of existence. It ends now, Malin. Aladdin shouted, raising his rusted scimitar. Malin turned his head slowly, his neck cracking like dry kindling. His eyes were entirely black, two voids in a face that was shedding years like dead skin. End, he rasped, his voice layered with the echo of 1,000 stolen voices. I am just beginning to... Crash. The heavy double doors of the sanctum, already battered, were blasted off their hinges. They flew into the room, smashing into a pile of crystal shards. Through the dust and smoke strode Captain Jeet. He was a mess of gore and glory. His armor was dented, his cape shredded, and he bled from a dozen small cuts, but his eyes were alight with a terrifying fervor. Behind him, the sounds of his mercenaries dying at the hands of the phantom army faded into the background. Jeet had abandoned his men. He had abandoned strategy. He had come for the prize. The lamp. Jeet roared, ignoring Aladdin, ignoring the princess, ignoring the laws of magic entirely. It is mine by right of conquest. Jeet charged. He didn't run like a soldier. He ran like a beast that smells meat. He leaped up the steps of the dais, his enchanted sword raised high, aiming straight for the sorcerer's neck. Jeet, no. Moon screamed, recognizing the suicide of the act. Get back, but Jeet was deaf to reason. He saw only an old man in robes standing between him and godhood. He swung his blade with all his strength, a blow that would have cleaved a knight in two. Malin didn't even turn his body. He simply flicked his wrist, a gesture as casual as swatting a fly. A wall of force, solid and invisible, slammed into Jeet midair. The sound of impact was sickening, the crunch of metal and bone. Jeet was thrown backward, as if fired from a cannon. He flew across the room, smashing through a decorative glass pillar before crumpling into a heap near Aladdin's feet. The captain groaned, trying to rise, but his sword lay shattered on the floor. He looked up at the sorcerer, his eyes wide with confusion. He couldn't understand. He was the strongest man in the kingdom. How could he be brushed aside so easily? "You mortals," Malin sighed, turning back to the lamp, as if the interruption had been nothing more than a draft. "You mistake ambition for power. You bring steel to a fight of souls. It is boring." Aladdin looked down at Jeet. The man who had been the architect of his misery, the tyrant of the capital, looked small and broken. There was no pity in Aladdin's heart, only a cold recognition. Jeet was a relic of the old world, a world where swords ruled. But they were in a new world now, a world of magic and consequences. "Stay down, Captain," Aladdin said quietly, "or you'll miss the finale." He looked at Moon. She nodded. Jeet had served his purpose. He had bought them 10 seconds. It was time to use them. "Marid," Aladdin yelled, stepping forward. "Do you trust me?" The genie, hanging in his chains of light, turned his tortured gaze to the boy. "Trust is a luxury. Little thief," he gasped. "Then settle for hope." Aladdin sprinted toward the dais. He wasn't attacking the sorcerer. He was running past him. He was running toward the one vulnerability Malin had forgotten in his arrogance, the unstable geometry of the room itself. Malin saw the movement. "Fool," he shrieked, raising his hand to crush the boy as he had crushed the captain. "You cannot reach me." But Aladdin wasn't reaching for him. He slid on his knees, passing under the arc of the sorcerer's spell, and slammed the pommel of his sword into the base of the crystal relay Moon had pointed out earlier, the one with the hairline fractures. The crystal shattered. The hum of the room changed instantly. The smooth flow of red energy turned jagged and chaotic. The feedback loop Moon had predicted kicked in. A shockwave of raw magic exploded from the dais, knocking Malin off his feet and sending the lamp skittering across the floor. It was loose. The anchor was loose. "Get it?" Moon screamed, diving for the copper vessel. But Malin was faster than he looked. He scrambled on all fours, a spider made of shadow, his hand outstretched. Aladdin was closer. Jeet was stirring. The three of them lunged for the object that held the fate of the world. 3 desperate hands reaching for the same cursed metal in the center of the storm. Chapter 41. The scramble for the copper vessel was a race between desperation and destiny. But magic is a cheat code in the laws of physics. Just as Aladdin's fingers brushed the cold metal of the lamp, a whip of solidified shadow lashed out from Malin's sleeve. It coiled around the spout and yanked the object backward with a violent snap, flying into the sorcerer's outstretched claw. Aladdin scrambled to his feet, panting, his rusted scimitar raised in a guard position that felt woefully inadequate. He was backed against a jagged shard of the shattered glass wall, the freezing wind of the high altitude whipping his hair across his face. He was trapped. The Diamond Palace, his great architectural miracle, had become his cage. Malin did not attack immediately. He held the lamp to his chest, his eyes glowing with that milky, necrotic light, and he smiled. It was a smile of supreme, unshakable confidence. He took a step forward, and the floorboards groaned under the weight of his presence. "Look at you," Malin purred, his voice sliding over the chaos of the room like oil. "The Prince of Thieves, the architect of clouds, and here you are, shivering in the dark, armed with a piece of scrap iron. Did you truly believe you could steal from the mouth of a god, boy? Did you think that because you wore the clothes, you possessed the power? Aladdin gripped his sword until his knuckles turned white. I possess something you never will, old man. I had friends. You just have slaves. Malin laughed, a dry, rattling sound that lacked any mirth. Friends die, Aladdin. Slaves endure. You speak of friendship as if it is a currency, but it is a weakness. It is the crack in the wall that let me in. You built this fortress to keep the world out, but you left the door open for your vanity. The sorcerer raised the lamp, the copper glowing with a sickly, bruised heat. He looked at the Marid, who hung in the air above them, suspended by chains of green lightning. The genie was a ruin of his former glory, his blue skin gray with exhaustion, his granite muscles trembling with the strain of the interrupted ritual. Marid, Malin commanded, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the howling wind. Look at this insect. He is the flaw in the design. He is the grain of sand in the eye. Remove him. The Marid flinched as if struck. He looked down at Aladdin, his eyes wide with sorrow. This was the boy who had wished for a parade, who had wished for love, who had treated a cosmic weapon like a partner. To kill him was to sever the last thread of hope the genie held. Sorcerer, the Marid choked out, his voice sounding like a rock slide. Do not ask this. The boy, he is nothing. Malin shrieked, his patience snapping. He is an obstacle. I am your master by the ancient laws. I hold the copper. I hold the soul. Destroy him, spirit. Turn him to ash and scatter him to the winds. Obey me. The compulsion hit the genie like a physical blow. The green chains tightened, burning into his ethereal flesh. The Marid roared in agony, his body convulsing as the magic of the lamp overrode his free will. He fought it. He fought with the strength of a star, his will straining against the command. Veins of white light bulged on his neck, his hands clenched into fists, fighting the urge to rise. But the lamp was absolute. Slowly, agonizingly, the Marid's right arm began to lift. It moved with a jerky, mechanical rhythm, fighting every inch of the way. Blue plasma gathered in his palm, swirling into a ball of concentrated destruction, energy enough to vaporize a mountain, let alone a man. Aladdin watched the hand rise. He didn't run. There was nowhere to run. He looked into the genie's weeping eyes. It's okay, big guy, Aladdin whispered, though the wind snatched the words away. It's not your fault. I am sorry, the Marid mouthed, a silent scream of despair. The hand reached its zenith. The ball of plasma flared, blindingly bright, casting Malin's shadow long and monstrous across the room. The sorcerer cackled, a sound of pure triumph. The executioner's axe was raised, held by a friend, commanded by a monster, and there was nothing on earth that could stop the fall. Chapter 42. The ball of blue plasma hovered in the Marid's trembling palm, a miniature sun screaming to be released. Aladdin could feel the heat searing the skin of his face, could smell the ozone burning the air. Malin stood triumphant, the copper lamp clutched to his chest like a shield, his milky eyes fixed on the boy's imminent vaporization. The sorcerer was not looking at Aladdin as a threat anymore. He was looking at him as a smudge to be wiped from the ledger of history. And that was the mistake. Aladdin didn't look at the fireball. He didn't look at the genie. He looked at the sorcerer's greed. Malin was a collector, a hoarder of power. He had spent a millennium hunting artifacts, draining them dry to fuel his unnatural life. Aladdin moved his hand, not to his sword, but to his thumb. He twisted the iron ring. It slid off his finger easily, heavy and cold. Ishra was silent inside the metal, perhaps knowing this was her final gambit. "Hey, old man," Aladdin shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of the magic. "You forgot one." He threw the ring. It wasn't a weapon. It was a lure. The dull iron band arced through the air, spinning slowly, catching the sickly red light of the corrupted sanctum. Malin saw it. His ancient, predatory instincts kicked in faster than conscious thought. He saw an artifact of power, a vessel containing a djinn flying freely through the air. The collector in him screamed mine. For a fraction of a second, the sorcerer's concentration broke. His gaze snapped from the boy to the ring. His hand, the one not holding the lamp, twitched instinctively to catch the prize. "Mine," Malin hissed, his eyes widening with avarice. In that split second, the Marid's compulsion faltered. The ball of plasma dimmed slightly as the command wavered. Aladdin didn't wait to see if the ring landed. He didn't dive for cover. He dove toward a pile of rubble near the dais. The debris from the shattered relay crystal moon had pointed out earlier, but he wasn't hiding. His hand plunged into the dust and closed around a handle of rough, worn wood. It was a mason's hammer, a heavy, iron-headed tool used for shaping stone, dropped by a workman during the construction of the palace weeks ago. Aladdin had kicked it into the corner earlier, a piece of trash in a diamond room. Now, it was the most important object in the world. He gripped the handle with both hands, his muscles coiling. He wasn't a warrior with a sword. He was a rat cornered in an alley, fighting with a brick. He sprang up from the rubble. Malin had caught the ring, his face twisted in a rictus of triumphant glee as his fingers closed around the iron band. But his triumph blinded him to the shadow rising from the floor. "Catch this," Aladdin screamed. He swung the hammer. He didn't aim for the sorcerer's head. He didn't aim for his heart. He aimed for the source. The heavy iron head of the hammer whistled through the air. Malin looked up, but it was too late. He tried to raise a shield, but his hands were full, one with the lamp, one with the ring. He was burdened by his own greed. The hammer struck. It didn't hit flesh. It hit the copper vessel clutched to the sorcerer's chest. Clang. The sound was not the dull thud of metal on metal. It was the sound of a bell tolling the end of an age. It was a resonant, bone-shaking vibration that cracked the diamond floor beneath their feet. The copper lamp, forged in the fires of a forgotten star, and beaten into shape by dead gods, crumpled inward. A spiderweb of fractures raced across its tarnished surface. Malin's scream was not human. It was the sound of 1,000 years of stolen time being ripped away in an instant. The lamp exploded. Chapter 43. The hammer connected with the copper vessel, not with a clang, but with a sound like the snapping of a mountain's spine. Time itself seemed to hiccup, freezing the moment in a tableau of violence and consequence. The iron head of the mason's hammer, driven by the desperate strength of a street rat, bit deep into the tarnished metal of the lamp. The copper buckled, folded, and then, impossibly, shattered. It did not break into pieces. It dissolved into light. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated wild magic detonated from the point of impact. It was a blinding white sphere of energy that expanded instantly, obliterating shadows and silence alike. Aladdin was thrown backward, as if hit by a battering ram, tumbling across the diamond floor until he slammed into the base of a pillar. His ears rang with a high, piercing whine that drowned out the howling wind outside. He shook his head, trying to clear the stars from his vision, and looked up. The sanctum was unrecognizable. The red glow of Malin's corrupted ritual was gone, scrubbed away by the white fire of the explosion. The diamond walls, once rigid and imposing, were vibrating, singing a song of liberation. But the true horror and the true wonder was in the center of the room. The Marid was no longer a solid form of blue granite. He was exploding. Beams of light shot from his eyes, his mouth, the cracks in his skin. The chains of green lightning that had bound him for millennia snapped one by one, dissolving into harmless sparks. He threw his head back and roared, a sound of profound release that shook the very foundations of the earth. He was expanding, growing larger and more translucent, becoming less a creature of matter and more a creature of pure energy. And then there was Malin. The ancient sorcerer stood frozen, his hands still clutching the empty air where the lamp and the ring had been. He looked down at his chest. There was no wound. There was no blood, but there was dust. It started at his fingertips. The skin turned gray, cracked, and flaked away like dry parchment in a strong wind. Malin stared at his own dissolution with eyes that were wide with a terrible understanding. The anchor was gone. The borrowed time had run out. The bill was due. No, Malin rasped, his voice a whisper of dry leaves. I am eternal, but the wind did not care. The magic did not care. His robes collapsed inward as his body disintegrated. His face, twisted in a final expression of denial, crumbled into sand. In seconds, the terrifying sorcerer, who had harvested souls for 1,000 years, was nothing more than a pile of gray ash on the floor, scattered by the turbulent air currents of the room. The iron ring, which Malin had caught, fell from the dissipating dust cloud and clattered onto the stone, rolling to a stop near Aladdin's boot. It was dull, lifeless iron now. Ishra was gone, freed alongside her greater brother. The shockwave finally dissipated, leaving a silence so profound it hurt to listen to it. The floating palace shuddered violently. Without the lamp to power the anti-gravity field, the massive structure began to groan. Gravity, patient and undeniable, was reclaiming its prize. The magic is dead, Aladdin whispered, pushing himself to his feet. He looked at the pile of ash that used to be his enemy. He looked at the fading light of the Marid, drifting up through the shattered skylight into the cosmos. And then he looked at Princess Moon, who was pulling herself up from behind the altar, shaken but alive. Aladdin, she shouted, pointing to the window. Look, outside, the horizon tilted. The palace was falling. Not plummeting like a stone, but drifting downward in a slow, catastrophic spiral as the last vestiges of magic evaporated. We have to go, Aladdin yelled, sprinting toward her. We have to get off this rock before it becomes a tomb. He grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the shattered doors. They didn't look back at the ash. They didn't look back at the broken copper shards. They ran for their lives, leaving the age of wonders behind them in the dust. Chapter 44. The wind inside the sanctum died as quickly as it had risen, leaving a silence so profound it felt like pressure against the eardrums. The copper shards of the broken lamp lay scattered across the obsidian floor, glinting dully in the fading light of the altar. But all eyes, Aladdin's, Moon's, even the groggy, recovering Jeet's, were fixed on the spot where Malin stood. Or rather, where he had stood. The sorcerer had not moved since the hammer struck. His hands were still raised in a posture of command, his mouth open in a silent scream of denial. But the man was gone. In his place was a statue made of gray dust, holding its shape for one impossible second against the pull of gravity. Then the collapse began. It started with the robes. The midnight blue silk, woven with spells of preservation, lost its color, turning to the drab brown of dead leaves before disintegrating into powder. Beneath the fabric, the flesh followed suit. There was no blood, no gore. The magic that had sustained Malin for a millennium simply evaporated, and time rushed in to collect its debt. 1,000 years of aging happened in a heartbeat. Skin turned to parchment, then to ash. Bone turned to chalk, then to dust. The figure slumped, losing definition, cascading downward like a sandcastle hit by a rogue wave. Aladdin watched, his chest heaving, as the monster who had haunted his nightmares became a pile of grit on the floor. A small puff of gray smoke rose from the mound, carrying with it a faint, foul smell of sulfur, and then dissipated into the cold mountain air. "He's gone," Moon whispered, her voice trembling. She stepped closer to Aladdin, gripping his arm as if to anchor herself. "Really gone." "Dust to dust," Aladdin murmured, staring at the remains. He felt a strange emptiness in his chest. The fear was gone, yes, but so was the adrenaline that had driven him across oceans and deserts. What was left was just quiet. Jeet, who had pulled himself up against a pillar, stared at the pile of ash with wide, terrified eyes. He had sought power. He had sought alliance with this creature. And now he saw the true cost of that ambition. He looked from the ash to Aladdin, and for the first time, there was no arrogance in his gaze, only the raw, unfiltered realization that he had been playing a game he didn't understand. Above them, the sky began to clear. The red stain of the corrupted ritual faded, replaced by the crisp, cold blue of the high-altitude dawn. The Marid was gone, freed to the cosmos. Ishra was gone, released from her iron ring. The magic had left the world, taking its monsters with it, but the palace remained. For now, the floor shuddered beneath their feet, a subtle vibration that traveled up through the soles of their shoes. The anti-gravity field was failing. The diamond walls groaned as the stress of holding millions of tons of rock in the sky began to tear them apart. "We can't stay here," Aladdin said, his strategist's mind kicking back into gear. "The magic is fading. This rock is going to fall." He looked at Moon. "Do you trust me?" "Always," she replied without hesitation. "Then run," Aladdin commanded. He grabbed her hand and sprinted for the exit, leaving the pile of dust that was once a god to be scattered by the wind. They had won the war, but survival was still a race they had to finish. Chapter 45. As the Diamond Palace groaned under the strain of a dying spell, a calm fell over the central courtyard, a pocket of stillness in the midst of the collapsing world. The air shimmered, not with the red heat of Malin's malice, but with a cool, iridescent light that smelled of ozone and deep space. From this light, two figures emerged. They were familiar, yet profoundly changed. The Marid hovered above the cracked obsidian floor, but the chains of green lightning were gone. His blue skin, once dull with servitude, now pulsed with the brilliance of a supernova. His granite muscles relaxed, no longer tense with the anticipation of a command. Beside him floated Ishra. The somber gray of her form had brightened to silver. Her eyes, usually pools of infinite sorrow, were now wide with a terrifying wonder. She looked less like a ghost and more like a star given shape. Aladdin and Moon skidded to a halt near the exit, turning back to face the beings they had liberated. The silence stretched, heavy with unsaid words. "You broke the vessel," the Marid rumbled. His voice was no longer the grinding of stones, it was the hum of a nebula. "You shattered the anchor. Do you know what you have done, little thief?" Aladdin swallowed hard, wiping sweat and soot from his brow. "I ended the game," he said, his voice raspy. I set you free." The Marid descended slowly until he was eye level with Aladdin. He did not bow like a servant. He inclined his massive head like an emperor, acknowledging an equal. "For 10,000 years," the genie said softly, "I have built palaces for tyrants and destroyed cities for fools. I have been a weapon. I have been a tool. Today I am just Marid." He looked at his hands, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. "I retain my power, Aladdin, but I have lost my purpose. I am no longer bound to grant the whims of mortals. I must find my own way." "Then go," Aladdin said, smiling despite the exhaustion pulling at his bones. "Go see what's out there past the sky. Just try not to drop any more mountains on people." The Marid let out a laugh that sounded like wind chimes in a storm. "I make no promises. Freedom is messy." Ishra drifted forward, her silver form cool against the heat of the day. She reached out and touched Aladdin's cheek. Her touch was no longer the chill of the grave, but the crisp freshness of morning mist. "You walked the path of shadows," she whispered, her voice a melody. "You carried the weight of the ring without letting it crush you. You are not a rat, Aladdin. You are a king in your own right, crown or no crown." She turned to Moon. "And you, daughter of the desert, you saw the cage and dared to break the bars. The world needs eyes like yours." The two jinn began to ascend, their forms dissolving into streaks of pure light. They did not vanish instantly. They lingered for a heartbeat, two bright stars against the blue of the morning sky. "Thank you," the Marid's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "Be well," Ishra's whisper followed. And then, with a sound like a thunderclap in reverse, they were gone. They shot upward, piercing the atmosphere, leaving trails of stardust that drifted down like snow. Aladdin watched them go, a lump in his throat. He had lost the magic. He had lost the power to reshape reality with a wish. But as he looked at his empty hands, he didn't feel weak. He felt lighter. "They're gone," Moon said quietly, standing beside him. "Yeah," Aladdin agreed. "They're gone." The ground beneath them lurched violently. A crack appeared in the diamond wall to their left, spiderwebbing rapidly toward the ceiling. The reality of their situation came rushing back. The magic was gone, which meant the anti-gravity field was seconds away from total failure. "We should probably follow their example," Aladdin said, grabbing Moon's hand. "And leave." They turned and ran, sprinting through the fracturing halls of the palace, as the dream of Prince Ali crumbled around them, racing to escape the wreckage before gravity claimed its due. Chapter 46. The death of a miracle is a noisy affair. When the Marid departed for the stars, he took with him the silent, invisible hands that had held the millions of tons of diamond and glass in defiance of the natural order. Gravity, the oldest and most patient of the cosmic laws, wasted no time in reclaiming its dominion. The floating palace did not simply fall, it screamed. The crystalline molecular bonds that formed the walls and spires began to shear under the immense stress, emitting a high-pitched, resonant shriek that vibrated in the teeth and bones of every living soul within the structure. Aladdin and Princess Moon sprinted through the grand gallery, their footsteps echoing amidst the cacophony of destruction. The floor, once a seamless sheet of transparent diamond, was now a treacherous landscape of spiderweb fractures. With every step, shards of razor-sharp glass erupted from the surface, stinging their legs and face. The palace tilted violently to the west, sliding off its precarious perch atop the jagged spire of the high Atlas. "Keep moving," Aladdin roared, gripping Moon's hand so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Don't look down, just run." To their left, a massive chandelier, a constellation of crystal and gold, tore loose from the ceiling. It crashed into the floor 10 paces behind them, obliterating a row of decorative urns and sending a shockwave through the corridor that nearly knocked them off their feet. The air was thick with diamond dust, a glittering fog that choked the lungs and blinded the eyes. Ahead of them, stumbling through the haze, was a figure Aladdin recognized by the limp and the desperate, selfish haste. It was Captain Jeet, the disgraced soldier, battered from his encounter with the sorcerer, was shoving aside terrifying servants and mercenaries alike, clawing his way toward the main entrance. Even in the face of apocalypse, Jeet's only loyalty was to his own skin. "Out of my way," Jeet screamed, hurling a bewildered cook into a collapsing wall to clear his path. "The exit. Where is the exit?" Aladdin felt a surge of anger, but he swallowed it. There was no time for justice. There was only time for survival. He pulled Moon toward the right, taking a shortcut through the royal solar, a room he had designed himself in a fit of architectural vanity. The solar was disintegrating. The outer wall had already shorn away, leaving the room open to the freezing wind and the terrifying drop to the valley, floor thousands of feet below. The palace groaned, a deep tectonic rumble, and slipped another 10 feet down the mountain slope. "We have to jump," Moon shouted over the wind, pointing to a ledge of black granite that jutted out from the mountain face, just a few yards from the edge of the shattering room. "It's too far," Aladdin yelled back, measuring the distance with a thief's practiced eye. "It is that or the long fall," Moon countered, stepping onto the railing of the balcony. The structure shuddered beneath her. Aladdin joined her. He looked at the woman he had married for a lie, who had fought beside him for the truth. She was terrified, yes, but her eyes were clear. She was ready. "Together," Aladdin said. "Together," she echoed, as the floor of the solar gave way, crumbling into a cascade of glittering debris. They leaped. For a second, they hung suspended in the thin, freezing air, 2 specks of silk and flesh against the vast gray canvas of the mountain. They hit the granite ledge hard. Aladdin landed on his shoulder, the impact driving the breath from his body. He rolled, his instincts screaming at him to find purchase. His fingers clawed at the frozen moss and rough stone. He felt Moon's hand slip from his grasp. "Moon," he screamed, lunging forward. She was sliding backward, her legs dangling over the precipice, her fingers scrabbling uselessly against the ice-slicked rock. Aladdin threw himself flat, reaching out. His hand closed around her wrist just as gravity tried to claim her. The jolt nearly pulled him over the edge, but he dug his boots into a crack in the rock and held on. With a grunt of supreme effort, he hauled her up. She scrambled onto the ledge, gasping, her face pale as the snow that dusted the peaks. They collapsed against the rock wall, huddled together, watching the final act of the tragedy. The diamond palace, freed from the friction of the peak, began its final descent. It slid down the mountainside like a great, glittering avalanche. Towers snapped off and shattered into rainbows. Walls folded in on themselves. The sound was deafening, a roar of grinding stone and shattering glass that echoed for miles. It tumbled into the valley below, crashing into the basin with the force of a meteor. A cloud of white dust rose up, obscuring the wreckage. The monument to Aladdin's ambition, the fortress of his pride, was gone. It was nothing more than a pile of expensive rubble in a forgotten corner of the world. Silence slowly returned to the mountain, broken only by the wind and the distant cries of the few survivors who had managed to scramble clear of the impact. Aladdin rested his head against the cold stone, closing his eyes. He was bruised, bleeding, and destitute. He had no lamp, no ring, no palace, and no title. But as he felt the steady beat of Moon's heart against his arm, and the solid, unmoving rock beneath his back, he realized he had never felt richer. "It is over," Moon whispered, her voice hoarse. "No," Aladdin corrected, opening his eyes to look at the empty path ahead. "The magic is over. The work is just beginning. We have a long walk home, Princess, and I think Captain Jeet is still ahead of us." He pointed down the trail. Far below, a solitary figure was limping away from the crash site, moving with the relentless determination of a cockroach scuttling away from a boot. Jeet had survived, and the final skeleton was waiting for him. Chapter 47. The valley floor had become a graveyard of light. The impact of the Diamond Palace had sent a tremor through the tectonic plates of the high Atlas, a shudder that was felt as far away as the coast. Now the dust was beginning to settle, coating the wreckage in a layer of fine, white powder that looked deceptively like snow. But it was not snow. It was the pulverized remains of a dream that had been too heavy for the world to support. Amidst the twisted spires of glass and the crushed masonry of the foundations, there was no movement, save for the settling of debris and the wind whistling through the jagged ruins. Then, a pile of rubble shifted. A stone was pushed aside with a grunt of agony, and a hand, gloved in torn leather and caked in dried blood, reached up toward the sky. Captain Jeet pulled himself from the grave of the palace. He was a ruin of a man. His polished armor was crushed against his ribs. His cape was a tattered rag, and his left leg dragged behind him, useless and broken. By all laws of anatomy and survival, he should have been dead. The fall, the impact, the crushing weight of the stone, any one of these should have ended his story. But Jeet was not sustained by blood and breath alone. He was fueled by a hatred so pure, so concentrated, that it refused to let him die until he had balanced the ledger. He rolled onto his back, coughing up black bile and dust. He stared at the blue sky, his vision swimming. He waited for the pain to overwhelm him, but the pain was distant, a dull roar behind the screaming voice in his head that told him he had been cheated. The rat, Jeet rasped, his voice a broken croak. The rat and the witch. He forced himself to sit up. He looked around the devastation. There were bodies scattered among the ruins, mercenaries, servants, the unlucky souls who had been caught in the crossfire of gods. But Jeet did not look for survivors to help. He looked for leverage. He looked for a weapon. His eyes scanned the ground, filtering out the glitter of the worthless diamonds. He was looking for copper, and there, half buried in a drift of gray ash near the center of the impact crater, he saw it. It was not the lamp. The lamp was gone, shattered into 1,000 pieces by Aladdin's hammer. But a fragment remained. It was a curved shard of the vessel's belly, jagged and sharp, gleaming with a dull, tarnished luster against the pristine white of the diamond dust. Jeet crawled toward it. He dragged his broken body over the glass shards, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He reached out, his trembling fingers brushing the metal. It was hot, not warm with the gentle heat of the sun, but searingly hot, retaining the thermal energy of the magical explosion that had destroyed it. To a sane man, the heat would be a warning. To Jeet, it was a promise. He snatched the shard up, hissing as it burned his palm. He brought it close to his face, staring into the tarnished surface. He did not see his own reflection, a battered, bloody madman. He saw a king. "You are still here," Jeet whispered to the scrap of metal. "I can feel you. You are hiding, aren't you? Hiding from the boy." There was no magic left in the shard. The Marid was gone, dancing among the stars. The metal was just copper, cooling rapidly in the mountain air. But Jeet's mind, fractured by trauma and consumed by greed, filled in the silence. He heard a hum where there was none. He felt a pulse where there was only the throbbing of his own damaged hand. Yes, Jeet nodded, his eyes widening with a manic light. Yes, I hear you. The boy broke the cage, but he didn't break the power. You chose me. You chose the strong one. He shoved the sharp piece of copper into his tunic, ignoring the way it sliced into his skin. He struggled to his feet, using a piece of twisted rebar as a crutch. He looked up at the cliff face, where he could see two tiny figures, Aladdin and Princess Moon, watching from the ledge. Jeet did not shout at them. He did not wave his fist. He smiled. It was a smile of terrifying, absolute delusion. Go ahead, he muttered to the distant figures. Run back to your sand and your sewers. I have the seed. I have the ember. He turned away from the path that led down to the coast, away from civilization and water. He turned toward the deep desert, toward the endless expanse of the empty quarter. In his broken mind, the shard was guiding him. It was telling him of a place where he could plant the seed and grow a new empire. It was whispering of a cave of skeletons, a place of infinite treasure that was waiting just for him. I am the Sultan, Jeet raved to the empty wind as he began to limp into the wasteland. I am the master of the copper. I am the survivor. He walked with a lurching, painful rhythm, a solitary figure disappearing into the heat haze, clutching a piece of trash as if it were the crown of the world. He was walking toward his death, but in his eyes, he was marching toward a throne that would last forever. Chapter 48. The return to the capital of Sultan Vendon was not written in the stars, nor was it paved with gold. It was etched in the salt of the ocean spray and the dust of the trade roads. There were no magic carpets to whisk them across the continents, no genies to conjure feasts in the wilderness. Aladdin and Princess Moon traveled as commoners, working their passage on merchant cogs and riding hired horses that smelled of sweat and fatigue. It took 3 months to cross the distance that the Marid had covered in a heartbeat. But in that long, grueling journey, something fundamental shifted. They ceased to be a street rat, pretending to be a prince and a princess, pretending to be a statue. They became partners. They became leaders. When the white walls of the city finally rose from the heat haze of the desert, they did not look like the gleaming fortifications of a fairy tale. They looked like a prison. Without the Sultan, and with Captain Jeet vanished into the wastes, the capital had fallen into the hands of Jeet's lieutenants, petty tyrants who lacked their master's ambition, but possessed all of his cruelty. The gates were barred, and the flags of the Sultan hung limp and tattered, replaced by the black banners of the martial law. Aladdin pulled his horse to a halt on the ridge overlooking the bazaar. He wore a simple tunic of rough-spun wool, and his face was bronzed by the sun. He looked down at the streets where he had once stolen melons to survive. They expect an army, Aladdin said, his voice raspy with dust. They expect a siege. They are thinking like soldiers, Moon replied, adjusting the scarf that hid her royal features. We need to think like the city itself. They did not storm the main gate. They waited until nightfall and slipped into the drainage tunnels, the same sewers Aladdin had used to escape the executioner's blade. He led the princess through the labyrinth of slime and darkness, guiding her with a memory that was etched into his bones. When they emerged, they were not in the palace, but in the heart of the lower district, amidst the hovels of the poor. The whisper started slowly. It moved from rooftop to rooftop, passed along by beggars and thieves, by washerwomen and water sellers. The rat is back. The moon has returned. By dawn, the crowd that gathered in the main square was not a mob, it was a tide. Aladdin stood on the rim of the central fountain, Moon by his side, when the acting commander of the guard, a brute named Kal who had grown fat on stolen taxes, marched out to disperse them. He found himself facing not a rabble, but a wall of silent defiance. Disperse, Kal bellowed, drawing his sword, or we will water the stones with your blood. Aladdin stepped forward. He had no weapon but his voice, yet he projected it with the authority of a king. Captain Jeet is gone, he announced, the words ringing off the palace walls. The sorcerer is dust. The magic is dead. All that is left is you, Kal, and you are outnumbered 10,000 to 1. Kal looked at the sea of faces. He looked at the street rats, perched on the awnings with stones in their hands. He looked at the merchants holding hammers and the mothers holding bricks. And then he looked at Princess Moon, who lowered her scarf to reveal the face of the rightful heir. The fear in Kal's eyes was the end of the regime. His sword clattered to the stones. The coup was bloodless, broken by the weight of inevitable truth. Aladdin and Moon walked through the open gates of the palace, ignoring the bowing guards who had terrorized them only months before. They went straight to the Red Tower, the solitary spire where the Sultan had been locked away. They found Sultan Vendon sitting on the floor of a bare cell, surrounded by the broken pieces of his mechanical toys. He looked small, frail, and utterly defeated. When the door opened, he flinched, expecting another beating. "Father," Moon whispered, rushing to him. The Sultan looked up, his watery eyes widening. "Moon," he croaked, "my little star, you fell. The sky fell. I caught her," Aladdin said gently, kneeling beside the old man. They helped him to his feet. They bathed him and dressed him in fresh robes. But when they led him to the throne room, Vendon stopped. He looked at the great golden chair, then at his daughter, and finally at the boy from the streets. "I am tired," the Sultan whispered. "I played with toys while wolves ate my sheep. I do not know how to be the shepherd anymore." "You do not have to do it alone, sire," Aladdin said. "But the laws must change. No more viziers who rule from the shadows. No more walls between the palace and the people. If you want to keep your throne, you must earn it every day." Moon stepped forward, unrolling a scroll she had written during the long nights on the ship. It was a constitution. It spoke of a council of citizens, of tax reform, of a city where a street rat could rise based on his mind, not his magic. Vendon touched the parchment with a trembling hand. He looked at Aladdin. "You could have taken this," he said softly. "You could have taken the crown. You had the power." "I had the magic," Aladdin corrected. "Power is what happens when the people believe in you. And I think, for the first time, they believe in us." The Sultan sat on the throne, not as a despot, but as a man given a second chance. Aladdin stood at his right hand, and Moon at his left. The sun streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, no longer diamond dust, just the honest earth of a city that was finally waking up. The horrors of the sorcerer and the jinn were over. But one loose end remained, drifting in the desert like a poisoned seed, and Aladdin knew that before he could truly rest, he would have to bury the past one last time. Chapter 49. The seasons in the capital did not change with the turning of leaves or the falling of snow, for the desert knew only the sun and the wind. Yet, a shift as profound as any winter thaw had descended upon the city of Sultan Vendon. The heat that had once oppressed the streets, heavy with the weight of tyranny and stagnation, seemed to lift, carried away by a breeze that smelled of wet mortar and fresh bread. The palace, once a forbidden fortress of silence and shadows, had thrown open its gates. The great iron doors, rusted shut by decades of paranoia, were dismantled and melted down to forge tools for the harvest. In the grand throne room, the shadows of the past had been scrubbed away by the relentless industry of the present. Sultan Vendon, his mind healed, but his spirit weary from the weight of a crown he never truly understood, had stepped aside. He did not abdicate in shame, but in relief, retiring to the royal gardens where he tended to the peacocks and played with wooden automata he carved himself, finally finding the peace that power had denied him. Upon the dais sat the true ruler. Princess Moon did not wear the heavy, gem-encrusted turban of her ancestors, nor did she hide her face behind the silk veils of tradition. She sat upon the throne in simple robes of midnight blue, her hair bound back in a practical braid, her hands stained with ink rather than adorned with rings. She was a queen of logistics, a ruler who understood that the strength of a kingdom was not measured in the gold of its vaults, but in the fullness of its granaries. Standing at the foot of the dais, bridging the gap between the sovereign and the citizenry, was the new Grand Vizier. Aladdin wore the badge of his office, a silver chain of state, but beneath it, he wore the tunics of the common people. He refused the silks and the perfumes. He needed to remember the scratch of wool and the smell of dust. He needed to remember the rat, so that the vizier would never forget whom he served. The court was no longer filled with sycophantic nobles whispering poison. It was crowded with a new kind of council. Aladdin had called them the Council of the Commons. There was the head of the Water Carriers Guild, a woman with arms like tree trunks. There was the master of the scribes, a man who had once been imprisoned for writing satire about Captain Jeet. There was even a representative from the beggars' quarter, a one-eyed man who knew every leak in the city's aqueducts. Order, Moon commanded, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the assembly not with volume, but with precision. We have discussed the grain levies. Now we must address the lower districts. Vizier, what is the report? Aladdin stepped forward, unrolling a map that looked nothing like the pristine charts of the old generals. This map was messy, covered in charcoal marks and notes. It was a map of the slums, drawn from memory and footwork. The sewers are blocked in the eastern quarter, causing sickness, Aladdin reported, his tone serious. The landlords in the merchant district are artificially inflating the price of rice, and the orphanage near the old wall has no roof. Then we fix it, Moon declared. Divert the labor from the monument restoration. The statues of my grandfather can wait, the health of the children cannot. As for the landlords, send the tax assessors. If they wish to charge criminal prices, they shall pay criminal taxes. A ripple of approval went through the council. It was a new way of ruling. It was boring, it was exhausted, and it was devoid of magic. There were no genies to snap their fingers and wish the sewers clean. There were no sorcerers to turn the landlords into toads. There was only hard work, negotiation, and the slow, grinding progress of justice. Aladdin looked out over the room, seeing the hope in the eyes of the people. For the first time in his life, he did not feel the urge to run. He did not feel the itch to steal a melon or pick a pocket. He felt the heavy, grounding weight of responsibility. He realized that building a kingdom took far more courage than fighting a monster. A monster could be killed in a moment of adrenaline. Poverty was a beast that had to be fought every single day, with ledgers and laws. Later that evening, as the council dispersed and the sun dipped below the horizon, Aladdin joined Moon on the balcony overlooking the city. The lights of the capital flickered on, thousands of oil lamps burning in windows that were no longer barred against the night. "We did it," Moon whispered, leaning against the stone railing. "The treasury is replenishing. The crime rate has dropped. The people are eating." "We made a start," Aladdin corrected, his eyes scanning the darkening desert beyond the walls. "But the desert is vast, Moon, and memory is short." Moon looked at him, sensing the tension in his shoulders. "You are thinking of him," she said. Aladdin nodded. He touched the empty spot on his thumb where the iron ring used to sit. The magic was gone, but the ghosts remained. Somewhere out there, amidst the dunes and the ruins of the old world, a shadow was still moving, a piece of the past that refused to turn to dust. "Captain Jeet," Aladdin murmured. "He survived the fall, I know it. Men like him, they run on spite." "Let him run," Moon said fiercely. "He has no army. He has no authority. He is just a man in the sand." Aladdin turned to her, his expression grim. "A man with a secret is dangerous, but a man with a delusion is deadly. He knows about the cave. He knows where it all began." Moon reached out and took his hand, her grip firm and real. "Then we will be ready. We built this piece with our own hands, Aladdin. We will not let a ghost tear it down." Aladdin squeezed her hand, looking back at the golden lights of the city he now helped to rule. He was the Grand Vizier, the architect of the new era, the husband of the queen. But deep down, in the part of his soul that still slept on rooftops and listened to the wind, he knew the story wasn't quite finished. There was one last skeleton in the closet, and it was time to close the door forever. "Prepare the horses," Aladdin said softly. "I have one last retrieval job to do." Chapter 50. Time in the desert is measured not by the ticking of a clock, but by the shifting of the sands. 5 years had passed since the fall of the Diamond Palace and the liberation of the Jinn. In the capital of Sultan Vendan, those years had been a golden age, not of magic, but of industry. The slums were paved, the aqueducts flowed with clean water, and the granaries burst with wheat. Aladdin, now a man of 30, sat in the high council chamber, his beard trimmed close, his eyes scanning the ledgers of the trade guilds. He wore the silver chain of the Grand Vizier, but his hands were still rough, stained with the ink of administration and the dust of the construction sites he visited daily. Beside him, Queen Moon ruled with a steady hand, her intellect sharp as a diamond cutter, dismantling the corruption of the old regime law by law. Peace had become a habit. The people slept with their windows open. The guards carried batons instead of scimitars. The horrors of the sorcerer Malin and the tyranny of Captain Jeet had faded into folklore, stories told to frighten children into behaving. But the desert does not forget, and wind carries whispers to those who know how to listen. The heavy oak doors of the chamber creaked open, admitting a scout from the deep border patrol. The man, Hasim, was caked in the red dust of the empty quarter, his lips cracked from dehydration. He fell to his knees before the throne, trembling not from reverence, but from fear. "Speak, Hasim," Queen Moon commanded, her voice calm but alert. "You have ridden hard. What have you seen in the wastes?" "Great Queen," Hasim croaked, accepting a goblet of water from a servant. "There is a devil in the dunes. We found the remains of a caravan 3 days south of the Scorpion Ridge. They were not raided for goods. The gold was left untouched. They were interrogated." "Interrogated?" Aladdin asked, stepping down from the dais. He felt a cold prickle at the base of his neck, a sensation he hadn't felt since the executioner's block. "About what?" About the location of the old places, Hasim replied. The survivor? A boy. He spoke of a man who walks with a shattered leg, dragging it through the sand like a dead weight. He is burnt by the sun until his skin is like leather. He wears rags that were once a uniform, and he clutches a piece of metal to his chest, a shard of curved copper that he talks to. Aladdin exchanged a look with Moon. The room seemed to grow colder, the desert heat instantly forgotten. He calls himself the Sultan of the Ash, Hasim continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. He claims the metal speaks to him. He is looking for a specific landmark, the throat of the world, the cave of bones. Aladdin closed his eyes. The image rose unbidden in his mind. The jagged mouth of the cave, the smell of ancient decay, the glittering skeletons of the boys who had come before him. The cave of ossuaries. It is him, Aladdin said softly. Jeet moon-breathed, the name tasting like poison. We thought the desert had claimed him. He is too hateful to die, Aladdin said, opening his eyes. His gaze was hard now, the statesman vanishing, replaced by the street rat who knew how to set a trap. He has a piece of the lamp. It has no magic, Moon, you and I know that. The Marid is gone. But Jeet is insane. He believes the power is still there. He believes he just needs to return to the source to recharge it. He is heading for the cave, Moon deduced, her strategist's mind racing. If he finds it, if he somehow opens it. The cave is a trap, Aladdin interrupted. It was built by Malin to consume greed. Jeet is pure greed. If he goes in there, he will wake the wards. But he might kill half the borderland trying to find the entrance. Aladdin walked to the window, looking out at the city he had helped to save. He saw the children playing in the square. He saw the peace they had built brick by brick. And he knew that as long as Jeet drew breath, that peace was a lie. A ghost was walking toward them, carrying a shard of the past, threatening to reopen the wound. I have to go, Aladdin stated, turning back to his wife. I will send the army, Moon countered. We will crush him. No, Aladdin said, shaking his head. An army will just make him hide. He knows how to fight soldiers. He was a captain. He doesn't know how to fight a rat. This isn't a war, Moon. It's a lure. He walked to a small, locked cabinet in the corner of the room. From it, he pulled a roll of aged parchment. It was not a map of the kingdom. It was a fabrication he had drawn years ago, a failsafe, a map of lies that led to a very real, very deadly destination. He wants the cave, Aladdin said, tucking the parchment into his sash. I'll give him a map. I will lead him right to the front door. And this time, I will make sure the door locks behind him. Aladdin looked at the queen. There was fear in her eyes, but also trust. She knew that some monsters could only be slain by the ones who created them. Bring him peace, Aladdin, Moon whispered. Or bring him silence. Aladdin bowed, a sharp, quick gesture. I will bring him exactly what he deserves. That night, the Grand Vizier vanished from the palace. A lone rider slipped out of the southern gate, merging with the shadows of the dunes, riding toward the deep silence of the desert to confront the final skeleton of his past. Chapter 51. The tavern known as the Scorpion's Sting sat on the bleeding edge of the civilized world. It was a hovel constructed of sun-baked mud and desperation, located at the very last watering hole before the trade road surrendered to the infinite nothingness of the empty quarter. The air inside was thick with the smoke of hashish and the stench of unwashed bodies, a heavy fog that obscured the faces of the smugglers, bandits, and outcasts who sought refuge from the merciless sun. In the darkest corner of this pit, a monster was holding court with a piece of scrap metal. Captain Jeet sat hunched over a table sticky with spilled wine. 5 years in the deep desert had stripped away the polished veneer of the royal officer, leaving behind something raw and terrifying. His skin had been burned to the color of cured leather, tight against his skull. His uniform was a patchwork of rags, held together by grit and dried blood. His left leg, shattered in the fall of the Diamond Palace and never properly set, stuck out at a sickening angle, forcing him to walk with a dragging, lurching gait. But it was his eyes that cleared a wide perimeter around his table. They were wide, unblinking, and filled with a frantic, hallucinatory light. In his hand, he clutched the shard of the copper lamp. He polished it obsessively with a dirty rag, muttering to it in a low, feverish whisper. "They think you are dead," Jeet hissed to the metal. "They think the fire went out. But I feel you. I feel the warmth. You are just sleeping. You are waiting for the key." The tavern door creaked open, admitting a blast of hot sand and a figure wrapped in the heavy, nondescript robes of a scavenger. Aladdin stepped into the dim light, his face hidden deep within his cowl. He moved with the hunched posture of a man beaten down by the world, a stark contrast to the confident stride of the Grand Vizier. He limped to the bar, ordering a cup of sour goat's milk with a trembling hand. Aladdin scanned the room through the slit in his scarf. When his gaze landed on Jeet, a cold knot tightened in his stomach. The man was a ruin, a ghost haunting his own life. But the danger radiating from him was palpable. Jeet was a powder keg waiting for a spark. Aladdin carried the spark in his satchel. He took his drink and moved to a table near the center of the room, directly in Jeet's line of sight. He sat down heavily, groaning as if his bones ached. With shaking fingers, he pulled a roll of parchment from his bag. It was old, stained with coffee and wax to look ancient. A forgery Aladdin had spent 3 nights perfecting. He unrolled the map on the table, studying it with an exaggerated intensity. He traced a line with his finger, muttering loud enough to be heard over the low hum of conversation. "The threshold, the cave of bones. It has to be here," Aladdin whispered, his voice pitched to carry. "The source, where the sorcerer found the first one." At the corner table, Jeet froze. The rag stopped moving over the copper shard. His head snapped up, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught the scent of blood. He watched the scavenger trace the path to the forbidden sector of the desert. Aladdin pretended not to notice. He pulled a small charcoal stick from his robe and made a mark on the parchment. Right there, the needle in the haystack. Infinite power, just waiting for a digger. Jeet moved. He did not walk, he surged. He dragged his broken leg across the floor, knocking over a chair in his haste. He slammed his hand down onto Aladdin's table, pinning the map to the wood. "What did you say?" Jeet snarled, leaning in close. His breath smelled of rot and old wine. "What cave? What source?" Aladdin recoiled, feigning terror. He scrambled back in his chair, pulling his cowl tighter. "Nothing, just an old miner's tale. Please, Effendi, I have no money. I don't want your copper, rat," Jeet spat. He looked down at the map. His eyes widened as he recognized the landmarks. The sleeping giant, the dried river, and there, marked with a red X, the location of the cave of ossuaries. It was the place where the legend of Prince Ali had begun. It was the womb of the magic. "It calls to the metal," Jeet whispered, his eyes darting between the map and the shard in his hand. "The sorcerer, Malin, he found it there. If I bring the piece back, if I plant it in the soil." He looked at Aladdin, his gaze predatory. "Where did you get this?" I stole it from a dead library in the north," Aladdin lied, his voice trembling perfectly. "They said it leads to a tomb of cursed jewels. "I just want the jewels. You can have the rest." "Get out," Jeet commanded, snatching the map from the table. "This belongs to the Sultan now." Aladdin didn't argue. He scrambled up, leaving his drink and the map, and bolted for the door like a coward fleeing a beating. He stumbled out into the blinding sun, rounding the corner of the building, before pressing his back against the rough mud wall. He held his breath, listening. Inside, Jeet was laughing. It was a broken, jagged sound. "I knew it," the captain raved. "I knew the path would reveal itself, to the cave, to the throne." Moments later, the door banged open. Jeet emerged, clutching the map in one hand and the copper shard in the other. He didn't look back. He didn't look for supplies. He simply turned south, dragging his leg through the sand, marching toward his destiny with the singular focus of the damned. Aladdin lowered his cowl, watching the figure disappear into the heat haze. The trap was set. The bait was taken. Now, all that remained was for the jaws to snap shut. Aladdin mounted his horse, tied securely behind the tavern, and began to follow at a distance. He would witness the end. He owed that much to the boy he used to be. Chapter 52. The wind died at the edge of the depression, as if the desert itself was holding its breath in anticipation of a burial. Captain Jeet stood at the precipice of the circular basin, a lone, ragged figure against the bleeding backdrop of the setting sun. He was a scarecrow of a man, his skin flayed by the sandstorms, his lips cracked and bleeding, but his eyes burned with a fire that no thirst could extinguish. In his trembling hand, he held the map that Aladdin had planted, now crumpled and stained with sweat. In the other, he gripped the jagged shard of the copper lamp, pressing it into his flesh until blood welled up around the metal. "I am here," Jeet whispered, his voice a dry rustle. "I have returned to the source. I have brought the seed back to the soil." He limped down the slope, sliding in the loose sand, until he reached the center of the hollow. According to the map, this was the spot, the threshold, the place where the sorcerer Malin had first tapped into the vein of cosmic power. Jeet fell to his knees. He didn't dig with a shovel, he dug with his bare hands, clawing at the earth like a rabid dog, muttering prayers to gods he had long since forsaken. "Open," he hissed. "Open for your master." He thrust the copper shard into the sand. For a moment, there was only silence. The desert remained indifferent. But then, a tremor ran through the ground. It was not the majestic rumble of a magical gate opening. It was a groan, deep and mournful, like the shifting of a tombstone that had not moved in an age. The sand began to drain away in a spiral, revealing the top of a jagged, stone staircase that wound down into the suffocating dark. The cave of ossuaries had accepted the offering. It recognized the metal of its maker, broken though it was. It opened its maw, hungry for one last meal. Jeet laughed. It was a sound devoid of joy, a jagged bark of triumph that echoed strangely in the basin. "The throne room," he raved. "The army awaits." He did not hesitate. He dragged his shattered leg over the first step and plunged into the abyss. The air that rose to meet him was stale, smelling of dry rot and centuries of stagnation. It was the breath of a grave, but to Jeet, it smelled like victory. He descended, feeling his way along the rough walls, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Down, down, down. The stairs seemed endless, winding into the bowels of the earth. Finally, the ground leveled out. Jeet stumbled into the vast central cavern. In the time of Aladdin, this place had been lit by the eerie glow of bioluminescent fungi, revealing mountains of gold and jewels. Now, without the active magic of the lamp to sustain the illusion of life, The cavern was pitch black. Jeet fumbled in his rags, producing a flint and a small nub of a candle. He struck a spark, and a feeble yellow flame flickered to life, pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal the horror and the riches that surrounded him. The gold was there, mounds of coins, rivers of diamonds, chalices of ruby and emerald. It glittered in the candlelight, a king's ransom piled high in the silence. Jeet gasped, tears cutting tracks through the dust on his face. Mine, he sobbed, reaching out to grab a handful of cold coins. All of it, the pay of an emperor. But as he lifted the candle higher, the light fell upon the guardians of the treasure. They were not constructs of bronze or stone. They were skeletons, dozens of them. Some were ancient, turning to dust where they lay. Others were disturbingly intact, still clad in the rotting rags of thieves and dreamers who had come before. They sat on piles of gold, their empty eye sockets staring eternally at the darkness. In his madness, Jeet did not see the warning. He saw an audience. "Rise," Jeet commanded, his voice echoing flatly in the dead air. "I am Sultan Jeet. I have returned with the key. Where is the Marid? Where is the servant of blue fire?" He held the copper shard aloft, waving it like a scepter. "I summon you. I command you. Build me a palace of bone and gold. Destroy the city of the rat." The silence that answered him was heavy and absolute. There was no blue smoke. There was no booming voice. The magic was dead, extinguished when Aladdin's hammer had shattered the vessel. The shard in Jeet's hand was just a piece of scrap metal, cold and inert. Jeet stumbled forward, wading through the coins, kicking aside the ribs of a long-dead adventurer. He reached the central spire, the island of rock where the lamp had once rested. It was empty. The pedestal was bare. "No," Jeet whispered, panic beginning to bleed into his delusion. "No, no, no, it is sleeping. It just needs blood." He slashed his own palm with the shard, letting the drops fall onto the dry stone. "Drink," he screamed. "Wake up, I am your master." Nothing happened. The blood merely dried on the rock. The candle flickered, burning low. The shadows of the skeletons seemed to stretch, leaning in closer to welcome their new brother. "It's a trick," Jeet muttered, his eyes darting wildly around the tomb. The rat, he hid it. He hid the genie. He turned to run, to flee back up the stairs and hunt down Aladdin once more. But as he turned, his broken leg finally gave way. He collapsed onto a pile of emeralds, the sharp gems digging into his back. He tried to rise, but his strength was gone, spent in the manic journey across the wastes. The candle fell from his hand and rolled away, sputtering out in a pool of darkness. Jeet lay in the absolute black, clutching the shard of copper to his chest. He was surrounded by wealth beyond imagination, buried in a tomb with the silent company of those who had sought the same prize. "I am the Sultan," he whispered to the dark, his voice growing fainter. "I am the Sultan." Above him, miles of rock pressed down. The entrance to the cave, sensing that the intruder was inside and the cycle was complete, began to grind shut. The wound in the desert healed over, leaving no scar, sealing Captain Jeet inside the silence forever. He had found his palace at last. Chapter 53. The silence in the bowels of the earth was not empty. It was heavy, pressed down by miles of sandstone and centuries of accumulated sorrow. Captain Jeet lay amidst the wreckage of his own ambition, the darkness of the cave of ossuaries hugging him like a shroud. But in the sputtering, dying light of his fallen candle, a glint caught his eye. It was a spark of red fire trapped within a stone, a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg that had rolled from a tipped chalice. Jeet blinked, his eyes clearing of the tears of pain. The pedestal where the lamp had once rested was bare, a mocking altar to a god that had fled. But the floor was a carpet of kings. The madness that had driven him across the desert, that had fueled his march on a broken leg, shifted gears. The quest for magic was abstract, a desire for power over the unseen. But this was tangible. This was gold. This was the currency of the world he understood. With this, he could buy armies. With this, he could build a new palace, not of glass, but of iron and stone that would never break. With this, he could pay assassins to hunt down the rat Aladdin and the witch Queen Moon. "It is not a loss," Jeet whispered, his voice cracking. "It is a trade." He reached out, his fingers closing around the ruby. It was cold and hard, a perfect contrast to the fever burning in his blood. He shoved it into the pocket of his tattered trousers. Then he saw an emerald necklace, coiled like a green snake. He grabbed that too, then a handful of gold coins, minted in an empire that had turned to dust before the first brick of the capital was laid. Jeet began to crawl. He dragged his shattered leg behind him, a dead weight that etched a trail in the dust, moving from pile to pile. He was a starving man at a banquet, gorging himself on metal and stone. He stuffed his pockets until the seams burst. He untied his sash, filling the folds with diamonds and pearls until it looked like a bloated serpent, then tied it back around his waist. He tore strips from his tunic, making makeshift sacks, filling them with bullion until his knuckles turned white from the strain of gripping them. "More," he hissed, sweat dripping from his nose to sizzle on the dry rock. "I need more. I will be the Sultan of Gold." He found a chest, rotting wood bound with rusted iron, filled to the brim with sapphires. Jeet tried to lift it. It was immovable, heavy as a boulder. He sobbed in frustration, digging his hands into the blue gems, filling his mouth with them, swallowing them down just to keep them safe inside him. He was heavy now. Immensely, impossibly heavy. The gold weighed him down, anchoring him to the floor. When he tried to push himself up to his knees, his muscles screamed in protest. His broken leg flared with white-hot agony, the bone grinding against the weight of the treasure he had strapped to his body. "Stand up," he commanded himself, gritting his teeth until they threatened to shatter. "Stand up and walk out. You are rich. You are a king." He managed to get one foot under him. He heaved, his body trembling violently. He rose an inch, 2 inches. The gold coins in his pockets clinked together, a chorus of mockery. Gravity, the same force that had pulled down the diamond palace, now turned its attention to the captain. He slipped. The weight was too much. Jeet crashed back down onto the sharp stones of the cavern floor. The breath was driven from his lungs. The sash around his waist, heavy with diamonds, dug into his gut like a constrictor snake. "No," Jeet gasped, clawing at the ground. "I just need balance." He tried to crawl toward the stairs, the exit that spiraled up to the desert and the air, but he could not move. The friction of the gold, the sheer mass of it, pinned him to the spot. To move, he would have to let go. He would have to empty his pockets. He would have to untie the sash. He would have to leave the treasure behind. Jeet looked at the pile of coins just out of his reach. He looked at his hands, clutching a golden chalice so tightly his fingers were cramping. "I cannot," he whimpered. "It is mine." The logic of the sane world had no place here. A rational man would drop the gold to save his life. But Jeet was no longer rational. He was a creature of pure avarice. To let go of the gold was to let go of himself. He felt that if he dropped a single coin, he would dissolve into nothingness. The gold was his identity. The gold was his soul. The candle, which had been sputtering in a pool of wax, flared one last time. In that final flash of light, Jeet saw them. The skeletons. They were all around him, seated on their own piles of treasure, their bony hands still clutching rotted bags and tarnished cups. They were grinning at him. They were not guards. They were prisoners. They were men who had come before, men who had found the hoard and lacked the strength to leave it. "I am not like you," Jeet screamed at the silent dead. "I am stronger. I am Captain Jeet," he thrashed, trying to drag his body forward by inches. He moved a foot, scraping his skin raw against the rock, but the effort cost him the last of his energy. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of gold. The darkness rushed in as the candle finally died, plunging the cavern into an absolute, suffocating blackness. Jeet lay in the dark, pinned by his greed, anchored by his prize. He could hear his own breathing, ragged and wet. He could hear the silence of the earth pressing down on him. He clutched the golden chalice to his chest, curled into a fetal ball around his hoard. He was the richest man in the world, and he would never spend a copper of it. "Mine," he whispered one last time into the void, and the silence of the cave of ossuaries swallowed him whole, adding one final skeleton to its collection, a monument to the weight that drags all men down in the end. Chapter 54. The sun touched the edge of the dunes, bleeding a violent crimson across the vast emptiness of the desert. It was the signal the ancient magic had been waiting for. For 1,000 years, the Cave of Ossuaries had operated on a cycle as precise as the movement of the stars. It opened for the desperate, and it closed for the damned. The shadows in the basin lengthened, stretching like dark fingers reaching for the throat of the underworld, and the ground began to tremble with a low, tectonic groan. Deep in the belly of the earth, Captain Jeet felt the vibration in his teeth. The absolute darkness that had swallowed him was broken only by the faint, distant shaft of ruby light filtering down from the entrance miles above. A single, narrowing eye of hope. The sound of grinding stone echoed down the spiral staircase, a thunderous boom that signaled the beginning of the end. The door was closing. Panic, cold and primal, pierced the fog of Jeet's avarice. He scrambled to his knees, his breath coming in ragged, terrified gasps. The instinct to survive screamed at him to run, to drop everything and sprint for the light before it was extinguished forever. He planted his hands on the rock floor to push himself up, but his hands were full. In his left, he gripped the golden chalice, in his right, a heavy sack of emeralds. He tried to stand, but he did not rise. He was anchored. The sash around his waist, bloated with diamonds, pulled him down like a lead weight. The pockets of his tattered trousers, stuffed to bursting with gold coins, felt as if they were filled with stones. His broken legs screamed in agony as he tried to bear the load, collapsing under the impossible mass of his own greed. "No," Jeet shrieked, his voice bouncing off the cavern walls, mocking him. "Not yet. I am coming." He began to crawl. He dragged his body across the sharp stones, the weight of the treasure grinding his skin raw. He moved inches at a time, a grotesque worm encased in a shell of stolen wealth. He looked up at the shaft of light. It was shrinking. The great circular stone of the entrance was sliding into place, eclipsing the sky. "Drop it." A tiny, rational part of his mind whispered, "Drop the gold and live." But Jeet could not open his hands. His fingers were locked in a rigor mortis of possession. To let go of the chalice felt like letting go of his heart. To untie the sash felt like spilling his own guts. He was possessed by the madness of the hoard, a sickness that told him it was better to die a king in the dark than to live a beggar in the light. He reached the first step of the spiral staircase. He clawed at the stone, trying to haul his burdened body up. He managed to pull his torso onto the step, but the weight of the gold in his pockets dragged his legs down. He hung there, suspended between the ascent and the abyss, thrashing impotently. Above him, the light became a sliver. The grinding sound grew deafening, a roar of finality. "Wait," Jeet screamed at the closing earth. "I am Captain Jeet. I command you to halt. I am the Sultan." The desert did not care for his rank. The magic did not care for his commands. With a sound like a hammer striking an anvil, the entrance slammed shut. The ruby light vanished. The darkness was total. It was heavier than the gold, pressing against his eyes, filling his mouth, suffocating his screams. Jeet lay on the cold stone step, panting in the pitch black. He was trapped. He was buried alive in a tomb of his own making. Then he heard it. In the absolute silence that followed the sealing of the cave, he heard the dry rattle of bones. He was not alone. The other skeletons, the silent guardians he had seen in the candlelight, were there in the dark with him. He could feel their empty eye sockets staring at him. He could feel the judgment of the dead. He realized with a sickening clarity that he was not the master of this place. He was the newest exhibit. He would not die of thirst today or hunger tomorrow. The magic of the cave preserved its victims, keeping them in a state of withered, agonizing stasis until they became part of the decor. He would sit here, clutching his chalice and his sack of emeralds, for 100 years. He would rot slowly, conscious of every second, until his flesh turned to dust and his bones were polished by the dry air. Aladdin, Jeet howled into the void, the name tearing from his throat. "You rat, you planned this." His scream faded into a whimper, then into silence. There was no answer. Only the cold, hard reality of the stone and the gold that would never buy his freedom. Captain Jeet, the man who wanted to rule the world, curled into a ball around his treasure, destined to become the final skeleton in the Garden of Bones. Miles above, in the cooling twilight of the desert, Aladdin sat atop his horse on the ridge overlooking the basin. He felt the tremor in the ground as the cave sealed itself. He watched the sand shift and settle, smoothing over the scar until there was no sign that a gate to the underworld had ever existed. The sun had set. The air was cool and clean. Aladdin took a deep breath, letting the tension of the last decade flow out of him. He looked at his hand, at the thumb where the iron ring used to be, and then he looked at the horizon where the lights of the capital, his city, glowed softly in the distance. "It is done," Aladdin whispered to the wind. He turned his horse north. He did not look back. The desert kept its secrets, and now it would keep Jeet. The rat who had become a prince, and the prince who had become a vizier, rode home to his queen, leaving the shadows behind him forever. The story was finished. From the dusty streets of Agrabah to the golden spires of the palace, we have seen how a simple lamp and a pure heart can change the course of destiny forever. Aladdin's journey reminds us that true nobility is found not in titles or riches, but in the courage to be oneself. If you were to stumble upon a magic lamp hidden within the cave of wonders, what would be the very first wish you would ask the genie to grant? Let us know what you would wish for in the comments section below. Before the desert winds carry you away, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and hype this video so we can continue to bring you more timeless stories from across the world. Your support ensures that our fire never fades and our stories reach every corner of the horizon. We hope you journey back soon to the Midnight Oasis. Thank you.